On TalkSport 2, it's full commentary on West Bromwich Albion versus Newcastle United. Under 45 minutes to kick off. The other two ties kick off in under 30 minutes' time. Now, without being alarmist or possibly being realistic, you could say, what are the chances of FA Cup semi-finals and the final being played behind closed doors? The potential impact of the coronavirus crisis will dictate that football has to have worst-case scenario plans in place, and the potential impact for the Euro 2020 tournament, with matches played in the 12 European cities, has to be considered. Quite a few of those games at Wembley. As for the Nations League draw made a few hours ago, by the way, England drawn with Belgium, Denmark and Iceland in League A. Northern Ireland play Romania, Austria and Norway in League B. Scotland against Israel, Slovakia and the Czech Republic also in League B. Wales in League B, as are the Republic of Ireland, and they've been drawn with Bulgaria and Finland. FIFA President Gianni Infantino is telling Europe's football associations to stay calm about coronavirus. There has been speculation that internationals could be postponed or played behind closed doors because of the coronavirus crisis. In reaction to this, England manager Gareth Southgate told TalkSport 2 it's important not to panic.
We're in contact with the government all the time. I think it's the sort of situation where everybody needs to be calm and make sensible decisions. So we'll always be guided by them. As far as we're concerned, as we speak today, everything's on and we're planning as normal. But those circumstances obviously could change if things deteriorate. We've got people constantly looking at the situation, constantly looking at what's possible. But I couldn't tell you that if the games weren't played for whatever reason, we would definitely do X, Y or Z at the moment.
I'm just talking about the coronavirus. Would you be prepared to play, if you had to, a game behind closed doors to get games on in March?
Well, we don't need to speculate at the moment because that isn't the situation as we stand. So I think we've got to be adaptable and we've got to make sure that we're prepared for every eventuality. But as we stand, we're following, like everybody else, government advice, trying not to get too worried by all the hype, make sensible decisions on hygiene and go from there, really.
It's not great, is it? It's not just you. I mean, football could be disrupted and that could have a knock-on effect for you.
It could be, but then again, it might not be. You know, I'm old enough to have seen lots of these things in the past, and it's very easy to overreact. But equally, of course, you have to be diligent and you have to follow the right guidelines. But we'd never do anything in our lives if we all flapped at the first sight of any problems. So let's see how things emerge. It's obviously there are some serious implications for some people of a situation like this, so it's not to make light of it, but equally there's dangers everywhere in day-to-day life that you're aware of and conscious of.
England manager Gareth Southgate talking to Nigel Adderley. Jim Proudfoot and Matt Murray are at the Hawthorns, ready for tonight's TalkSport 2 FA Cup commentary between West Bromwich Albion and Newcastle. Jim, what's your immediate reaction to this issue that football is going to have to face full-on in the weeks and months to come? My reading of the situation from listening to government briefings today is that they don't expect the peak of this to arrive for a good 6 to 8 weeks. It is very, very difficult to tell what the situation will be. But I would imagine football's governing bodies and the powers that be do have to have some very strong plans in place. And given what we've seen around Europe, it wouldn't be a surprise if games were played behind closed doors.
No, I think you're absolutely right. And the bottom line is that football's governing bodies, and those indeed of all sports, have to make sure that if there is a line, they have to err on the side of caution. And if that means that we're in a situation like has been the case in Italy and in Switzerland, where games are played behind closed doors, where you're not allowed to have public gatherings of above a certain size, then that safety for everybody is absolutely paramount, and those decisions would have to be respected. I think that it is probably significant that already the decision makers have not made those decisions, and that we haven't taken the immediate step that has been taken in those other countries, albeit that there are various different levels of risk in different countries and different numbers of people affected. But the bottom line is that they have to be careful, and they have to do whatever is sensible. If that means that games will be played behind closed doors, then so be it. I think one of the significant ones coming up is later this month when England take on Italy in an international friendly. There has to be, I'm not speaking out of turn here, but you have to wonder what the situation will be, bearing in mind that there are already Italian league games that are being played behind closed doors. I think that the government will not want a significant number of Italian fans coming over for that game, you would imagine, but I don't know. I mean, that's pure speculation and conjecture. I've got no inside track whatsoever in saying that, but that would have to be a game that would be under an element of doubt at some stage, you would think, but equally it could take place. Who knows?
Jim, I'm with you. I just feel there's massive risk here. Matt, where do you stand on this? The authorities will not want. How many times do we hear of supporters, loyal supporters, that say, well, I'm going to go to the venue of the game just for the crack, even if I can't get a ticket for the game. And Europe's governing bodies in regard to football, they won't want people travelling around Europe.
Yeah, that's where I think the powers that be will have to step in. It's interesting to Gareth Southgate. He can't affect those certain things. All he can do is make sure that his players don't stop. I heard announcements from a few clubs that players won't stop and shake hands, do photos, do autographs. So all they can do is that. Fans, I think, have to respect it. Your health is your wealth. That's the most important thing. I know what you mean. Fans are so passionate, they'll find a way. But if the rules are set that maybe that travel can't happen, but at this moment in time, a lot of it is speculation. But you look what's happened with the rugby. They've had to stop games. They've done this. So if that's the case with football, then it'll be a shame, because for players, especially if it goes all the way to the Euros, because for players, some players will never play in the Euros again. Fans, to have the way it's going to be set up as well. I remember Euro 96, how amazing that was having it in England, and the fans are a massive part of that. So to take the crowd out would be really, really difficult. But at the same time, football is, it's important, we love it, but people's health is more important than that. But I don't know. We'll have to see. But the powers that be have to have contingency plans in place. But it's scary, and for some people that it's happened to. But at this moment in time, you can't speculate too much and worry about things that might not happen, and leave it to the powers that be. Well
said, Matt. Jim, I guess the situation is that we have to consider, the football authorities have to consider that with what happens over the next few weeks, FA Cup semi-finals, Euro 2020 playoffs that are going to be played around Europe, you have to have consideration that they might be played behind closed doors. Let's think about Euro 2020 as well, when there are games not that many months away, when the games are played all round Europe, in 12 cities all round Europe, and the health authorities governing that situation. If all of a sudden they're looking at all those fans moving around Europe, I do wonder what public confidence there will be in the tournament in regard to fan parks and situations like that, given the way things might develop over the months to come. I'm also wondering what attendance is going to be this weekend, perhaps, because for me there's a bit of a change. I think the public are really switching onto this over the last couple of days, and I will be very interested whether attendance is down come this weekend.
My gut feeling is that they won't be, Ray. The tickets will already have been bought. I mean, clearly there will be a huge proportion of season tickets, but nevertheless, I don't think that there will be a significant drop-off yet, if indeed there is going to be one. Euro 2020's clearly going to be very interesting, and it's difficult because you're setting up contingency plans left, right and centre, but you've got a different level of risk for different venues. It's not like a normal tournament where, for instance, everybody was coming over to England. You've only really got one level of risk, different levels of risk for different sets of supporters that are coming into the country, but you're in a position that the first game of that tournament obviously takes place in Italy as well, not in the part of Italy that is most affected at the moment, but you don't know how things are going to change in 3.5 months before the actual tournament kicks off on June the 12th. So it is a very difficult one. The one thing you can guarantee is that they will be making plenty of contingency plans. They will know exactly what they're going to do in any given situation, but clearly the story is developing, and we know that it's going to become more prevalent and the threat will become a lot more widespread before it eases off.
Jim, Matt, thank you. Jim Proudfoot and Matt Murray preparing for tonight's TalkSport 2 FA Cup commentary on the West Bromwich Albion Newcastle United tie, commentary on the Chelsea-Liverpool tie over on TalkSport. We'll keep an eye on the Reading Sheffield United game, of course. Can we just mention there are some League One games this evening that we'll be watching the scores of too. Ipswich fallen away, top to 9th, home to Fleetwood. Fleetwood only a point off the playoffs. Great run of form of late. In League 2 this evening, Exeter City against Crewe, 3rd versus 2nd. Big game. Plymouth Argyle 5th against Grimsby Town 14th. Swindon Town top of the table. A point out of Crewe, 2 points out of Exeter. So Exeter Crewe 3rd versus 2nd, and top of the table Swindon Town in action at home to Scunthorpe. There's 2 games we'll keep a close eye on. National League tonight, Barrow are top of the table, they're not playing. Father second bottom against 10th place Notts County. Barnet 13th against Boreham Wood, who are 4th. Chesterfield 4th bottom against Harrogate Town, who are 2nd. 8 from automatic promotion. Barrow top of the table. Bottom of the table, Chorley 15 from safety against an Eastleigh side, are only 2 above a relegation place. And FC Halifax, who are 5th, 2-point cushion in the playoffs against Sutton. Solihull Moors 6th against Hartlepool Town. Scottish Premiership, early kick-off at Hibs Hearts. Edinburgh Derby, 6th against bottom of the table. Scottish Cup semi-final to come. We're building towards tonight's TalkSport 2 FA Cup commentary. That is West Bromwich Albion against Newcastle United, and commentary on Chelsea against Liverpool over on TalkSport.
On DAB Digital Radio, online and via the TalkSport app.
TalkSport 2 Live. The FA Cup live on TalkSport 2 with the Fiat Professional range of vans. Get peace of mind with 5 years warranty, 5 years roadside assistance and 5 years servicing. Terms and conditions apply. Search Fiat Pro 555.
It's Flavour of France week at Lidl, so we've partnered with Jet2 City Breaks to give you the chance to win a city break for 2 to Paris. So your shopping trip might go from this to this. Bon appétit. Lidl. Big on quality, little on price. See lidl.co.uk/jet2holidays and in-store for details. T's and C's apply.
This ad is made from 100% recycled commercials. Just like Smart Water's
All new!
bottles are made from
100% recycled.
plastic.
What's that number again?
100%. Every Smart Water bottle is made using recycled plastic, and because it's still
100%
recyclable, the plastic will be used again
and again.
Smart Water, now in a 100% recycled plastic bottle. Label and cap 100% recyclable, but not made from recycled plastic. Yet. We're working on it.
Can you hear that? That's your money. Ticking along. Going nowhere. At Hargreaves Lansdowne, we'll help you switch your money on. And you'll join over 1 million people who trust us with their investments. We can help you make your money work harder too. Find out how you can switch your money on with a stocks and shares ISA from Hargreaves Lansdowne. Visit hl.co.uk. Investing puts your capital at risk. You could get back less than you invest.
No one really likes haggling, do they? So we're ditching all that awkward chat and getting you straight to the savings with the Suzuki haggle-free season. Great cars, big savings and no haggling. And with our VAT-free offers, you can save up to £2,900 on the Swift range and £4,300 on the Vitara range. So ready to make the easiest saving of your life? Then visit your local Suzuki dealer today. Offer ends soon. Excludes Swift Sport. Offer ends 31st of March 2020. Saving equal to VAT part of vehicle price. Visit cars.suzuki.co.uk.
You're listening to TalkSport 2 Live.
Fraser and Albion piling the pressure on Everton now. This is Astle. Jeff Astle has achieved the record. He's scored in every round of the FA Cup. And the whistle goes for the end of the cup final. And West Bromwich Albion have won it. There's Alan Ashman. Not long ago he was a chicken farmer in Cumberland. And now the manager of the FA Cup winners.
Some sounds from 1968, West Bromwich Albion, the FA Cup winners in that year, and that stands as their last major trophy success. They're going to make a bid to reach the quarter-finals of the competition tonight. The fifth round tie with Premier League Newcastle United kicks off in under 30 minutes time, and the Baggies, leaders of the Championship and firmly focused on promotion, have home advantage. Ray Stubbs on duty for tonight's TalkSport 2 Live. Full commentary on the tie here on TalkSport 2. Jim Proudfoot and Matt Murray are at the Hawthorns, and they've been joined by Joe Chapman at the Birmingham Mail. Joe, thank you for joining us. If we could guarantee you the title or automatic promotion in exchange for a place in the quarter-finals, you'd snatch your hands off before a ball is kicked, wouldn't you?
I think so. Obviously, Slaven Bilic with his team selection, as has been the case in the previous rounds as well, is... it's without doubt the league takes precedence. I think that's understandable from the perspective of the club itself. Of course, supporters have got a far more romantic view, and as obviously that clip there with Jeff Astle scoring in the final in 1968, it is, it's been over 50 years since West Bromwich Albion won this cup, and they've got a very, very good history and record in it, and a whole couple of generations really have been deprived of seeing them lift it. So with each round that passes and the bigger boys start getting knocked out or pick each other off, then you've got every chance.
What are your thoughts? What's your opinion, your assessment of tonight's lineup for Albion?
As I say, it's something that I think Slaven Bilic made no bones about it in his press conference. He said that changes would be made because of the league taking precedence. However, the Albion side that has been named tonight is a particularly strong one. It's got a hell of a lot of experience. Gareth Barry's 39 now, and he lines up in midfield alongside Chris Brunt, who's 35. So, between those two, they've got more appearances in their respective careers than most teams, most starting 11s do. And then, of course, you've got Charlie Austin, Kieran Gibbs. It's a lot of Premier League experience as well, not just in football.
Now, describe the atmosphere, please, that Slaven Bilic has created around the Hawthorns, his style in dealing with the local media. Give us an insight into what it's like working with Slaven Bilic.
I don't think it can be underestimated, the job he took on in the summer. We've seen what happened to Derby, the setback of a playoff defeat and what that can do to you as a football club. It can set you back, and the way, not just from his coaching, which is something that every single player has responded to who's either was already at the club or has come through the door in the summer. It's everything that he's got. The charisma. I think every West Ham United fan listening will know all about exactly what he brings. He's a joy to listen to. He's been fantastic to deal with as a member of the local press, and he's someone that all of a sudden, when you're on a run like this, you start thinking to yourself, well, you've really, a bit like Bielsa with Leeds, you've got to get yourself up, because he is that good a fit at West Brom that you are almost worried that vultures eventually circle. But yeah, you can't underestimate, as I say, that the role he took on. Darren Moore was obviously well loved as a man here through his playing days and coaching days. It wasn't an appointment that worked out in the long term, and there was a really, really big upheaval in the summer regards to recruitment of the players. And of course the all-important managerial appointment. I think it's fair to say, as we sit here now in March, that West Bromwich Albion have made a very, very positive appointment.
Joe, who are the favourites tonight? Is it Newcastle United with Premier League status, or is it Slav's Army?
Well, I've got to side with Albion, understandably, but I mean, I don't think, looking at the Newcastle side, there's a hell of a lot of quality there, especially in the front line. It's the first time I'll be able to watch Alan Saint-Maximin live in the flesh, and he's someone I've really enjoyed watching bits and pieces of this season. Of course, the whole of the stadium's got a very, very fond memory of Dwight Gale, who's on the bench tonight. He was absolutely adored here in the season he spent here last year. He got 24 goals, and there was a hell of a lot of hope that he might return in the last summer, and it didn't work out. But yeah, I'm sure he'll be well received.
Joe, thank you. Thank you to Joe Chapman of the Birmingham Mail. Albion last won the Cup in 1968. Newcastle United's last FA Cup success was in 1955.
Yes, the battle was over. Now, with the men he'd led so gallantly, Joe Mercer congratulated the victors. Joe Harvey and his team had done what no team had accomplished this century. They'd won the Cup 2 years running. Mr. Churchill was there to present the Cup, and he presented it. Move it don't manage to get a word from the triumphant skipper.
Well, I'm very proud indeed to be taking this cup back to Tyneside for the second time in 2 years.
That's it, the cup holders hold the cup.
65 years since they won the FA Cup. Lee Ryder of the Newcastle Chronicle joins us from the Hawthorns. Lee, good to talk to you as always. What's the background to the situation with Joe Linton and Steve Bruce? Please, can you shed any further light on what happened, and is it healed?
Between Joe Linton, I think he hasn't had any problems. It's Alan St-Maximin, which is the story going into this game, that there was a fallout behind the scenes. We checked that out this morning, and it was played down. Things get said at training grounds, but as far as the bust-up's concerned, that was completely played down, and he's on the starting lineup tonight. So you would say that it's a storm in a teacup, if anything has been said. But to be honest, what I was told was originally it was St Maximin that complained of feeling a bit sore. So I'm sure Steve Bruce will have his say on it after the game, but played down. Not ideal timing on the eve of probably the biggest cup game in 14 years. We haven't been this far, so hopefully he goes out there and puts in a good performance.
Lee, I absolutely agree with you, and I think just given for the mood of Newcastle United fans, just for the mood and to keep the spirit as high as possible as you go into this concluding chapter in the Premier League with, you're away from the relegation places, but not that far. I think this evening's absolutely massive in terms of the boost it can give the club and the fans if you move into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, I mean, this is our season now tonight. Newcastle have got to get through. If they don't, we're just facing going through the motions until the end of the season. I'm getting up to 40 points, and then that'll be it. I can't see them finishing too much higher than the mid-table area at best. So it's all down to this. There's still some excellent teams left in the competition, but if Newcastle get through tonight, it just keeps it going again for a few more weeks, and then suddenly you're just 90 minutes away from a Wembley semi-final, which I think we spoke about last time at Oxford. So that would be a huge thing for our season.
Lee, as you ask for injury news at every media conference, I'm afraid I have to say, any takeover news, Lee?
That's gone a little bit quiet for now, to be totally honest, but the official thing we can keep saying is there's still been no concrete bid on the table, and until that changes, that's parked really, that story. Yes, there's still interest there, but for me, I think as long as Mike Ashley is still in the FA Cup, he want to plaster his Sports Direct brand all over the place. You'll see that as a big thing for the club, and really until someone comes in and makes him a huge offer, he's sitting on a money-making machine anyway. So it's hard for the supporters, but as you say, tonight if they can at least get through in the FA Cup, it will give them something to cheer about, and boy do they deserve something after all these years.
Lee, is there any steer on the future of the Longstaff brothers over the last week or so since we last spoke?
Not so good news on that, because from what I'm told, I've done a story on Sunday, I think it was, where Matty Longstaff's he has got a concrete offer on the table from another club. So that is a worry, because Newcastle will now have to counter that or lose him to a European club, which would be a nightmare, because he's been one of the best young players to come through the system. As far as his brother's concerned, he's got another 2 years left on his deal, so that's not quite as pressing. Newcastle got a bit more control on that one, but Matty Longstaff, that's the one to watch. Newcastle, if they want to keep him, they're going to have to match that offer that he's been given now, and at the minute that hasn't happened.
I would imagine, how many fans have travelled down from the northeast to the Midlands this evening?
It's 5,050 exactly, because they got a few more extra tickets. So, and they're already in good voice here. It looks like they've had a good journey down.
Well, that highlights exactly, well, it's no surprise because they go everywhere, but it highlights exactly, as you said a few moments ago, that this is the season.
Yeah, it is, and I think it'll be a huge story if they get through, but it'll also be, a big and negative story if they go out, because I think they've been very patient this season, and I think 5,000 of them coming down here tonight, they will probably make their feelings known about things if they get knocked out, because, as I say, there hasn't been exactly mass protests in recent times. There's been, voices on social media as always, but there hasn't been any big vocal sort of protest on the terraces. But I think tonight, if they get knocked out, I think that might push a few of them over the edge.
Lee, I would agree with you, and I think the ramifications of that over the days to come could be quite serious.
Absolutely. If they get knocked out tonight, social media will be a place to avoid for some of us. But really, when you look at it tonight, this is a great chance. You spoke about the team news there with the lads. 9 changes. Newcastle won't get a better chance. I'm not underestimating West Brom at all, but they won't get a better chance to do it against a team below them who have got their eyes on promotion ahead of this. It's there for them. They've got to just go out there tonight and do it, and hopefully Alan St-Maximin can provide Joelinton with that much needed goal.
Lee, thank you. Lee Ryder of the Newcastle Chronicle joining us from the Hawthorns as we move nearer to kick-off in tonight's TalkSport 2 FA Cup commentary. West Bromwich Albion against Newcastle United. Over on TalkSport, it's Chelsea against Liverpool, and that TalkSport commentary is only 3 minutes away. Full coverage of the FA Cup tonight on the TalkSport network.
TalkSport 2 Live.
The FA Cup live on TalkSport 2 with the Fiat Professional range of vans. Get peace of mind with 5 years warranty, 5 years roadside assistance and 5 years servicing. Terms and conditions apply. Search Fiat Pro 555.
Right. I'm just popping out to get the paper.
OK.
I just can't get enough of the Sun raffle.
Don't we know it?
Sorry.
Well, first it was the Sun raffle mugs, then the tea towels, the dog basket, the silk kimono, the curtains, the rug, the cuddly toy, the onesie, the lamp, the loo roll, the snow globe, the cushions, my socks.
And there's one more thing.
Oh my...
Got Sun raffle fever? Pick up the Sun today for a chance to win 50 grand every month.
There's nothing particularly wrong with the day ahead of you. It's just not firing a 0.5-inch heavy machine gun out the side of a Wildcat helicopter. Search Royal Navy Reserves Experience Day London. Royal Navy Reserves. Don't do the everyday, every day.
At DFS, Spring Collection sofas are up to half price. And until Monday, you can also get extra early bird savings on selected sofas. DFS.
The spacious new Vauxhall Vivaro is big on cargo space, so you won't fill it up as often. It also has class-leading fuel economy, so you, won't fill it up as often. The new Vauxhall Vivaro, available for only £235 a month, with 6 months initial rental, excluding 20% VAT. Search New Vivaro offers. Vauxhall. Carries British business. Business users only. Initial rental of 1410 plus 35 months at 235. Contract hire on new Vivaro Edition L1H1 1.5 Turbo D 100 PS, 30,000 total contracted miles. Subject to status, T's and C's, 18 plus. Price excludes 20% VAT. You will not own the vehicle. Vauxhall Finance PLC, trading as free-to-move lease.
Live Wednesday night, FA Cup football. Sheffield Wednesday versus Manchester City. Coverage from 7. Kickoff 7:45 on TalkSport.
TalkSport 2 Live.
Livermore in for Austin. Edge of the area, turn and shot. What a goal, Charlie Austin! Oh my goodness me!
Make no mistake, it's a big game for us too. It's a big game for the club.
High to the far post. Bartley's there again. Heads it in field, and this time Semi Ajayi is there to plant the ball into the back of the net.
You are playing for the last 8, and after that, anything can happen.
St-Maximin with a deep ball in, and the header is in. Isaac Hayden has won it for Newcastle.
Hey, listen, since I walked through the door, the FA Cup is the FA Cup. You know, we've got to the 5th round for the first time in years.
Gives it back to Matty Longstaff. Matty Longstaff has done it again for Newcastle United.
A cup run gives everybody a lift, and let's hope we can progress.
Steve Bruce, the Newcastle United manager. Good evening. Ray Stubbs on duty for TalkSport 2 Live, and tonight's TalkSport 2 commentary kicks off in 15 minutes' time. West Bromwich Albion against Newcastle United. Chelsea against Liverpool is just kicking off at the Bridge. Full commentary on that tie over on TalkSport. Alongside the West Bromwich Albion Newcastle tie, there's an 8 o'clock kick-off at the Majeski Stadium for Reading against Sheffield United. Jim Proudfoot and Matt Murray are the TalkSport 2 commentary team for tonight's FA Cup tie at the Hawthorns. As Lee Ryder of the Chronicle just said, Jim, from Newcastle's perspective, this is the season.
Absolutely. I mean, but we've said that every year for the last 60 years. I mean, that's the problem that the Newcastle United fans have got. They've travelled here, as Lee said, in huge numbers. A shade over 5,000 have made their way down on what can be quite an arduous journey. The M6 hasn't been at its best today, but they've come there in fine voice, just hoping that this is the year. And their run in the FA Cup has been shocking. And they last reached the final in 1999, but they haven't reached this stage for 14 years. So just to put that in perspective, they've gone 14 years without being able to string 2 successive wins together in this competition. Now, I know they've needed replays in both ties this time round, both against League One opposition. But when they talk about this being the biggest cup tie for a while, that's why, that's the context behind it. And, okay, they're playing against a side who are top of the championship, but they made a lot of changes. Those Newcastle United supporters will be hoping, as you say, that this is their year.
Matt, when you look through the Newcastle side, before we talk about Albion, when you look through the Newcastle side, where do you see the great strengths and where do you look at areas of concern?
Well, Lascelles coming in, well, he's the captain. He knows what it's all about. He was a good championship player, and then I think he's been a very, very good servant for Newcastle. So he's got to organise. He's a captain. He's got to lift that side and say, look, when you walk out there's 5,000 travelled on a Tuesday night. So this shows what it means to this club. So don't be underestimating this. These fans, it means everything to them. And you think, you can go down in history as a player. If they win this, they'll go down in history. So give everything. So I think he's going to be key. I think Joe Linton, he scored in the FA Cup. He's not been prolific, obviously, in the Premier League. But if he's, playing for the middle, if they get the service to him, and the finish I thought against Oxford when he went through and just dinked it over Eastwood was a fantastic finish. So he has, for him it will be really important. So if he's at it, great. But if he can get some confidence, that could be massive for their Premier League campaign as well. So you look at people like Joe Linton, he has to perform. And then I think Longstaff, being a local lad, will he'll need to get about, win that midfield battle against some experienced West Brom players and provide the platform for them. And being a local lad, he'll know what it's all about. So those sort of players through the spine of the team, I think, are very, very important. And none of them should be a weakness. Like Darlow is a very good goalkeeper, hasn't played a lot, but he still wouldn't say any of them should be a weakness and should be good enough to play against championship opposition.
What's your assessment of Almiron?
Yeah, look, I saw his debut against at Molineux, it was, for Wolves. For Newcastle against Wolves. He was right at it, full of energy, and I think he's grown into it. I think the reason the fans like him, sometimes maybe a little bit of end product, he has started to get a few more goals. Took him a while to get off the team, get off the mark and get on the score sheet. But you saw when he did score for them, how popular he was, because all the players went and celebrated with him. So you see what he's about. He's got pace, he's direct, and I think that's what the fans love about him. That if any of those Newcastle fans that have travelled tonight, if they were to put on that black and white shirt, they give everything. And it seems to me that Almiron, he is that player who works really, really hard. So yeah, I do like him.
I certainly think he's favoured, Ray, by playing in a more central role. He'll be playing, we're led to believe, as a 10 tonight, just off Joe Linton, in effectively a 4-4-2 formation for Newcastle, or a 4-4-1-1, which is what they did against Burnley at the weekend. Just think he's able to influence the game a little bit more, gets more touches. All of his attacking stats go up, rather than when he's stationed out in a position out on the flanks where maybe he's got to concentrate on doing the defensive side of the game that he's not so good at, by his own admission, doesn't enjoy so much. Don't get me wrong, that has improved as well, but I just think you bring the best out of Miguel Almiron if you're playing him out as a 10. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes tonight.
Matt, looking down the West Bromwich Albion team this evening, there is an element of Slav's army in there, isn't there, with Barry and Brunt lining up alongside each other.
Yeah, well, I've been retired a long time, and I used to play with England under 16s with Gareth Barry, so I know exactly how old he is. He used to play for Aston Villa. I was at Wolves, so you know he's 38, 39 now. Won the FA Cup, lost in FA Cup final as well, so he knows what it's all about. And he's never been the quickest of players running around, but what he's always been is unbelievable how he sees a picture, great range of passing. So he'll be there pulling the strings, looking to use his experience against the likes of Longstaff, trying to stop any service as well into Almiron in that 10 spot, and so he'll be on it. Brunt, again, West Brom, he's been a really, really good servant for West Brom. His deliveries are phenomenal. He's not started as many games as you like in the Championship. He's coming on more, but when he so be looking forward to starting tonight. But anything in like corners, free kicks, if he gets in range of that trusty left foot, then he can be real quality. So yeah, what they might lack in a little bit of youth, they certainly make up for with experience.
Matt, I always find it interesting when we have the discussion about the inverted commas standing of the FA Cup, because when you look at the record books down the years, and when you look ahead in the record books in a few years' time, there won't be an asterisk that says, oh, those were the years when maybe some clubs didn't take it as seriously as others. All it will show is that a team got to the final and won, or a team got to the final and played in the FA Cup final. Same with semi-finals too. I would suggest that to the players who are involved, the standing is still immense, because they're such great occasions, and for the fans as well. I don't think it matters that it's in an era of the standing was slightly different. Just goes in the record books. I played in an FA Cup final.
Yeah, and if you speak to, I've said it, loads of my friends, have been fortunate enough to play in FA Cup finals, to win them, and it means so much to them, and they say what an occasion. And I also think that it's going to be very difficult for most teams to ever win the Premier League, to win anything else, compete in Europe. So this is their chance, and fans love that day out. You'll see it in the in the Johnson Paint, Leeson.com trophy now, what that means to those fans. They'll go, Portsmouth fans, you saw Portsmouth and Sunderland last season selling out Wembley. A final is a final, and you love your team, support your team. In a semi-final last season, Wolves versus Watford, that's what I can talk about, and I know how much it meant to the Wolves fans going there and the Watford fans, and it was a sellout again and a great atmosphere. So for a lot of clubs, that's why I can't believe how many underestimate it, because it does still mean so much to the fans, and it gives you that little bit extra. What a nice, in the League Cup for Aston Villa going there, they sold it out again and ran Man City close. So I feel that teams need to take this seriously. The more you start to progress to the rounds, the fact that some teams will be knocking each other out as well, some of the the bigger clubs, Chelsea playing Liverpool for example, that gives you that chance, and you just get another couple of kind draws, and you're in Wembley. You dream of that. You used to play the game, didn't you, with your mates? Wembley, knocking each other out to get there. FA Cup final was fantastic. So it is still magical for so many fans, and the fact that when I turn to my right and I see that Newcastle United, as I keep saying, on a Tuesday night have travelled all that way and sold out a whole end, that for me tells me that there's still a lot of magic in this competition.
Matt Murray preparing to commentate on tonight's FA Cup tie between West Bromwich Albion and Newcastle United, alongside Jim Proudfoot here on TalkSport 2. Just looking ahead to tomorrow night, Sheffield Wednesday against Manchester City in the 5th round of the Cup, commentary on TalkSport. Here on TalkSport 2, base camp is going to be the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. We're going to be at Spurs' magnificent stadium for Tottenham against Norwich. I'll be on duty with Garth Crooks alongside me tomorrow night as well. On Thursday night, Derby against Manchester United, commentary over on TalkSport. When we get to Saturday, game day as usual, packed with commentaries back-to-back. 12:30 Liverpool against Bournemouth in the Premier League on TalkSport. Here on TalkSport 2 at 12:30, it's the Championship game between Bristol City and Fulham. Game day live at 2:30 over on TalkSport. Adrian Durham presenting from Arsenal against West Ham. Ray Houghton at Crystal Palace against Watford. Alex Bruce at Leeds against Huddersfield. 3 o'clock TalkSport 2 commentary from the Premier League as Wolves against Brighton. And then at 5:30 TalkSport Burnley against Tottenham. Football commentaries back to back on the TalkSport network. We're only a few minutes away from the kick-off in tonight's TalkSport 2 FA Cup match commentary. Full commentary on the fifth round tie between Championship leaders West Bromwich Albion and Premier League Newcastle United. Winners move into the quarter-finals. And to guide us through the game, Matt Murray's alongside Jim Proudfoot.
Well, when Bobby Moncur lifted the Cup Winners' Cup to the Hungarian skies some 51 years ago, it would have seemed inconceivable that Newcastle United would still be waiting for the follow-up at the start of the 2020s. June 1969, more than a lifetime ago for some of those clad in black and white, who've travelled in their thousands to the Black Country tonight, with history dictating that any cup run is infused with hope rather than expectation. Their most recent domestic triumph is collecting its bus pass in May. The long-term absence from glory is an albatross around the neck, and a grey-haired one at that. So when it comes to the debate about silverware as opposed to the retention of their Premier League status, you can understand the majority verdict. There have been near misses, of course, but the Geordie Hordes are desperate for that one moment of glory, and conscious that in the context of other cup runs, this represents a pretty decent chance. After all, Newcastle had only won 6 FA Cup ties in 13 years coming into this season, and they hadn't even reached this stage of the competition since 2006. Their path up to this point's been a kind one, even if both of their ties against League One opposition went to replays, one of those to extra time. They are one of 4 Premier League sides who can get to the quarters without having faced top-flight opposition in the process, albeit that tonight they play the next best thing. Throw Albion fans the same question about priorities and you might get a different answer. This second year outside of the elite has been a huge success. 6 points clear of third with 10 games to go. Promotion is theirs to lose, although the shock defeat of Wigan here at the weekend was a stark reminder that nothing has been achieved just yet. Slaven Bilic's team selection speaks volumes, yet with Newcastle having won only one of the last 10 in the league, he'll feel that this is a side more than capable of securing just a 7th quarter-final in 52 years. He's made 9 changes to the team that lost to Wigan. Callum Robinson is cup-tied. Sam Johnston, Livermore, Ajayi, Pereira, Robson-Kanu all given the night off. Hegazi is injured and Kravinovic and Townsend dropped to the bench. Recalls for Jonathan Bond in goal. Furlong, Bartley will play at centre-half. O'Shea keeps his place at right-back. Kieran Gibbs comes in at left-back. Gareth Barry, at the age of 39, plays the 886th game of his career for club and country. His 51st FA Cup tie. He played in the final 20 years ago. Edwards and Harper ahead of him in midfield. Brunt on the left. Phillips on the right, and Charlie Austin, who hasn't scored an FA Cup goal remarkably for more than 9 years, leads the Albion line. Newcastle United a little bit stronger in terms of changes from the weekend. They make 6. They rotated the goalkeepers as well. Carl Darlow in. Hayden is out. Shelby, Gale and Ritchie drop to the bench. Recalls for Cher, Sean Longstaff, Bentaleb, Lazaro from suspension, and St Maximin from injuries. Darlow in goal, Manquillo, Cher, Lascelles and Rose, Sean Longstaff and Bentaleb, Lazaro and St Maximin wide, and Almiron playing on the shoulder of Joe Linton. Anthony Taylor, who's shown 8 red cards this season, is the man who takes charge. And it will be Newcastle United in their Wolves kit, if you like. It's old gold, or fluorescent orange, depending on your point of view. And they're kicking from right to left, defending the Smethwick end of the Hawthorns in this first half. That's the end that the 5,050 Newcastle United supporters with their inflatables doing the rounds as well are in at the moment. We're underway, and it is the first time that Newcastle United have played an FA Cup 5th round tie since 2006. They're in possession. Lascelles working a long ball forward, be chased by Lazaro and Joe Linton. Joe Linton's done well, he's kept it in on the right hand touchline. Little backheel flick for Lazaro. Gareth Barry's in there strongly, and he can just work the ball back to his goalkeeper, and Bond will get it away towards halfway, where Austin is beaten in the air by Lascelles. But West Brom win it back in the midfield straight away, with Phillips on this near touchline, the Albion right, just diverting it forward through the centre circle. Manquillo's in there. Albion winning it back. Slightly scrappy start to the game. But Cher will calm things down to find Danny Rose. And he will play it forward left-footed. Almiron actually ducked underneath it, thinking Joe Linton might get on the end of that. But it runs through for Jonathan Bond away to our left-hand side. We're a minute in. It's live on TalkSport 2 from the Hawthorns. And alongside me tonight, I'm delighted to say, Matt Murray.
Thank you, Jim. Yeah, it's here, but it's a good atmosphere, isn't it? It's a little bit of a scrappy start. Both teams sort of not taking any chances, building from the back, just putting their feet through it. Initially, first ball into the channel, Joe Linton traced it down well, so he set a marker. And that's what the Newcastle fans want to see. Even though he's not been scoring many goals, still work hard and then be a platform for Almiron to link off. So at the moment, does it look like a bit of a 4-4-2 from Newcastle here?
Well, a reminder that you have a choice of listening tonight. We're live at the Hawthorns. West Brom against Newcastle still 0-0 in the opening stages. But elsewhere, Chelsea lead Liverpool by a goal to 0. Willian has scored that on 13 minutes. Now one live for you right now on TalkSport. If you haven't already got it, may I suggest you download the TalkSport app. Here's Bentaleb. He's robbed Gareth Barry in possession, and he's played the ball behind Almiron from the edge of the penalty area from close range. Newcastle still have possession. There's a glorious opportunity. 3 against 2 after the mistake in the midfield. And they just haven't been able to make the most of it at all, with an inexplicable ball in behind Almiron. If that had been worked into his path from Bentaleb, then it surely would have been 1-0 to Newcastle.
Well, they haven't been scoring goals. What an unbelievable chance. How they haven't worked Jonathan Bond there. And Bentaleb sort of looked at Almiron in a way, but it was his pass that was poor. Bentaleb was there. Gareth Barry, uncharacteristic from him. He got caught there straight in, right into the heart. If you win the ball that high up the pitch, you're into a dangerous area. For Bentaleb then to play the ball behind Almiron didn't go too early. He should just have made that pass, and he surely would have been scoring from there, because he'd been finishing it like a penalty. So fantastic opportunity, and this looks like a sore one for Danny Rose, but for Newcastle point of view, they can't. What a dream start that would have been, but a lucky escape for West Brom.
Yeah, it was Gareth Barry, so much experience, but caught in possession in a dangerous area by Bentaleb, and he just played it in. He was only 5 yards away from Almiron, and he played it a yard behind him. Rose is okay, he's back on his feet. There are 3 FA Cup ties taking place tonight. Chelsea, as I mentioned, leading Liverpool 1-0. Willian with that. It's live on TalkSport. You got the TalkSport app. You can swipe left, swipe right between the 2 live games. The other is at the Medeski tonight, where it's Reading 0, Sheffield United 1. David McGoldrick scoring inside a couple of minutes for Chris Wilder's Blades. They've gone with a strong team tonight, and they lead at Reading by a goal to 0. So this, the only goalless FA Cup tie, and it shouldn't be goalless. West Brom have possession. Chris Brunt in the midfield, turning it forward, looking for Austin. Picked up well by Edwards, running towards the edge of the area. Good save from Darlow. Ball hit into a relatively central part of the goal, and Darlow, off balance, could make a strong save, diving to his left-hand side, got his hands behind it, but it was excellent play from Edwards to break forward through the midfield. And now the ball will be played out to the West Bromwich Albion left, and an opportunity for Gibbs to work it forward towards the edge of the box. Lazaro back defending for Newcastle, finds Longstaff, and he can play it forward. He wanted too much time in possession in the midfield, and it's just telling Joe Linton that he should have been given a shout there, but the free kick has been given, and it is Newcastle's, and it's about 15 yards or so inside their own half. 5 minutes gone. We expected it was going to be fast and frenetic and open, Matt. We haven't been disappointed so far.
Certainly not let us down, and good from young Kyle Edwards, because I like him. Every time I see him, I think he's a talented player. Got the ball there. Austin had pulled off, realised he couldn't slip the ball through, so went for a shot. As you say, he was central, but plenty of power.
Now here's Lazaro, player on loan from Inter Milan, laying it back for Longstaff, who's 10 yards outside the penalty area, plays it out to the Newcastle United right. It's very quickly recycled into a central position for Bentaleb. His ball forward, headed away easily by Bartley, and then brought down again in the midfield, but it was hasty through necessity from Harper. He got it into a safe position. Albion eventually are able to clear their lines down the far touchline, which is their left. Barry putting his foot on it in the midfield, lays it back for Gibbs, another former FA Cup winner in this West Brom side. He was part of the Arsenal team that beat Hull in 2014, and Steve Bruce, of course, was the Hull manager. He's hoping to get one over Bruce again tonight. Albion in possession with O'Shea, finding Furlong. He will clear it down the right-hand touchline and straight out of play for a throw. It's interesting, O'Shea started at centre-half and Furlong at right-back. I've been led to believe that it may well be the other way round tonight, but it is the Irish teenager, or the 20-year-old, should I say, who's playing at the heart of the West Brom defence alongside Kyle Bartley. He's had a very solid start. What's been an excellent season for him.
Yeah, O'Shea's highly rated here, and he has played in the fullback position, but I think he will end up in his career as a centre-half. Had a good loan spell at Exeter that actually put him ahead of young Jack Fitzwater, who was here as well. So it's nice to see so many academy graduates. Raheem Harper, Kyle Edwards out playing tonight, and all of them, well, obviously O'Shea's been starting, but the others, it's nice to see them getting more game time, because Raheem Harper under Darren Moore played a lot, but he hasn't had many minutes. So it's been a real frenetic start, as you say, and what's noticeable, whenever West Brom have the ball, Newcastle are press.
Yeah, Harper starting again tonight. He's, along with O'Shea, the only players that have been retained from the team that lost to Wigan here at the weekend. A Longstaff with a long diagonal ball forward that'll be chased. The flag has stayed down. Lazaro peels away to the edge of the area. He's got time to take a touch. He's clipped it in for Joe Linton, who can't get the power in the header, and it loops well wide. But all eyes on Mark Scholes, the assistant referee, on the far touchline, because West Brom certainly thought that the flag should have gone up.
I think he was well onside, but Gibbs wasn't aware of what was behind him, and I think he maybe as well thought he was going to be overhit and just go out. But it's really good desire, good running, and then they get bodies in the box. Newcastle, a difficult header that for Linton. But yeah, again, I think Gibbs, if anything had come from that, he'd have been disappointed that he didn't chat the run of Lazaro, and he was well onside. Yeah, but going back to Raheem Harper, to say he's only just got back in the side. He hasn't had that many minutes, and he is again a very, very talented young combative midfielder.
Yeah, and he's in possession now. He has started the last couple of league games, but those his only starts of the season. He found Barry with an excellent ball forward, good vision for Matty Phillips. Phillips towards the edge of the area, Brunt with the layoff, but it was too deft a touch from a man who hasn't started a single league game this campaign, and Newcastle are able to bring it away. First goal in League 2 tonight, Plymouth leading Grimsby by a goal to nil. Ian Holloway taking the Mariners back to one of his many former clubs, and Grimsby behind there to the Devonians, chasing automatic promotion. 0-0 in the other two games in League 2 and the one in League 1 as well. Ipswich against Fleetwood. We'll keep you up to date. Remember, in the FA Cup, Sheffield United leading at Reading, and it's Chelsea 1, Liverpool 0 in the game that's live over on TalkSport. Here on TalkSport 2, 8.5 minutes gone on a crisp but clear Black Country evening. And it's 0-0 between West Bromwich Albion and Newcastle United, with Bentaleb in possession, laying it back for Lascelles. Lascelles exchanging passes with Avi Manquillo out on the right-hand touchline. It's then worked for by Longstaff, mopped up by Bartley with the aid of Gibbs. They've played round Lazaro into the feet of Barry and back again, and then Gibbs will turn it back for his goalkeeper, and Jonathan Bond whacks it away. Cher coming to meet it, beats Phillips in the air. Albion win the second ball again, but Gareth Barry can't quite get there. Bentaleb with a lovely turn, and did really well. That was appreciated by the travelling supporters. Longstaff brings it forward, urged to shoot, foul instead, not too far outside the box. And this is a free kick in a very promising position, very central, but in terms of distance, spot on, 8 or 9 yards outside the penalty area.
As you say, Jim, spot on for distance wise, because players don't like it too close to get it up and down. A little bit further out and it would be, harder, and as a goalkeeper you're fancying yourself, but here they'll have a left footer or a right footer over the ball. You get your wall lined up, and these are the moments for Jonathan Bond, because he hasn't played many games where he's got to be brave. His wall has to defend one side, he has to defend the other, but all that came about was from fantastic skill from Bentaleb, and then driving from Sean Longstaff. Looked like a little hand on the shoulder, so they'll be looking to hit the target for sure, follow in for pieces, but great opportunity, dangerous position.
Well, the two standing over it are Cher, the right footer, and Bentaleb, the left footer. Albion have got 5 in a wall. Joe Linton standing to the side of that wall, but far enough away to be legitimate. It's Bentaleb to strike it, left-footed straight into the quintet of Albion players. Work back in, and Joe Linton couldn't quite make the most of it as Cher flicked it back forward, and Jonathan Bond is able to pick it up.
Yeah, Steve Bruce will be disappointed with that because it's a great opportunity, as you said, perfect position to work the goalkeeper. And then when the shot came in, Joe Linton's touch should have been better, because if he'd have controlled that, again, he might have been in for a shot on goal.
Well, another free kick's given Newcastle's way, this one in a deeper area, and it was a needless concession from Darnell Furlong, the former Queen's Park Rangers man. Just brought Bentaleb down. The free kick taken by Newcastle in their orange kit. Back to Lascelles. And Lascelles to Manquillo, who works it all the way back for the substitute goalkeeper. Invariably a substitute goalkeeper, but the man starting tonight, Carl Darlow. Rose goes up for it with Furlong. He's beaten in the air, but it's straight out of play for a throw that'll be taken on the Newcastle United left. Down in front of us, 11 gone, Matt, and still 0-0. Chances at both ends.
Yeah, chances at both ends, very competitive. Newcastle having slightly more controlled possession probably, and whenever West Brom have it at the back, Newcastle pressing higher. West Brom trying to set traps a little bit more, and a slightly, more conservative press, and just getting back into shape and sliding a little. But it's a real intensity, and maybe because West Brom have made the 9 changes, Newcastle the 6, that's why Newcastle started that little bit more, few players that are sharper and more cohesive. But all in all, good game. But I would say Newcastle are shading it, and should have at least worked Bond.
And St Maximin will bring it forward here. He's crowded out of it very effectively, and the midfield has stayed down injured, and there was an angry reaction as well from Carl Bartley. He thought he made the most of it, and after the ball had gone, he just leant over St Maximin and told him what he thought. Play continues with O'Shea, who's making the 50th senior appearance of his career tonight. Only a handful of those for the Albion. And he's laid it back for Jonathan Bond. Bond's long clearance over Phillips' head, and Rose just very cleverly eased him under the flight of the ball. And Cher, who's making his 50th appearance for Newcastle this evening, just plays it towards Lascelles. Newcastle more than happy to split the centre-halves really wide, and Sean Longstaff will drop in between them when that happens. They just play within the parameters of the penalty area now, but occasionally they do drift into really wide positions. Newcastle work it forward, trying to get Joe Linton's pace in behind Furlong, but the pass was overhit, and it goes into the hoardings in front of the Bromley Road end, away to our left-hand side. 13 gone here on TalkSport 2, and it remains West Bromwich Albion 0, Newcastle United 0.
And you can see, as you say, when they're having possession at the back controlled, they are trying to get Bentaleb and Sean Longstaff on the ball. So Bentaleb, we call that a false fullback position, so Rose goes up higher, Bentaleb dropping into the fullback position then where it's hard to press, and he obviously played the longer ball there. And as you say, Sean Longstaff trying to be the one in the middle more, being the pivot there and control possession. So it's interesting to see the patterns of play that they work on the training ground, and it's been a good start. I've really enjoyed this game so far.
Danny Rose, who's playing in the 5th round for the 5th time in his career, launches it forward from a throw, helped back by Chris Brunt. High ball forward from him, will be chased by Charlie Austin. Austin's little cushioned header, and Cher is then able to clear it into Austin, and out of play for a throw that will be taken on the Newcastle United left, but by Rose in a much deeper position. Newcastle coming into this one have won only one of the last 10 Premier League games, have still been able to keep clean sheets in half of the last 8 matches that they've played. Albion work it back for Bond. Rare appearance for him. Very much the number 2 to Sam Johnston here at the Hawthorns. Played forward to Barry. Barry to Furlong, who motions to play it forward and then just turns it away from the jumping St Maximin to get it back for Gareth Barry. And then played by O'Shea back to his goalkeeper, and Bond will play out from the back to feed Kyle Bartley. The last time these two sides met in the FA Cup was back in 2010. Andy Carroll got a couple that day, but Albion won by 4-2 in a 4th round tie here at the Hawthorns. In fact, Newcastle's only ever victory against West Brom in the FA Cup was en route to the final when they beat West Brom at this stage back in 1974. You're listening to West Bromwich Albion against Newcastle in the 5th round of the FA Cup. It's live on TalkSport 2, the Fiat Professional range of vans. A true professional always goes the extra mile. Search Fiat Pro 555. Terms and conditions apply. We're 15 minutes in. Albion in possession. Good long ball over the top, which Austin's going to chase. Phillips has made a run from out to in, but he can't get there either. And it will roll through for Carl Darlow, who bowls it out for Lascelles to get Newcastle going again. Entertaining stuff with both goalkeepers having work to do, but neither beaten so far.
Yeah, and good play from Edwards there, because again Newcastle are pressing, but because he showed that bit of skill to beat the press, and you can see then, say Phillips making that run from out to in. That's the tactics. What if we can beat the press, or if ever they nick it, West Brom, they're going to look and try and get the ball forward quickly. As you say, I still think Newcastle, Steve Bruce will be thinking, how when we nicked that ball and went through, did we not end up getting the ball to Almiron for a shot?
Yeah, it was the mistake by Barry that Bentaleb didn't make the most of. That's been the clearest opening. Darlow with the one significant save that he's had to make so far, denying Raheem Harper. But that is goalless, 16 gone. Newcastle in possession with Lascelles playing a route one ball for. This time the flag is up against Joe Linton, and it's a free kick for the offside, which will be taken about 10-15 yards outside the West Bromwich Albion penalty area. That game at Home Park, Plymouth now leading Grimsby by 2-0 in League Two. Still goalless at Exeter and Swindon. The FA Cup, Chelsea 1, Liverpool 0, Willian. Reading 0, Sheffield United 1, McGoldrick. Newcastle coming across to cover the run forward of Harper. Austin whacks it high. Whistle's already gone, and it's a free kick to Newcastle. Midway between the edge of their own penalty area and the edge of the centre circle. 17 minutes on the clock, 0-0.
Yeah, slightly high boot. I don't think Raheem Harper realised, that Manquillo was coming in there with his head. So it was just, no malice in it. But what's nice to see that when West Brom do get it and look forward, then the midfielders are looking to join in and get in there with support. Going back to the Darlow save, that would have been nice for him to settle him down early on, and he was dipping, swerving, so there he just made sure he got two good hands on it and beat it away. And the problem is for these two goalkeepers, when you're behind Dubravka or Sam Johnson, they're robust, they're consistent, they play every week. That's why you want a cut run, to try and get some games.
Well, just to put it in perspective, this is Darlow's 5th appearance of the season for Newcastle, and it's only Jonathan Bond's 7th in his 2 years here at the Hawthorns, where he's been behind Johnston. So you need to make the most of those opportunities as best you can, knowing that every error is going to be magnified. Ball forward from Cher for Newcastle, out to the right flank, brought down into a more central position now for Bentaleb. Bentaleb to St Maximin, back from the Frenchman to Bentaleb again, who's whacked it down towards the left-hand touchline, where it's well controlled by Danny Rose. St Maximin again, almost able to pick out a good run forward from the back from Manquillo. But West Brom got the defensive angles right. Cher is able to win it back for Newcastle. He will clip it forward. Joe Linton again, the bleached blonde hair, giving chase, taking it to outside O'Shea. He's done really well, Joe Linton. It's inside the area. Still Joe Linton goes. The shot that Bond has saved at the near post. Joe Linton stays down injured. It is a Newcastle corner as it was hammered away, which Lazaro will go across the take. But that was excellent play from Joe Linton. Picked up the ball on the left-hand touchline, ran the long way round O'Shea, still had so much work to do, but drew a challenge inside the penalty area, and a decent stop from Bond.
Yeah, good stop from Bond, but O'Shea's learnt there, because Joe Linton really shouldn't be going anywhere, but he got a little bit too tight, got rolled. Then when he cuts inside like that and drills it hard and low, sometimes that can go through you as a goalkeeper. Bond's just stood big. And it's a smart save, it's a good save, but excellent play from Joe Linton, and that will give him real confidence, because big price tag, isn't it, on him, and it hasn't really happened for him. He's done well in the cup, but in the league it's just not happened. But that was a little glimpse of why they paid the money.
Well, he is back on his feet. Dwight Gale had been sent out to warm up, and there was a great ovation as he warmed up in front of the Albion fans, a firm favourite here after a brilliant loan spell last season, of course. But it's his former side that have to defend a corner from his current one. Lazaro's going to take this. Newcastle temporarily down to 10. Joe Linton's received the treatment, but he's off the field of play. Lazaro's going to take it. Be a right-footed in-swinging delivery from him. O'Shea's got his arms all around Lascelles. He was the target. Bartley heads it away well. Rose picks it up for Newcastle. Plays it back to the deepest of the Newcastle outfield players, Manquillo. He very quickly hits it out towards the right-hand touchline for Almiron. Almiron running round it, curves a left-footed ball forward. Joe Linton, who's back on the field, probably would have been offside if he'd gone for that. As a consequence, West Brom had a free header to bring it away. Austin on the turn, can't pick out a man, but Rose Dally's in possession, and Phillips beats him. And Phillips will run towards the edge of the area. Cher getting a foot in, but coming back to win it back is Harper. He's then lost out to Longstaff. Newcastle bring it forward. Almiron with his foot in the midfield. St Maximan running with real intent at Bartley. Tried to knock it to his left-hand side for Joe Linton. O'Shea came across, cut out the pass at the expense of a corner.
Yeah, real pace there, attacking, the counter-attack. There's a couple of counters, recounters, nicking it, and then Maximan running there with real pace. And you could see Joe Linton was holding his space, so Maximan tried to feed it through, but it was good defending in the end. So there's going to be another corner that West Brom have to defend. They've got Joe Linton now on the pitch, Newcastle, because it'd have been gutted he wasn't on the pitch in the first corner with the height of him, but near enough another good opportunity on that counter-attack. So really open game.
Joe Linton standing by the penalty spot. Twisting and turning, Bentaleb running interference. Joe Linton at the far post, wins it, heads it down, Longstaff over the bar. That's a really well worked set piece that. It was all about the movement. Gareth Barry trying to pick up Joe Linton, and all of a sudden Bentaleb just blocked Barry. That allowed Joe Linton to peel round the back. He headed it down, but it was a difficult bounce for Longstaff, and all he could do was fire it into the Birmingham road end.
Yeah, and that's why it's hard when you defend in the corner, because obviously the attacking team have little signals. Then the delivery has to be there, and you find that the higher level you play that the delivery is on point. Clever little block in there, like you said, Jim. Joe Linton's done really well, because he's sort of stretching it, headed it back into a dangerous area, and if that had not sat up quite so high with the quality Sean Longstaff has, you'd have backed him to hit the target, but he was just sort of couldn't quite get over it. But again, a really well worked corner. Oh, could that be a customary yellow card that Gareth Barry usually gets, or are you going to get away with it?
Well, he just has learned by the age of 39 to smile sweetly at the referee. Even Anthony Taylor's got a reputation for dishing the cards out a bit. Almiron, Brunt had a little nibble at him. He'd fail. Barry made sure he didn't fail, but it's no yellow card. That's his one.
Yeah, I think he definitely had. Yeah, that's your one. And next time you're in, because Gareth Barry in the Premier League, I think he's one of the most booked players, isn't he?
Absolutely. In comes Lazaro's free kick for Newcastle. Brunt can head it away. Osman down towards the near touchline, the Newcastle left. St Maximan playing it back for Longstaff, urged to shoot again, and he's probably just about picked out the same fan behind Bond's goal as he blazes it high and wide. We're midway through the first half, and it is still West Bromwich Albion 0, Newcastle United 0. Chelsea leading Liverpool 1-0. Willian and Reading 0, Sheffield United 1, McGoldrick. The Chelsea-Liverpool game live right now over on TalkSport. In League 1, Ipswich Fleetwood's 0-0. League 2, the big game, Exeter leading Crewe 1-0, Tom Parks. Plymouth 2 up at home to Grimsby, and leader Swindon being held at the moment at the county ground by Scunthorpe. They're all 7:45 kickoffs. Charlie Austin, talking to Swindon, former Swindon boy, flicks it on. He's looking for the run of Phillips. Newcastle can deal with it, lay it back for Darlow, who clears from in front of that section of Newcastle United supporters with tsunami flags just down behind his goal, away to our left-hand side. They've been in fine voice and fine spirits as well, as you can imagine. I mentioned that it's the first time they've reached this stage for 14 years. They have, though, got an excellent record when they get here. They've won each of their last 7 fifth-round ties. The last of them against Southampton back in 2006. Last time they lost at this stage of the FA Cup, nearly 30 years ago now, in the first season of Premier League football. We went down to Blackburn Rovers in 1993, but ever since then, they've won. When they have got to the 5th round, they've made it through to the quarter-finals. Here's Cher in possession for Newcastle United, able to bring it forward. It's 0-0 tonight, with Newcastle having the majority of possession up to this point and the better and more frequent sights of goal. Rose, back from him to Cher, put under pressure from Phillips. Cher can turn it forward, Bartley knocks it away, and it's a good clearance as well, straight to Charlie Austin. Austin had Phillips making a run ahead of him, but he was offside, so Austin had to hold it up. It's laid it back for Furlong. Furlong curves it inside the penalty area. Lascelles with the defensive header that buys his side a bit of time. Manquillo will help it further away, but Gibbs picks it up on the Albion left. laid back for Brunt. Left-footed ball in from him. Would have been goalkeeper's ball. Cher not taking any chances or not heeding the cry from his goalkeeper. Played it, got it away, then turns to acknowledge to Darlow that he shouldn't have done. Newcastle have got it upfield and will have it now with Longstaff, who tries to spike one over the top of O'Shea, and Joe Linton has just run past him. O'Shea trying to hold him up, Joe Linton ran round him and he's picked up the ball. He's laid it back here for Saint-Maximin. Saint-Maximin wearing 10 for Newcastle to Longstaff. Now to Lazaro, right hand side of the penalty area, low cross from him, took a touch off Brunt and then he's cleared relatively comfortably from the edge of the penalty area by O'Shea. But that was a nasty moment for the young Irishman. They just tried to block off the run of Joe Linton, who powered past him.
Yeah, he's had a couple of nervy moments. The one obviously down on the touchline, which ended up with Bond producing a good save. And there, he's like he was expecting his goalkeeper to come, but he was never going to make it into the box. Joe Linton would have always been favourite. And I always say to defenders, don't you call your goalkeeper. Unless you hear your keeper, you deal with it. And he would have been in charge of it. He was in front, and then it ended up in a dangerous position. At the other end, I don't mind that when the cross comes in. Shah wasn't sure, headed it clear, and then says to his goalkeeper, all right, sorry about that one, but at least he headed it clear. But yeah, O'Shea's had a couple of dangerous moments. I'm going to chat with Jonathan Bond now, deal with it, and then have the conversation. But Joe Linton, fair play to him, not giving up lost causes.
Yeah, he's been game tonight. He certainly has been. He has scored in every round of the FA Cup so far. Joe Linton, man whose sole Premier League goal was the winner at Tottenham back in August. Hasn't scored in his last 25 Premier League games, but has found the net against both Rochdale and Oxford in this cup run. Plymouth have found the net again as well. They're 3-0 up at home to Grimsby before half-time. This one's still 0-0, the only FA Cup tie tonight that is. We've got more live FA Cup action for you tomorrow as well, over on Talk Sport tomorrow. League Cup winners Manchester City go to Sheffield Wednesday. Trevor Sinclair alongside me for that one tomorrow night. I'll tell you in a few moments' time what's coming up, all the live games coming up for you the rest of the week here on the Talk Sport network. This one though, 27 minutes in, and it remains 0-0. Danny Rose has got the ball in his hand. It's going to be a throw that he will take. He's laid it back for Cher. Cher a couple of yards in from the left-hand touchline. Pings a long diagonal ball for Bartley there, though, ahead of Joe Linton. Now Gareth Barry's got a bit of time in the midfield, and the 39-year-old working it down towards Phillips, who will turn away from his opposite number 10, Saint-Maximin. Ball into a dangerous area. Good defensive header on the dive from Manquillo to get it to safety. He found Rose for Bentaleb, and now an opportunity for Newcastle to bring it away again into the feet of Saint-Maximin, very quickly closed down by Gareth Barry. Saint-Maximin continues in possession, played forward into the feet of Almiron, and he can turn. His ball forward looking for Joe Linton, well read by Furlong. Furlong chipping it forward over the top. Austin just making a run into space, took his eyes off the ball, and Lascelles was able to get it under control very neatly. Bentaleb now, former Tottenham man, working it forward through the midfield. Sliding challenge, can't divert the ball away from Joe Linton. It's a Maximano! He's whacked one in from 30 yards and it's hit the post. Bond beaten all ends up. He scored a spectacular goal at Oxford, and he was very nearly able to replicate it there. Minimal backlift, 30 yards out, and he has whacked it towards the Albion goal. And he's a couple of inches away from giving Newcastle United what on the balance of play would have been a deserved lead. Now Albion will try and work it forward with Brunt looking for the run of Edwards, but Newcastle can cut that one out. And as they win it back in the midfield, it goes through for Bomb, the Albion goalkeeper, but he didn't even smell that shot from Saint-Maximin.
Oh, what a strike. Say 30 yards. He's got options left and right. He goes, no, I was going to hit this. And Jonathan Bond, two goalkeepers wouldn't have got near that. It was an unbelievable strike. It had dip, swerve, wobble on it, power. Wow, what a strike. And Newcastle have been good. They've looked a threat, looked solid defensively, and really good going forward.
But it is 0-0, and West Brom are on the front foot here with Gibbs. He's brought it back to the edge of the penalty area where a shot hits maybe the arm of Bentaleb. The referee was well placed to say it was the chest. Remember, because this is a non-Premier League venue, there's no VAR tonight. Here's Bartley.
Good.
No comment. Bartley back to Harper. And now O'Shea is going to be able to bring it forward. Phillips able to take the ball on the turn. Plays it back inside the centre circle for Chris Brunt. League One, Ipswich 0, Fleetwood 1. Joey Barton's men have taken the lead there at Portman Road. Austin on the turn. Good save from Darlow. It's a good strike. That was Charlie Austin getting the ball out from underneath his feet, and he whacked one in from the edge of the D, and Darlow threw a hand up and diverted it away.
It's a good strike, but he's got Furlong to his right. I don't know if he just lays it into his path with the right way to pass, then Furlong would come on and look to strike it hard and low, and he has scored goals this season, but good stinging effort, and again, well dealt with by Darlow. Really open, entertaining game.
So this is Albion's first corner now, and it'll be taken on the right flank. 31 minutes gone. In front of the Smethwick end. Chris Brunt's going to take it. It's going to be a left-footed in-swinger from those yellow boots. Plenty of dark blue and white shirts to aim at inside that penalty area. Bartley is forward. Furlong in there as well. It's whacked in towards the edge of the 6-yard box. A looping header over the bar from Bartley. It was off balance. Difficult chance for him. Slightly behind him as well. And Darlow doesn't have a save to make. 31 gone. It's still in a very entertaining cup tie that, of course, will be played to a finish tonight. No fifth-round replays now, but it's still 0-0.
Yeah, and I think that's good as well. I know in some ways the replays are nice, and Newcastle have had to face them. But at least we're going to get a result tonight. But I think it's been a real tempo there. The corner whipped in, and Lascelles knew he couldn't win it, but he did enough that Bartley couldn't get a clear head on it. And I think there's been a few really good defensive headers from a Newcastle point of view.
Almiron has lost possession. Did well. Came back and won it back with the aid of Manquillo. And Jamal Lascelles sits a crossfield ball, which Danny Rose will bring under control at the second time of asking, and then just work it up the touchline for St Maximin. Barry pressing him as quickly as he can, but St Maximin will bring it away. We've already seen how dangerous it can be. What a pass for Almiron! 1-0 Newcastle. Richly deserved, and 5,000 travelling Geordies go wild. That's what St Maximin's all about. Bringing it under control, driving with intent, picking out a pass. Almiron making the run, drawing Bond, clipping it past him. West Brom 0, Newcastle United 1, and it's no more than they deserve.
Well, I always take my hat off to your knowledge, Jim, and you said to me Almiron is more effective playing through the middle. St Maximin, he's been outstanding, but it's the run from Almiron to recognise he's well onside, but the way to pass is beautiful. It means he doesn't even have to take a touch. It means he can look up, see the advancing goalkeeper, pick his spot. But Almiron definitely in that 10 role, he's intelligent. Every now and again he's drifting into wider areas, but he's recognised there that he's going to make the run, he's going to get in behind. Fantastic left foot finish. But St Maximin, there's been a few players in this Newcastle side who've been excellent, Bentaleb, but St Maximin, every time he's gone forward, he's looked like he's going to score, create, and as you said, wow, listen to the noise, and those Newcastle fans, do not tell me that this FA Cup, the magic has gone.
Well, now they will believe that a first fifth-round tie in 14 years could be followed in 3 weeks' time by a first quarter-final in 14 years as well. Nicky Almiron's third FA Cup goal of the season. West Brom looking for a response, able to bring the ball forward with Harper. Wide from him to Edwards. Charlie Austin waiting in the middle. Edwards checking back onto his right foot. Oh, not too far away from Austin. Or Phillips, who's coming in at the far post. Austin in the middle, stretched, and he just beat him. Just in the end, a little bit too much pace on the cross from Edwards, but it wasn't far away from finding the striker or the right winger in the box.
And if any young people can get back and watch the footage of here, Danny Rose has just done classic fullback play. He's recognised you are defending that big rectangle in the middle. Doesn't matter about the winger. Austin appealed away. He knew he needed to cover round. Couldn't get the header, but just did enough to ease him out of it. Really good defending from Danny Rose, and it's good to see him back playing as well. So as I say, New couldn't win it. Really good fullback play, and like you said, Jim, they haven't been scoring goals, but they haven't been conceding them either in the Premier League. And from what I'm seeing this evening, the way the fullbacks come around, how well drilled they are, that's why.
Manquillo on the right flank for Newcastle, heads it down for Lazaro, back from him to Longstaff, and then clip round the corner from Almiron, the goal scorer. finding Joe Linton, who was brought down, but no foul. And the Newcastle United supporters dreaming of going to Wembley. Some of them doing the dreaming without shirts on anymore, as is the typical Tyneside way, supporting their club away from home. Here's O'Shea, and he will play it down towards Furlong on the West Bromwich Albion right. Back to O'Shea again. O'Shea to the halfway line for Gareth Barry, into the feet of Edwards to Bartley, and then work wide out to the left-hand touchline for Kieran Gibbs to bring it in field. He finds Harper, back for Bartley again. Newcastle United leading by a goal to nil. Nicky Almiron's 5th of the season. Here's Chris Brunt though, as West Brom trying to get themselves back on level terms within 3 or 4 minutes. Brunt in possession, 20 yards outside the penalty area. Space on the West Bromwich Albion right for Furlong, and he peels away, chests it down neatly, and will take on St Maximin. Almost beat him. It was an excellent recovery challenge. The second time of asking, he was able to get a touch to get it away. West Brom pick it up again though, in a deeper area with Phillips. Phillips will take on Almiron. Clever little nutmeg of St Maximin. Furlong drives it in, into Rose, and out of play for a West Brom throw. Good response, Matt, from West Bromwich Albion.
Yeah, it has been a good response, and they're well up for it. This is a proper cup tie. It really is. Both teams going for it, playing with quality, intensity. It's a real competitive nature. See if some good challenges going in. Again, I like that from Rose, because St Maximin gets beaten, but Rose stops the cross. You don't see fullbacks, I think, wanting to stop crosses enough at the moment. So yeah, really good game, but as you say, a good response from West Brom, trying and pushing to get back into this.
Darnell Furlong's going to take a throw for West Bromwich Albion. 4 steps forward, gets to the byline, the touchline, and actually stops. And then when he belatedly takes the throw, throws it into Harper, who's ball back to him, misses him, and he goes out of play for a Newcastle throw. And already they're happy just to try and run a few seconds off the clock, leading by a goal to nil with 8 minutes to go to half time. It is a beautiful, crisp, clear night, as we've been saying, but there was a cloud, a smoke cloud of delight hovering over the Smethwick end. Flares led off, a bit of pyro. The Newcastle United supporters thoroughly enjoying the moment.
Yeah, they are, but as you say, they're taking a while, aren't they, over this throw, Danny Rose, because they've just felt that West Brom are having a little go at them, so let's just take the sting out of it. St Maximin moving a bit gingerly. I'm sure he'll walk it off, but yeah, because it's been a good response from West Brom, so Newcastle just need to sort of weather it, stay organised. I'm not sure if they'll keep pressing like they were, but they are certainly trying to slow it down, because West Brom, without seriously testing Darlow since the goal, have got into some dangerous areas. But it's a really good atmosphere, really, really good atmosphere.
Swindon have taken the lead just before half-time at home to Scunthorpe in their game in League 2. And Exeter, who lead Crewe by a goal to nil, would leapfrog the Alex up into second. Plymouth 3-0 up at half-time in their game will be up to 4th. Ipswich Hill Fleetwood won the half-time score at Portman Road in League 1. Now Phillips was blocked off there by Rose. It was a quick free kick, and then he did it again from that free kick, and he's going to be called over here. Will Danny Rose. West Brom's restart will take place about 10 yards inside the Newcastle United half. Rose being spoken to. I don't think he's going to be anything more than a lecture, but he will be told, like Gareth Barry before him, that he's had his free pass for the night. Now what can Phillips do from this free kick now? Bartley's forward towards the edge of the area. Austin stands on the edge of the D. O'Shea in there attacking it as well. Newcastle keeping a high line. Phillips with plenty of air underneath it, whacks it in, little nodded, a cushion header down. Joe Linton wins the second ball. Rose clears, headed back by Gibbs, returned in kind by Longstaff. Edwards will try and take it on. Lascelles clears and then urges his fellow defenders to push out, keep the line high. West Brom win the loose ball back in the midfield again with Austin, and then Phillips trying to take a chance to get it through the legs of Bentaleb, failed, but no harm done for West Brom, who work it back for O'Shea. He finds Bartley, back for O'Shea again. Now the opportunity for the Irishman to play in Furlong, and Furlong clears into the feet of Chris Brunt. Brunt, who played in the 4th round win for West Brom against Newcastle 10 years ago, but a decade on, finds himself at the moment on the losing side. Long way to go. What's been a hugely absorbing FA Cup tie. Here live on TalkSport 2 with Matt Murray alongside me. Cher in possession. Cher brings it towards halfway. Left-footed ball clipped, a nice shape on it, but Gibbs covered the run of Manquillo and heads it back for Bond. 1-0 Newcastle.
Yeah, 1-0, and it's been a good game. And sometimes when there's been so many changes, 6 by one, 9 by the other, they can be a bit disjointed, these games, or people lack a bit of sharpness, fitness. Sometimes the patterns of play because they haven't played together. But both teams are playing really, really well. I think Newcastle deserved their lead and have got into some other good positions. Obviously struck the woodwork. Keeper had made a couple of saves. But it was a well-taken goal from Almiron. Really good movement. But West Brom responded well coming back into it. I think young O'Shea is having, he's learning because when Joe Linton plays on him, he is getting a little bit of joy. But all in all, really good game. Really, really good game.
And the Albion will bring it forward again down the left-hand side, which is the far touchline in front of the rainbow stand here at the Hawthorns. Back to Bartley. Bartley to O'Shea. And O'Shea can take it on, and he can venture forward 10 or 15 yards into Newcastle territory. Furlong swinging in a deep, pacey cross. Too high for Austin. Cleared by Manquillo. Hooked further away by Longstaff, and then Almiron will battle with Bartley and won it. And then was brought down by Bartley, who turned and had his arms round him, and Almiron was cute there. Felt the touch on the top of the shoulders and went to ground to allow Newcastle to regroup and take a free kick in the midfield.
Well, certainly no question mark of any of the Newcastle players' mentality coming here. They have all worked really hard. Again, good, clever play from Almiron. It's a real mismatch physically, but he just gets his body and wins a free kick. Again, takes a sting out of it, gets his team up the pitch. I've been just how well drilled they are in and out of possession, because again, when the cross came in from the right, fullback Manquillo tucking round, heads it clear, and that's work on the training ground again and again and again. And then when they get the ball, nice and expansive, but it'll only take one misplaced pass when they are open, and West Brom could cut right through them.
You're listening to West Bromwich Albion 0, Newcastle 1 in the 5th round of the FA Cup. It's live on TalkSport 2 with the Fiat Professional range of vans. A true professional always goes the extra mile. Search Fiat Pro 555. Terms and conditions apply. Now, he said that Danny Rose had his get out of jail free card. He's just rolled a pair of sixes again. He's fouled Phillips. He's in the book now.
Yeah, and it's not a malicious challenge, but it's just a totting up one, isn't it? He's come in, you can't come through the back like that. He's not gone to the ground or anything, but it's a totting up. Referee just says, no, that's enough now, and just laid his little mark. Is that the first card of the game as well? But now Danny Rose will have to use his experience, because one missed time challenge and suddenly that can swing the whole game, because he would be sent off.
Bentaleb heading the ball down in the midfield for Longstaff. Back from him to Lascelles, and he finds his keeper. Darlow out to Rose. Rose checking back, turning away from Chris Brunt. Of course, less than a year since Danny Rose is playing in a Champions League final, hoping to reach the first FA Cup final of his career now at his new club. West Brom have it again in the midfield and work it forward towards Gareth Barry. Barry checks, turns it away to the right-hand side for Brunt, as Reading equalised at the Medeski Stadium. Reading 1, Sheffield United 1. Here's Phillips. Phillips on the right-hand side of the penalty area for West Brom. Awkward deflection on the cross. Darlow coming out, couldn't quite attack the ball and take it at its highest point, but was able to get there and bring it into his midriff ahead of Charlie Austin. And then we'll just wait a moment, bowl it out for Cher to get Newcastle going again, man.
Yeah, you say it took a nick. It's horrible when the ball comes off your defender like that and puts a funny spin on it. And that's why Darlow didn't do textbook goalkeeping, because you're right, Jim, you should take the ball at the highest point. He let it drop, which risks people getting in front of you. But he must have had a picture and knew that Austin was too far away. But yeah, it's a nervy moment. It's horrible when a ball spins like that just below your crossbar. And you would expect your goalkeeper to go and attack it. But on an earlier attack, if Gibbs hadn't have made that vital interception when Sam Maximin tried to play the ball through, then Lazaro would have been in behind that back four of West Brom and bearing down on Jonathan Bond. So what could have been a very dangerous moment was averted, and that's an unforced error there from Jonathan Bond.
He just kicked it straight out of play for a throw that will be taken on the Newcastle United right, midway inside the Albion half. That Reading goal, incidentally, the equaliser in their cup tie home to Sheffield United, scored by George Puskas from the penalty spot. after a foul by George Baldock. 1-1 coming up to half-time at the Medeski Stadium. Chelsea against Liverpool will be back underway in a couple of minutes' time, live over on TalkSport. 1-0 Chelsea lead that one. Sam Matterface talking through the action with Sags in the chair right now over on TalkSport. We're just going into a minute of stoppage time here at the Hawthorns when Newcastle deservedly lead by a goal to nil. Almiron's 33rd minute strike, played in by St Maximin, the difference between the two sides. And here's St Maximin again, laying it back for Rose, right in front of his manager Steve Bruce. He's rolled it forward for St Maximin, who turns and goes back for Lascelles. Just an exercise in keeping possession through the minute that remains in this first half. But Newcastle fancy their chances of maybe getting a little bit more. Lazaro is in. Good 1-2 with Manquillo. Check ball back. Might break for Joe Linton. Back heel flick from him. Almiron makes it 2. He scored twice in 12 minutes. More travelling Tyneside ecstasy. Newcastle United will take a 2-0 advantage into half-time and will believe now that they've got 1 foot in the FA Cup quarter-final. It was a goal that came from the refusal to make anything a lost cause. Wonderful 1-2 between Manquillo and Lazaro. Jolinton was off balance, but still managed to react quickly to a deflection, flick a little backheel ball towards the penalty spot. Almiron was the one that read it, and he's lashed it into the roof of the net to make it West Bromwich Albion 0, Newcastle United 2.
Well, you've seen relationships there. So down the right-hand side, Manquillo and Lazaro linking up together. Really, really good. And then you see Joe Linton, the big striker. He goes through. And what he does is he knows that he can't do anything, but he just thinks, I'm going to keep this alive. I know where my strike partner should be. So there's another little relationship, and he back heels the ball into the middle of the goal. He's about around the penalty spot, but what an emphatic finish. He stood no chance at all, Jonathan Bond, and what timing as well. Just before half-time, a real sucker blow to West Brom, but Newcastle have been excellent. Fantastic goal.
Beginning to make a little bit of a name for himself in this FA Cup, Miggy Almiron. He had a slow start to his Newcastle United career, but he scored FA Cup goals 3 and 4 of his season, 2 in 12 minutes, and Newcastle United leave the field with a 2-goal advantage. The FA Cup quarterfinals beckoning for Steve Bruce's men for the first time in 14 years. Albion with it all to do. Half-time, West Brom 0, Newcastle 2.
Jim Proudfoot and Matt Murray are the TalkSport 2 commentary team for tonight's FA Cup 5th round tie between West Bromwich Albion and Newcastle United. Second half commentary to come. A quick check on the other FA Cup scores so far this evening. Chelsea 1, Liverpool 0, half time. Closing stage of the first half in the Reading Sheffield United tie, 1-1. Matt Murray, Newcastle, very, very impressive in that first 45 minutes. Would you agree?
Yeah, clear game plan, in and out of possession, very good. So whenever West Brom have the ball at the back, Newcastle are pressing with intensity. And then when they get the ball, Newcastle, they'll have control spells of it, possession, but when they want to, they can just step it up. They've got real pace and power. And when I listen to a lot of people talk about Joe Linton, they say, oh, he's not a number 9, he's better coming in from the wide. You know, that's where he played for Hoffenheim, hasn't scored many goals. But tonight, he has led the line so well. Right from the first whistle, down into the channel, got the ball, got another chance that he created when he got ahead of O'Shea. Done that a couple of times, and Bond had made saves from him. Almiron, Jim said it in the build-up that he is more effective in that sort of 10 role, playing off somebody. And that, like, two of them sometimes are up top together, other times Almiron's dropping in the pocket. And Sam Maximin, wow, the strike he hit off the post, the energy, he's working really, really hard defensively, but then when he's going forward, West Brom just can't cope with him. I think every single Newcastle player has been brilliant. I really, really do. Darlow, a couple of times he's been called upon, has made the saves. Very, very well drilled and organised defensively. But those threats they've got at the top end of the pitch, and to get that goal just before half-time, Almiron scored 2 really, really good goals, and Steve Bruce will be delighted with his team's work.
What's the way back for Albion, or is it all down to whether Newcastle show any complacency in the second 45 minutes when they start? Because I guess Albion have to come out and show willing straight off. If they push too much and score a third, tie over, guess they've got to try and stick in the game, get a goal, see if it rattles Newcastle?
Yeah, they don't have to score straight away, but you still imagine them attacking their support now. Obviously with Newcastle attacking their massive away support, both teams, that does lift you as players, but West Brom have to, sooner or later, will have to go for it. But it can just take any sort of moment and it can turn the momentum. Danny Rose is on a yellow card. If he mistimes a challenge, suddenly Newcastle down to 10 men. A little bit of magic, a mistake. You know, you saw it in the cup final, didn't you, against Manchester City versus Aston Villa's. John Stone's little slip and then Villa got back into the game. So you can just take anything like that. And to be fair to West Brom, their response from going behind was encouraging, but Newcastle have got that real pace. So like you say, Ray, if West Brom overcommit, which they will have to sooner or later if they don't make that breakthrough early on, then the pace and power of this Newcastle side, they'll believe they can go and get 3s, 4s, and when they've not been scoring in the Premier League, to score a few goals tonight will really give them a lot of confidence. But they will not. I can't see the way they've started this game and the way they've been for 45 minutes. I'd be very surprised if any complacency did set in.
Looks like 2 goals from Almiron is going to take Newcastle on to the quarter-finals of the FA Cup. Commentary on the second half from the Hawthorns to come. This is TalkSport 2 Live.
TalkSport 2 Live.
The FA Cup live on TalkSport 2 with the Fiat Professional range of vans. Get peace of mind with 5 years warranty, 5 years roadside assistance and 5 years servicing. Terms and conditions apply. Search Fiat Pro 555.
A half-price dream holiday, wouldn't want to miss that. A takeaway for free, wouldn't want to miss that. And 30 gigs data for just £10 a month on Smarty Mobile. You definitely don't want to miss that. Our Smarty SIM comes packed with 30 gigs of data and unlimited calls and texts for just £10 a month on a 1-month plan. That's why Smarty won Best Value SIM-only network in the Uswitch Mobile Awards 2020. Don't miss out. Search Smarty Mobile. Smarty. Simple, honest mobile. Smarty.co.uk.
Right, got your flat cap?
Yep.
Tweed jacket?
Mm-hmm.
Binoculars?
Check.
Downloaded the Sun Racing app?
Well, I wouldn't have a chance without it.
Wearing those lucky pants that you've never washed?
Can you smell them?
Yes. Get set for Cheltenham with top tips, the latest odds, exclusive offers, full results, and up-to-date news with Sun Racing. Download the free app now from the App Store or visit sunracing.co.uk/Android. Sun Racing. Power to the punter.
At the next junction, turn left onto High Street, where untaxed cars were caught on camera this week. In 200 feet, turn left onto Park Street and head towards the Town Hall, where the DVLA clamped untaxed cars yesterday. At the roundabout, take the second exit, where more untaxed cars have been towed just ahead of you. If your car is untaxed anywhere in the UK, the DVLA will find it. Tax yours at gov.uk/DVLA/taxitnow. Remember, tax it or lose it.
Don't miss your essential guide to the big weekend preparations on TalkSport with Renault Vans. Ready for anything. Get set for another epic weekend of die-hard sporting passion. TalkSport's teamed up with Renault Pro Plus to preview all the action. What lies ahead, the unknown twists, which teams will be affected. Join H&J each Friday and prepare for the unexpected. Every Friday afternoon from 1 over on TalkSport with Renault Pro Plus. Search Renault Vans or visit renault.co.uk/vans.
The FA Cup live on TalkSport 2 with the Fiat Professional range of vans. Get peace of mind with 5 years warranty, 5 years roadside assistance and 5 years servicing. Terms and conditions apply. Search Fiat Pro 555.
Set for Life is the game from the National Lottery where you can win 10 grand every month for 30 years. So go smash this month, next month and make every month amazing. Play Set for Life Mondays and Thursdays.
Set for Life from the National Lottery. Your numbers make amazing happen. Prize may be capped. Rules, procedures and game-specific rules apply. Players must be 16 or over.
It's Flavour of France week at Lidl. So we've partnered with Jet2 City Breaks to give you the chance to win a city break for 2 to Paris. So your shopping trip might go from this to this. Bon appétit. Lidl. Big on quality, little on price. See lidl.co.uk/jet2holidays and in-store for details. T's and C's apply.
If you can build that flat-pack wardrobe without looking at the instructions, you've still got it. If you can manage 5 keepy uppies on your first go, you've without question still got it. If you can toss a pancake to the ceiling and not let it hit the floor, surely you've still got it. And if you can just about fit into those jeans you bought 5 years ago, you've definitely still got it. Brute. still got it.
With Old Gold Racing, when you own a share of the horse, you own a share of the action. For just £65 per year, realise the dream as 11 times champion Paul Nicholls trains our 5-year-old beginner Bob Pebble to fulfil his breeding destiny. Syndicate members receive a gorgeous postal welcome pack, certificate of ownership and weekly updates tracking Bob Pebble's progress as he learns at home and proves it on the racetrack. Get your heart racing at oldgoldracing.com.
With over 30,000 charge point connectors in the UK, the electric car is now the car. Search Go Ultra Low to find out more. Compatibility and access may vary.
How do you make the most understated Range Rover even more striking? Paint it Santorini black. Fit it with privacy glass. A full leather ebony interior. Then place it on 21-inch gloss black alloy wheels. The Range Rover Velar R Dynamic Black, understated, has rarely been so bold. Limited numbers available for a limited price. Search Range Rover Velar, Land Rover, above and beyond.
Limited availability while stocks last at participating UK Land Rover retailers. Check with your local retailer.
It's the essential pre-match briefing for a nation of super supporters. The weekend paper review on TalkSport with The Sun. Get all the sensational sporting scoops and hold the back page headlines hot off the press in one essential breakfast update.
Oh, that's breathtaking!
The UK's most entertaining analysis, insight and opinion. First and fast on the weekend paper review. Every Saturday and Sunday morning from 6 on Game Day Breakfast with Georgie Bingham and Tony Cascarino on TalkSport with The Sun.
Game Day this Saturday.
Wolves versus Brighton. Kick-off 3 p.m. on TalkSport 2.
Official broadcast partner of the Premier League.
You're listening to TalkSport 2 Live.
Race Clubs on duty for tonight's TalkSport 2 Live. We're heading back to the Hawthorns for commentary on the second half of the West Bromwich Albion Newcastle United 5th round FA Cup tie, and Newcastle 2 up at half time. Second half underway at the Bridge. Chelsea 1, Liverpool 0. Later score, it's 1-1 in the Reading Sheffield United tie. In the Scottish Premiership, Hibs against Hearts and Edinburgh Derby. Hearts have taken the lead, bottom of the table Hearts. That would be a terrific win for them this evening to boost their chances of staying in the top flight. There's a Scottish Cup semi-final to come as well. League One tonight, Ipswich 0, Fleetwood Town 1. Ipswich's form has just fallen off a cliff. They've gone from top to 9th. Fleetwood kicked off 8th, and if they win, they're going to be going into the playoff places. In League 2, all the top teams in action this evening. Exeter 1, Crewe 0, Plymouth Argyle 3, Grimsby Town 0, Swindon Town 1, Scunthorpe United 0. That means at the top of the table, Swindon will have a 2-point lead. Second place, Exeter on 67, Crewe on 65, and Plymouth on 65. Goal difference separating Crewe and Plymouth in regard to third place and automatic promotion. In the National League this evening, Barrow top of the table, they're not playing, but it's AFC Fylde 1, Notts County 1, AFC Fylde second bottom, Barnet 1, Borehamwood 0. Borehamwood 4th in the table. They've got a 3-point cushion on playoff place. That could be under threat. Chesterfield 2, Harrogate Town 2, Harrogate second. They're 8 behind Barrow. They could do with winning instead of a draw. Bottom of the table, Chorley are beating Eastleigh by a goal to 0. Chorley 15 points from safety. FC Halifax Town 0, Sutton United 0. 5th place Halifax have a 2-point cushion on the playoffs come kickoff. Solihull Moors 0, Hartlepool Town 0. Let's get the details now on tonight's game at the Bridge. Here's the story so far. Highlights of Chelsea against Liverpool. First half details. Going to try and bring them to you right now. 55 minutes have been played. Chelsea are leading by a goal to 0.
Origi, who bounces into the box, taking over is Lallana, gets to the byline, produces a cross, it's into Mane, he brings it down, he's 10 yards from goal, he shoots at Arida Balaga, who spills it, and then gets it at the second attempt, and it's a really nervy start from Chelsea. Here is William with the corner, in towards the near post, a little flicked towards goal by Alonso, and almost again Alonso was finding the net. Barkley shooting from miles out, punched away by Adrian, not the cleanest of punch. Giroud trying to get there, and Van Dijk just about does. Pedro into the penalty area, gets it back, sends it into Barkley, left for William, who's over on the far side. Great save by Adrian, and then Barkley goes in on the goalkeeper, but he collects it. Given away by Liverpool on the edge of their own box. William spilled this time by Adrian, and it's in, and Chelsea are in front against Liverpool, and it's a goalkeeping mess from Adrian. given away on the edge of the area by Liverpool. Sloppy playing out from the back. Chelsea take full advantage and Willian scores. It's Chelsea 1, Liverpool 0 in the FA Cup 5th round. Here on the right side is Nico Williams on the attack for Liverpool, sending the ball into the centre. Poor defending by Apilicueta, comes to Minamino, then to Mane. Big save by Kepa. Either Balaga comes back out towards Origi, saves it again, and then for a third time he saves it. A shot from inside the box from Curtis Jones, a triple save from Kepa and Either Balaga keeps the score at 1-0.
57 minutes played at the Bridge. Chelsea still lead by 1-0. Here's the story of the first half of the Hawthorns.
Brunt in the midfield, turning it forward, looking for Austin, picked up well by Edwards, running towards the edge of the area, good save from Darlow. Here's Bentaleb, he's robbed Gareth Barry in possession, and he's played the ball behind Almiron from the edge of the penalty area from close range. Newcastle still have possession. There's a glorious opportunity.
What an unbelievable chance. How they haven't worked Jonathan Bond there.
So Maximano! He's whacked one in from 30 yards and it's hit the post. Bond beaten all ends up.
Two goalkeepers wouldn't have got near that. It was an unbelievable strike. A dip, swerve, wobble on it, power. Wow, what a strike.
So Maximan will bring it away. We've already seen how dangerous it can be. What a pass for Almiron. 1-0 Newcastle. And 5,000 travelling Geordies go wild.
Wow, do not tell me that this FA Cup, the magic has gone.
My break for Joe Linton. Backheel flick from him. Almiron makes it 2. He scored twice in 12 minutes. More travelling Tyneside ecstasy. Newcastle United will take a 2-0 advantage into half-time and will believe now that they've got one foot in the FA Cup quarter-final.
And Newcastle United in control of this 5th round tie. Let's get back to McMurray and Jim Proudfoot at the Hawthorns. That's the TalkSport 2 commentary team to guide you through the rest of this game.
Thank you, Ray. The two sets of players just coming back out for the second half, including Alison Maximan for Newcastle. A little bit of speculation downstairs at half-time that he picked up a bang to the ankle in that first 45 minutes. It was sufficient that he might not reappear for the second half, but he is there and has come back out. Newcastle unchanged. I can't see any sign of any West Brom changes in personnel at this juncture either. Keeper Jonathan Bond is out for 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, so no changes for West Brom either. They'll line up Bond in goal, O'Shea, Furlong, Bartley and Gibbs, and then Barry and Brunt in midfield with Phillips, Harper and Edwards and Austin up front. Newcastle, Darlow in goal, Manquillo, Cher, Lascelles and Rose, Lazaro, Sean Longstaff, Bentaleb, St Maximan and Almiron, the scorer of the 2 goals, playing off Joelinton, who's having one of his very best Newcastle United performances tonight. We're back underway. Newcastle in their fluorescent orange, defending away to the left-hand side, attacking the Smethwick end of the ground, where the 5,000 Newcastle supporters are housed. West Bromwich Albion in their traditional dark blue and white striped shirts with the dark blue sleeves. And then is Albion in possession. O'Shea letting the ball bounce, but then able to head it past Almiron. Back to his goalkeeper, Jonathan Bond. 30 seconds gone in the second half. You're live on TalkSport 2 at the Hawthorns. West Bromwich Albion 0, Newcastle United 2. And alongside me is Matt Murray.
Yeah, and let's hope we get more in the second half of what we had in the first. And I think Sam Maximan, it looked like he did take a couple of knocks through that first half. And especially if Newcastle got a third, but I think after around that hour mark, maybe you'll see him come off and Steve Bruce will protect him because he's going to be key to them for the finish of the season. But already it looks like Newcastle on the attack.
With Almiron and Lazaro, who made an excellent run forward but needed the ball to be played first time. So Maximan, back for Lazaro, 3-0. And it's taken less than 75 seconds of the second half for the lead to be extended. Valentino Lazaro will claim the goal, bundling in from close range. All about the quality of the pass out of St Maximan. His pace to be able to keep it in and drag it back first time into the 6-yard box, where Lazaro walks it in. West Brom 0, Newcastle United 3. A vintage night for Newcastle and Steve Bruce in the FA Cup.
And those away fans are going crazy, and it's amazing, isn't it, how that these front players have all combined for Newcastle. The touch from Sam Maximin on the outside of his boot, and then to play it into that area. Did Bond get a bit of a hand on it and sort of push it onto Lazaro? So Bond might be a bit disappointed there, because when it comes to him, you've got to hold it. There's nothing you can do. You can't palm it out there because Lazaro's right on him. So Sam Maximin puts it in. Lazaro, Bond is stretching, and his left hand pushes it onto Lazaro, who got in front of his marker. He will not care. The Newcastle fans don't care. And at 2-0, the next goal's always key. So now you feel that Newcastle will have one foot into the next round. But what a ball from Almiron to see that and play it out there. Really, really good play, and they come out of the traps, and whatever Slaven Bilic said at half-time, that's gone out the window.
2 goals in 2 minutes, either side of the half-time cup of tea. Newcastle with a 3-goal lead. Brunt sends one in from the West Brom left, hangs his head dejectedly as it sails straight into the hands of Carl Darlow. That is Lazaro's first goal for his new club. Now got as many goals as red cards in Newcastle United colours. A player on loan from Inter Milan. A man I'm sure that Newcastle United would like to sign permanently. He looks the part. He just got himself into a good position there, putting the pressure on Bond, and did well actually, Lazaro, to make sure when the ball came back off the goalkeeper, it didn't hit his hand. It hit his hip and went in rather than his hand, which clearly was crucial, but no VAR to have a look at it anyway. 3-0 to Newcastle, and the songs of "We're Going to Wembley" are being sung with increased conviction. And dare I say, the inflatable fallacies which have been thrown around on that away end are being done so with even more delight. Chris Brunt to take this free kick for West Bromwich Albion, clipping it towards the edge of the penalty area. Danny Rose is backpedaling, heads it away. West Brom trying to make something happen, but in keeping really with the way things have gone for them in the last 20 minutes, it's just hooked aimlessly out of play by O'Shea, and out for a goal kick which will be taken by Carl Darlow. West Brom 0, Newcastle 3. The only previous Newcastle victory against West Brom in the FA Cup was 3-0 to them, and they got to the final that season against Kevin Keegan's Liverpool, or Kevin Keegan inspired Liverpool, should I say. And Bob Paisley, the manager of that great Liverpool team, was not Super Mac and Co.'s day, but got to the final. They've got to a couple of finals since in the FA Cup, albeit that they lost both of those as well. There's talk of finals very premature at this stage. With
you say that, Jim, but you know what fans are like, don't you? They have they believe in omens and superstition and things like that. And what do you think about maybe Dwight Gale or someone like that coming on? I know he's had a few injuries, but they'd want to get him scoring against a club where he's done well. These are the sort of games as a striker where they'd love to come on and bag a goal.
It's a difficult one, I think, with Gale because of those injuries. That it's finding the right balance between getting minutes on the clock, and they might look at it and go, well, we don't actually need a striker to come on now, so it's an excuse to be able to keep him under wraps. Here's West Brom at the other end, trying to get one back, and Danny Rose heads it off the line. It's a ball that was played forward. Phillips chased after it. Out came Darlow. Phillips hooked it over his head, but couldn't quite get the necessary power. Plenty of air underneath it, and that allowed Rose the opportunity to come back and head the ball away from right in front of the post. But that will be a concern for Steve Bruce, and just how easy one long route one ball forward turned his defence. In comes Albion's corner, really well taken from Darlow under pressure from his own man Joe Linton, who was trying to head the ball away but got out of the way in the nick of time. Darlow takes it, gets Newcastle going again, and 6 minutes into the second half here on TalkSport 2, it's West Bromwich Albion 0, Newcastle United 3, Matt.
Yeah, but really good take from Darlow. But Danny Rose, as you described there, Jim, do you know what I think is even more impressive clearance? Because he knew he was going to maybe hit the post, and that was why. And it bounced up high, didn't it? And he's not the biggest, but it's an escape, and just something like that could have shifted the momentum. So really good covering from Danny Rose, but fantastic ball over the top. Great run from Matt Phillips. He looked like he'd done everything right, but the way Danny Rose cleared it and missed headbutt in the post is really, really good.
I just wonder, Talking of the balance of bringing Dwight Gale on, I'll tell you what's going through Slaven Bilic's mind in terms of the substitutions that he can make. Also looking ahead to the games that are coming up, the Albion away at Swansea at the weekend, and then at home to Birmingham next. Here's Kieran Gibbs bringing it forward. Coming across, Manquillo has covered his run, but can't stop Gibbs getting past him. Chelsea 2 up now at home to Liverpool. Ross Barkley has scored the second one in our game that's live for you right now over on TalkSport. Chelsea 2, Liverpool 0. Looking at the moment as though Liverpool are heading for back-to-back defeats in all competitions. West Bromwich Albion are as well as things stand. A little backheel flick from Phillips trying to get Brunt in was well read by Carl Darlow. Newcastle United will have enjoyed this performance, the players. The fans clearly have enjoyed it. The players will have done as well, playing with a freedom that hasn't always been seen over the last few years as an attacking entity for Newcastle United. But you just wonder whether, if they concede, what the pressure would be, whether it would, bearing in mind their poor recent form, just go through their minds that West Bromwich Albion might yet be able to find a way back, but no sign of that at the moment as St Maximin brings it forward. Longstaff now, 5 yards outside the penalty area, to St Maximin again. St Maximin back in field for Sean Longstaff. On his left foot, didn't fancy a shot at all, so just taps it with his right out to Danny Rose. He's also urged to shoot, but feeds Lazaro, who's on the left hand side now, into Joe Linton, holding it up well, getting away from Edwards. Back to Lazaro to Bentaleb, to Danny Rose, over on the far touchline for Newcastle United, which is their left. Every pass, every successful pass being cheered by the Newcastle supporters. The Olays are out, and despite the fact that West Brom made so many changes, and despite the context of this cup run being the best by definition that Newcastle have had for more than a decade, I think the performance and the scoreline at this stage of the game would be beyond the wildest dreams of those 5,000 Geordies.
Yeah, well, with their goal scoring record, the 0-0 against Burnley didn't create too many chances, and they've been struggling for goals. So I think that the way they've played has been absolutely brilliant.
And here's Almiron, who's on a hat-trick inside the penalty area, slips it in. Joelinton can't get there. Out comes Bond, spills it. Joelinton had taken his eyes off it. Probably wouldn't have been able to react quickly enough to be able to get there anyway, and Bartley cleared. That was a horrible moment for the goalkeeper, a routine collection, and it's just not been his night, Jonathan Bond, so far, and he was grateful that Carl Bartley came across to do the rest for him there.
As you say, routine, you just think he's going to get it, and that's why I think the Newcastle players sort of gave it up as well. I think Joe Linton wouldn't, the defender would have been favourite, but that's what Steve Bruce will want tonight. He'll want a Joe Linton goal. Joe Linton has played really, really well. He's done everything else, worked hard, linked his play. But when strikers play like this, they deserve their goal, and that'll be massive for him.
Albion trying to hook the ball inside the penalty area. It's clear, bounces away for the first corner that they've had of this second half. They have only won 2 of the last 8 home games. Despite the fact they're top of the championship, they've only got the 8th best home record in the division, and being undone again tonight. But what will they be able to muster from this corner, which is only their second of the game? It's a very congested 6-yard box, a real crowd scene in there. Danny Rose and the goalkeeper come out, and between them can deal with it. Back in from O'Shea, high up and under, headed down by Bartley, and well judged by Fabian Schär, who's on the post and just moving his feet out of the way to make sure that the ball went across the face of goal and wide. Albion, the first to make a change. Gareth Barry comes off. It may well be the last FA Cup tie of his career, his 51st. What a fantastic run he's had in this competition. But he comes off, and he's replaced by Filip Kravinovic, the Croatian on loan from Benfica, who scored a couple of goals in Albion colours, and he will come on just to add a bit more legs and a slightly more attacking verve in the centre of midfield. Brunt will now drop back on his own as the holder in midfield. Kravinovic will play in a more advanced role, 10 yards ahead of where Barry was. Albion trying to get themselves back into this game, trailing by 3-0. One other point about their home form, incidentally, Matt. They've lost 3 games here in the league, and all of them have been at home to bottom 6 opposition.
Yeah, Middlesbrough, Wigan. Was Wigan here the other day?
Lost Stoke, that one. Stoke as well.
Yeah, Stoke. So, well, I did the Stoke game for TalkSport here, and Stoke deserved it. But you look like West Brom has started to turn a corner. I know they're letting a late equaliser against Nottingham Forest to draw 2-2, but they've had some good battling wins away at Millwall, games like that. Did well against Preston, but they're still favourites for me to go up out of this division.
Point clear, of course, out the top. Krovinovic, first contribution, sets up Brunt, who fires it over the bar and then leans forward and slaps the ground with the palm of his right hand in frustration.
Because he knows with that left foot he's got more quality than that. But what I like to see there was that West Brom got it, but Longstaff still sliding, putting pressure on, trying to put his body on the line. I think Bentaleb's been brilliant. I really do. I think he's been good in possession, but the amount of times he's gone and filled in those full-back areas and they pushed on to clear up and win the ball. He's always looking brave, getting on the ball. And I think the midfield of Longstaff and Bentaleb have really given that platform, and then the front players, as I say, I think every Newcastle player really has performed well tonight.
Chelsea leading Liverpool 2-0. It's Reading 1, Sheffield United 1, and the other 2 FA Cup ties taking place tonight. Arsenal are already through, having won at Portsmouth live on TalkSport yesterday. And there are 3 more FA Cup ties over the course of tomorrow. Details to follow. Here's Krovinovic. Down the Albion left-hand side for Edwards. He's done really well. Worked it back round the corner for Krovinovic. Oh, it should be 3-1. And again, it's great defending from Rose. Came and attacked the ball with Matt Phillips. Hurt himself in the process, but stopped Phillips getting a clean run onto the ball 4 yards out for what would have been a tap-in.
Well, you say Krovinovic is there because he's more attacking. He gets into a lovely little spot. He's definitely onside. Drills the ball hard and low into that area. And how he just keeps saying it, the fullbacks took round, sensed danger. Brilliant defending from Danny Rose, and Gareth Southgate will be happy that he's out playing, want him playing well. Real competition in the fullback spots for me on both sides for England, but Danny Rose, if he can continue this form, you know, he'll want to put himself in the mix. But what he is doing is stretching out that left leg a little, that hamstring and that calf area. He's just stretching left and right leg, to be fair, so wonder how long he'll last.
Well, Newcastle do have Matt Ritchie on the bench if necessary. They shuffle things around with Lazaro potentially dropping back into that deeper position, but at the moment he's on the right wing and he's in possession and he's running forward towards the edge of the penalty area, trying to slip in Almiron, who's got there. He's on a hat-trick. He's pulled it back for Longstaff, whose effort on target was saved by Bond. Tomorrow night, Sheffield Wednesday against Manchester City. Here's our live offering over on TalkSport. Mark Saggers presenting from Hillsborough. Trevor Sinclair's alongside me. We'll have updates from Leicester against Birmingham and also from Spurs against Norwich, which is the live game here on TalkSport 2 tomorrow night with Stubbsy and Garth Crooks. Here's Krovinovic now for West Brom. Oh, inches away. Took it infield onto his right foot and he hit a swirling effort, but what was significant was the dip. And if he'd been able to hit it from a yard further out with that dip, it would have beaten Darlow and gone in. It only cleared the bar by a whisker.
Well, Krovinovic just straight away come on and had an impact. He's a very talented player. He's finding those pockets, so the pass there broke the line. He got on it. I saw him score a goal. It was a little bit different, but he's still from distance. When Barnsley goalkeeper mishit a kick, he got onto a back pass, smashed it, took a little deflection, but he's definitely got previous from range. So Krovinovic has come on and having a real impact in this game and say fantastic effort. And I agree, Jim, if that had been another yard out, it would have dipped under the bar.
He's just played it into Edwards here, who's had his pocket picked by Lazaro. Back from him to Almiron. Almiron turning in possession, lays it back for Manquillo. Manquillo to Lascelles to Cher, and Newcastle work it back out for Danny Rose. The FA Cup action continues Thursday night derby against Manchester United, which is exclusive to TalkSport on Thursday from Pride Park with Stuart Pearce alongside me for that. And then Saturday game day live, Liverpool against Bournemouth from 12:30. Here on TalkSport 2, it's Bristol City against Fulham. Around the grounds from 2:30 over on TalkSport, while Wolves' game against Brighton is our TalkSport 2 exclusive on Saturday afternoon. And then over on TalkSport again, more exclusive action on Game Day Live for you from Turf Moor as Spurs go to Burnley. That's all coming up your way over the course of the week on the TalkSport network. Tonight, 3-0 Newcastle with Almiron in possession. Coming in off the right flank, finding Longstaff, checking, turning back. Newcastle taking the conservative route forward. Back from Bentaleb to Cher, now forward from Rose into Lazaro, almost able to turn. Ball worked back then in the end by Gibbs to his goalkeeper, and Bond will clear. High ball forward, which Austin will chase gamely, but Lascelles heads it down for Cher. Charlie Austin's run tonight. He's hardly had a kick, just no service whatsoever.
I was just thinking that the word isolated is what I was thinking when that ball just went up there, those two big centre halves, and he's thinking he's working hard, you can't fault his effort. He had that one shot, didn't he, early in the first half that was beaten away. You'd expect Darla to save that. But again, now he's just looking, saying, come on, man, I'm pressing up here. No one's coming up behind me. We're 3-0 down, lads. It's easy for them to pass round us. So Newcastle dominating the play. When they want to, it seems like they can just step up the tempo. And that nice little ball into Lazaro, if he'd have got his turn right, he might have got another shot off. But Almiron will want his hat-trick for sure.
And now a free kick. And a yellow card as well. Austin was the player that was brought down. I think it was Nabil Bentaleb who was the guilty party. Foul by the Algerian on the West Bromwich Albion striker. It was a poor ball into Bentaleb's feet, and he was on his heels, just wasn't expecting it to come his way. And then he had to take matters literally into his own hands, bringing Austin down to give West Bromwich Albion a free kick right of centre. You feel that even with 27 minutes left to go, if they are to be able to get themselves back into this cup tie, surely have to score from this. It's Chris Brunt that stands over it. The last couple of occasions that the Albion have won a fifth round tie, he's been in the team, including the year that they went to the semis back in 2008. And what can he muster from here? It's right at the range of a shot. He's going to clip it in instead. Left-footed in, swinging delivery, headed back across the face of goal. And the offside flag was up. It was Bartley that attacked it at the far post. He was just trying to nod it back for Charlie Austin. One of the pair of them was offside. And it's a free kick to Newcastle with 64 on the clock. And the Geordies leading 3-0.
Yeah, held a good line there and correct decision. Bartley slightly, he's just gone that bit too early. But Danny Rose wasn't to know, was he? And if Charlie, if he was onside, then he'd still stop Charlie Austin from getting that shot because he's sensed danger again. But a really good defensive line from Newcastle. But what's been nice is that the referees, I think, have all made good decisions, but the fans have just been able to celebrate the goal straight away, not having to wait, no delay, and it's felt how it should.
Well, the third one certainly would have been inspected by the VAR for a potential handball by Lazaro. Almiron making his way forward, flags up against him, and it's a free kick. That must have been close. I think the decision was correct from Neil Davis. He bent his run, Almiron, and just went that little bit too early, or the pass was played too late, depending which way you look at it. And the replay shows it was really tight, not from the Albion defender that was closest to Almiron, but Bartley on this near touchline may have been level with him.
So Jim, if that had been with VAR, do you think the linesman would have let him finish it and then have gone back and checked it?
I think the flag would have gone up, but the referee would have allowed play to go on, and then they would have gone back and checked it. It was how I would imagine it would have played out. But here's Almiron. There were no complaints from him. Back from him to Lazaro, to Lascelles, to Manquillo, and all the way back to the goalkeeper. It's 2-0 now, Swindon at home to Scunthorpe in League 2, with Owen Doyle scoring yet again for the league leaders. Exeter 1, Crewe 1 in the big game at the top there. Plymouth 3, Grimsby 0 still. League 1, Ipswich 0, Fleetwood 1. And the other cup ties, Chelsea 2, Liverpool 0, and Reading 1, Sheffield United 1. Ken Zahor's going to be coming on for West Brom in a moment. You're listening to West Brom 0, Newcastle 3 in the fifth round of the FA Cup. It's live on TalkSport 2 with a Fiat professional range of vans. Get peace of mind with 5 years warranty, 5 years roadside assistance, and 5 years servicing. Terms and conditions apply. Search Fiat Pro 555. Charlie Austin, right hand side of the penalty area, low deflected cross, picked up by Kravinovic, who's had a couple of lively moments since coming on. He's really caught the eye and lays it off now to Edwards. Right footed ball, very deep from Edwards, too deep for Austin, who manages to stop himself turning and berating the young man, but hung his head and his body language spoke volumes. And that would have been his last touch of the day, because he's coming off now, Austin, to be replaced by Ken Zahor for the final quarter of the game.
And I think the applause there from the West Brom fans shows that they appreciate that Charlie Austin has worked hard up there. He's fed off scraps, he's been isolated, he's given his all, And this whole West Brom team, you can't say that they haven't tried or they haven't, entertained their fans, but Newcastle have just had too much. But West Brom have got into some dangerous areas there, put some good balls across. But again, good defending from Newcastle every time. But Charlie Austin just needs to rest up and be ready for the Swansea game at the weekend. Now, watch Swansea against Blackburn. They've got some good young players. Conor Gallagher, wow.
Yeah, absolutely. Be a good game, that. Good test for the Albion. Here's Phillips, nodding it down. Kravinovic able to link up the play. Back from him to Brunt, to the Croatian again, who can turn. Under pressure from Longstaff, lays it back for Brunt. Joelinton was in there strongly. Almiron picking up the pieces after the block challenge from Joelinton. And now Miggy Almiron can bring it forward. So Maximan to his left-hand side. But no challenges coming in on him. He can make a mazy run forward. He's found Lazaro into Joelinton on the turn. Shot that was probably going wide, but blocked by Furlong. Bentaleb. He's whacked it out towards St Maximin. Again, no chance of being able to control that. It's gone out behind the Frenchman for a throw that will be taken on the West Brom right. But Almiron is making hay tonight. He's loving it.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. He drives you the ball, carries it. Brunt thought about clipping his heels, then didn't. Ball out to Lazaro. But what I like about Lazaro, he doesn't just put an aimless ball in. He thought, no, I can pick my pass there. Good ball into Joelinton, turns, swivels, and he deserves a goal tonight. But Almiron has been at the heart of so much. Because he's got the 2 goals as well. I think St Maximin's been brilliant, but Almiron's been my man of the match so far.
Now St Maximin will chase this long ball forward, and Bond came out and did enough that time. He got a hand to it in front of St Maximin, whose momentum saw him fall inside the penalty area, and Bond was able to gather at the second attempt.
He was. It wasn't convincing though. It wasn't convincing, and that's the hardest thing when you come in goal and you haven't played many games. You can train, you can do small-sided games, shooting, but there's nothing like those decision-making moments coming off your line and things like that.
And then, particularly when you will feel that you've had a poor game, as I'm sure he will with a couple of handling errors tonight, that makes it all the harder because it must then play on your mind. So every time the ball comes towards you, you feel as though you're even more in the spotlight. It's a vicious circle.
It does, and you'd be desperate to impress, and you know you don't get many runs in the team. But that's what impressed me about David De Gea on the weekend. That's a sign of a real, a top goalkeeper though, or a number one. David De Gea, big mistake against Everton, but then had some key interventions. And look, Bond is a good goalkeeper. I actually thought he'd go on in his career, maybe do a bit more. I watched his debut for Watford against Wolves, really, really good. Had spells at Reading, Peterborough, never really gone on to be a number one. But as you say, Jim, he'd have been desperate to do well tonight. But you never know, something could happen to Sam Johnson. He might have to play some key roles from now to the end of the season.
Albion in possession at the back, Bartley driving it forward, and Almiron, just the 2 hands. It was an excellent finish. That was the cheer from the Newcastle fans. The whistle had long gone, but Longstaff from in the centre circle fired the ball into the net. And listen to this for an ovation. John Joe Shelby's coming on, and he's going to replace Miguel Almiron. And the Paraguayan leaves the field having made a major impact. Scorer of 2 goals. A massive part to play in the third, although he won't be credited with the assist. And his name being sung and chanted by the travelling hordes from Tyneside as he leaves the field. He has been brilliant tonight.
He's been excellent, he really has. And again, like you say, he wants to do the stuff offensively, doesn't he? He doesn't want to have to trap back in those wide areas like the wide men are asked to in this side. He likes to get in that pocket, either make things happen or running behind, have a sort of a free role really, and he's done it very intelligently with good energy levels. He's still pressed well from the front, but definitely if he's going to really have that major impact for Newcastle, it's in that pocket. And I think from the start he has been excellent for Newcastle.
Edwards in possession for West Bromwich Albion, gets it away from Bentaleb, lays it back for Harper. Harper's got Furlong to his right, had Brunt just behind him. He's worked the ball back through the midfield instead to Edwards. Now it comes down on the left-hand side of midfield for Kravinovic. Kravinovic to Gibbs. Gibbs laying it back again. West Bromwich Albion with a spell of sustained possession. Phillips, Kravinovic trying to feed it in towards the Hall, but Shelby's there to block the run, and Bentaleb will try and fire it over the top. One down in the midfield again by Zahor. Peels for handball against him. He's a big awkward customer trying to bulldoze his way through. But Lazaro is there just to put a calm foot on the ball, and the Austrian turns it round the corner for Manquillo to work it forward. Jolinton couldn't quite turn Bartley. Ricochets off Longstaff in the congested midfield. He's gone down hurt. I think that's just an impact injury as the ball smacked into him from close range. No malice in that. Here's Edwards at the other end. Oh, he's hit the bar. Goalkeeper completely deceived by the flight of it. Don't know whether it took a deflection. If it didn't, it was very strange goalkeeping from Darlow. But Edwards' effort smacking the bar and coming back to save. He did take a deflection. He hit the back of the turning Lascelles, and that was why Darlow was off balance and going the wrong way. And West Brom, that's as close as they've come to getting back into the game.
Yeah, and they didn't have to stop play because the ball had hit Longstaff in the face, and then Edwards cutting inside hits it, and I was like you, it was a strange one, wasn't it? From hard to see what had happened, but with Darlow's reaction, the way he just sort of fell, collapsed, you thought it must have took a big deflection, and definitely the way it looped up, and it would have been interesting if that had gone in.
And that would have made it 3-1. As it is, it's still 3-0 to Newcastle. 17 minutes to go here on TalkSport 2. Corner to be played in from the Albion right, and that's something else that Joe Linton can do so well. Big aerial presence, defending set pieces. He headed that one away easily. Kravinovic forward again for Edwards. Edwards onto his left foot this time, goes around the outside. Great ball in! Now that hit Bentaleb. What did it hit though? Big appeals that there was a hand in there. Then an Albion player goes down inside the area. No foul on Zohore. Back in towards Zohore. He's knotted it down, and it's in! At about the fourth time of asking, West Bromwich Albion are back in the game. I think it's Bartley that will claim the goal. Plenty of action inside that penalty area, and it broke it back for Zohore last, who's fired it into the net.
I thought it was Matt Phillips, I did. It's hard to see, there was that many bodies in there, chances coming in. But I just thought it maybe dropped to Matt Phillips on the edge. He's peeled away, and Matt Phillips just drives it into the floor, bounces and skips up. It's headed back to him. Yeah, it's Matt Phillips' goal. Not the cleanest of strikes, but into the corner. But there'd been a great chance before, but Bentaleb got the block in as appeals for a penalty. But yeah, I think it's a Matt Phillips goal. So you hear the Hawthorns, and they did deserve that, didn't they, West Brom? They kept pushing, they kept knocking. When that ball's headed down to him, it's a really good finish.
Now at the other end, good save from Bond. Longstaff letting fly from distance. Lazaro will pick it up down by the corner flag. 3-1 Newcastle lead. Manquillo back for John Joe Shelby, who's been on the end of a couple of big FA Cup shocks in his career. As a Charlton player, he was in the side that lost to Northwich Victoria. When he was at Liverpool, he was beaten by Oldham. It would be a massive shock if he came on here at 3-0 and Newcastle didn't hold on. Albion with the first of the three that they need after pandemonium inside the penalty area before Matt Phillips was there to hit that bouncing ball in for his first goal in 17 games since he netted against Swansea back in December. West Brom 1, Newcastle 3. Brunt back for Bartley. Bartley's ball forward through the midfield. Phillips able to pick up possession and try and turn. Lays it out towards the Albion right. And if West Brom could get another one back in the next 10 minutes or so, it would set up a very nervy finale. Dwight Gale sent out to warm up by Steve Bruce. Longstaff, Lazaro, Jolinton on the turn, plays it out towards St Maximin. St Maximin, corner of the penalty area, checks back. Jolinton trying to get it into his stride. Rolls the studs of his left boot over the top of the ball. Can't get himself into his shooting position. West Brom will try and bring it away. And will lay it down towards the left-hand side for Edwards. Edwards now turning forward. Here's Kravinovic. Zohore making the run to his left. Kravinovic might go alone. Straight at Darlow. Punches it out. And Zohore can't control it. He beat it almost straight out to him. Swung in again. Manquillo dives out of the way of the cross. Did he get a touch? Yes. Corner. And Newcastle all of a sudden are panicking.
That's why goals change the momentum. Darlow looked unconvincing really and nervy with the one he beat away. There was a Longstaff effort at the other end, was beaten away by Bond, but Newcastle are definitely going to have to weather a storm. Listen to these Albion fans, they're trying to suck that ball into the net, because you say, Jim, 3-2 really would be game on.
Kravinovic to take it. 3-1 at the moment. Oh, Darlow's caught the corner. After movement ahead of him, which really would have taken his eye off the ball as Lascelles made a run, tried to clear and didn't. And then Darlow, off balance, caught it awkwardly, but safely. Good goalkeeping in the end to be able to react. It's a different game now. That Matt Phillips goal has transformed things. Now Longstaff, with a terrible error, has given possession of Phillips, who can't hit the target from a tight angle on the right-hand side of the area. It's all West Brom.
Steve Bruce, look at him barking orders on. He's saying he want to be raging that they've not got a clean sheet. Half-time, Ray asked about complacency setting in. I don't know what it is, but Newcastle are just struggling, and that's what happens when you concede goals. The momentum can change, and Darlow, if I was him now, I'd say get up the pitch. We're not playing this out. I'm going to take my time, and I'm kicking it long. Get up the pitch, because West Brom are looking and they're winning the ball back and just relieve the presser, and I think that's good experienced goalkeeping.
It's getting the hurry up from the crowd and from the referee, who decides that he just took a second or two too long. Just before he kicked it, the ref blew his whistle, and the yellow card has been shown to Carl Darlow for time wasting, his first of the season.
Poor that from Anthony Taylor, because you should at least get your warning the first time, or someone blow the whistle and say hurry up. He's not had a warning, and then he's, that's what it is. It's a bit of gamesmanship. We always do that the first one, and I think it's poor from Anthony Taylor to book him for the first time he's tried it.
Well, Gale's going to be coming on for Newcastle United very shortly. At 3-0, the lead felt monumental. At 3-1, it feels really fragile.
Yeah, especially with that shot that was hit from distance that Darlow beat away. And, Newcastle scored really goals in a couple of minutes, didn't they? Just before half-time and just after half-time. And it only, there's a famous saying, it only takes a second to score a goal, and you can just if they get another one, it really, really would be nervous, and then Steve Bruce might wish that Almiron was on the pitch.
I think it's Maximan who will be coming off. Carl Raleigh, our producer, tells me, has seen the signal. He had been kicked on the ankle in the first half, and he'll be replaced here by Dwight Gale, who'll get a big reception. Scored 6 goals in his last 4 appearances here at the Hawthorns. 24 goals for West Bromwich Albion last season, at a rate better than 2 every 3 games. Hasn't scored this season for Newcastle. In fact, his last goal was for Albion against Villa in the playoffs last season. He was later sent off in that game, but he will come on now for Newcastle for the final 10 minutes plus stoppage time. His side defending a 3-1 lead. Chelsea are through. They've beaten Liverpool, knocked the champions-elect out of the FA Cup. Chelsea through along with Arsenal. Reading against Sheffield United still all square. That one, like this, was an 8 o'clock kickoff, and this one at the moment 3-1 to Newcastle, but West Brom played the better football. Manquillo won back well by Zohore. Take it down towards the byline, whacks it inside the penalty area. Phillips stretching, can't make anything happen, and Jolinton, back as an auxiliary left back, turns it away, looking for Gale. Gale coming on, is playing through the middle. Jolinton has now gone out into the wider position vacated by St Maximan, and has won a free kick here. It's just caught by O'Shea, and it's a free kick to Newcastle, and that will allow them the opportunity to have a sharp exhalation of breath, gather their thoughts, regain their shape, and run a few more seconds off the clock. We've got 9 minutes to go here on TalkSport 2. West Brom 1, Newcastle 3.
Yeah, it is. It's really good play from Jolinton. As you said, he's been down in the full-back position there, working back, then he gets back up the pitch and winning that free kick. And I'm sure Jamal Lascelles, people like Jamal Lascelles, Shelvey, Bentaleb, experienced players, Danny Rose, just need to help their team through this and just just take the sting out of the game.
Here is Gale, who's only too short of 100 senior goals in his career now. Lascelles down for Manquillo. 4 from Manquillo. Lazaro trying to flick the ball around the corner, but it was easily read by Gibbs. He works it back for Bond. 8.5 to go. In League 2 it's finished. Plymouth 3, Grimsby 0. They go up to 4th. Kravinovic Does well. Lascelles drawn towards the ball, and Kravinovic flicked it past him, but nobody had made the run, gambling that he was going to beat Jamal Lascelles, the Newcastle captain. Now as it's fired forward at the other end, O'Shea leaning over Gale can head it away. Newcastle on the back foot as West Brom pick it up, but Brunt can't get it to stick in the midfield, and Bentaleb will be able to turn, ride his challenge, find Gale. Gale takes it into the congested central area, finds Shelvey, forward from Shelvey. Bentaleb just picked up a knock there. He was back on his feet without the need for any treatment. Oh, now he's just leaning down, feeling that right ankle again. Makes another attempt to continue. Shelvey, as play goes on, heads the ball out towards Joe Linton. Joe Linton hits the ball laterally from left to right, and coming across, Gibbs heads it away from Lazaro, and out of play for a throw that will be taken on the Newcastle United right. 7 and a bit to go, and it's West Brom 1, Newcastle United 3 here on TalkSport 2. Here's Matt Murray.
And Newcastle just taking their time over the throw-in. They're going to try and get the ball into Shelvey, who's just going to try and give them some possession, just tick play over. But Newcastle know that if they did concede, then West Brom will be right back into this. But they're just going to try and calm this game down. But it's another free kick. You imagine this is going to be lumped into the box. And it's just amazing, isn't it? How that goal, that bit of pressure and the goal, which had been coming, has just changed it. And Newcastle do look a bit nervy.
Well, West Brom are going to make another change very shortly. I would imagine it'll be Chris Brunt who will be replaced. Tulloch is going to come on to replace him, and Winger, who's played in each of Albion's last 4 FA Cup ties, is yet to make his league debut for the club. Brunt playing the ball back for West Bromwich Albion. All the possession is theirs at the moment. Newcastle undoubtedly well worth the 3-0 lead when they had it. But then Albion's best period of the game culminated in them scoring, and they haven't looked back since. They just lost possession here as O'Shea strode forward and had his pocket picked. Newcastle worked the ball wide for Gale. Gale laying it back for Rose to Nabil Bentaleb. 6 minutes to go with Newcastle leading 3-1. And Lascelles will work it back to his goalkeeper. And it'll be played forward by Darlow to Cher, to Rose. Then Danny Rose will turn, motions to hit the ball forward, but thinks better of it, and then finds Jonjo Shelvey. Distinctive figure with his bold pate in the middle of the midfield, laid back to his goalkeeper. Darlow's clearance, Joelinton going up for it, beaten in the air, no foul. Kravinovic, ball threaded through, now a chance inside the area. Oh, brilliant sliding challenge from Cher. Look for all the world as though West Brom were going to get goal number 2 as it fell for Zohore, left hand side of the box. The Cher got back in the nick of time and was able to clear it from about a yard off the line, and in doing so did well not to steer it into his own net. High quality defending to keep the 2-goal advantage intact.
Yeah, I thought he might have put that into his own net, but again, sense of danger. There have been some really good clearances from Newcastle, but I think Zohore will be a bit disappointed with his touch. It took him slightly wide, but he still drilled it on goal. But Tulloch, who was very good in the West Brom FA Youth Cup run, he is a good direct player. We're looking to have an impact.
So Rehan Tulloch, I beg your pardon, coming on for the final 5 minutes. And he's in possession straight away over on the right-hand side. He's done well. He's got the ball past Shelvey inside the area, but Bentaleb can clear. And he's just hoofed it upfield. Anywhere will do. There's no Newcastle player within 30 yards of where it bounces. And that allows the Albion the chance to run round it and get it forward again. Lascelles going up for it. Partly making life difficult for him. Wanting the return ball on the edge of the penalty area. But a shot from the angle goes over the junction of post and bar and out of play for a goal kick. You're listening to West Bromwich Albion 1, Newcastle 3 in the 5th round of the FA Cup. It's live on TalkSport 2 with a Fiat Professional range of vans. Get peace of mind with 5 years warranty, 5 years roadside assistance and 5 years servicing. Terms and conditions apply. Search Fiat Pro 555. West Brom with 4 minutes plus stoppage time, and they need 2 goals to take this to extra time. Reading against Sheffield United at the moment is heading for extra time. They're a couple of minutes ahead of us in that game. Chelsea have beaten Liverpool and they are through. Jurgen Klopp's men out. Longstaff for Newcastle. Another goal for Newcastle now and it's all over. Lazaro, well challenged by Gibbs. Albion able to bring it forward from inside their own half, and it was a clever injection of tempo by Edwards that just deceived a couple of Newcastle players. He's making his way forward for the return ball. It was a 50-50 between him and Lascelles that sees the Newcastle man on the deck. Referee acknowledges that there was a foul, but Longstaff's got it, so he's played on. He's played it forward towards Lazaro. Lazaro saw Bartley coming. Bartley gets it away and out of play for a throw, which will be taken on the right-hand side for Newcastle. And another chance just to take a few seconds off the clock. Big game at the top of League 2 finished 1-1 between Exeter and Crewe. Plymouth 3, Grimsby 0, Swindon 2, Scunthorpe 0 results. In League 1, Fleetwood have won 1-0 at Ipswich, whose playoff chase is fading fast. Newcastle 3-1 up here with 2.5 to go. Longstaff, right-hand side of the area, tries to take the ball with him inside the box, but Albion can bring it away. Kravinovic laying it down towards the left-back position where the clearance was a poor one, and Shelvey has got it back for Newcastle, chipped into Longstaff inside the box. Bartley, with some strong defending, is able to chest it down and turn and find O'Shea. And the young Irishman always happy in possession to bring it forward. Crossfield ball, a really poor one, a tired one. Longstaff able to bring it down and thread it through. The run from Gale wasn't the best, and Longstaff just looks at him, hands outstretched. Kravinovic able to bring it away, and West Brom have it inside the centre circle with 2 to go here on TalkSport 2. West Brom trailing 3-1. Here's Phillips, the scorer of the Albion goal, making his way forward towards the edge of the penalty area, threaded into the feet of Zohore. Back for Phillips, whose left-footed effort hits Lascelles. Bounces clear of the penalty area to Gibbs. Into Phillips again. Phillips down to the left-hand side for Edwards. Harper to Kravinovic. Everybody apart from Gale back behind the ball for Newcastle. Phillips trying to get the return ball. Shelvey looks as though he blocked him off. Play stopped for a moment, but Newcastle played on, and Scher will stride out from the back and will continue his run forward and get on the return ball from Dwight Gale, and he's inside the area. Bond beats his effort away. Certainly pushing forward with a great degree of confidence, and all the Newcastle fans will remember the Glen Roeder shuffle, which Scher replicated quite brilliantly there as he made his way forward. Here's Phillips. Still the Albion believing that they might yet be able to force a panic-stricken Newcastle side into conceding 2 late goals, but we're in the 90th minute. There will be a bit of time to be added on. Harper, back from him to Kravinovic. Lejeune will be on in a moment for Newcastle. Kravinovic just pulled back, made sure the referee realised Bentaleb was the guilty party. Free kick in a good position for West Brom, and Newcastle will make their final change of the 90 with Lejeune coming on for Lazaro, a centre-half for a winger at this stage of the game.
Yeah, I think just trying to shore it up, because Steve Bruce has realised that Newcastle now have been the ones trying to struggle to get a foothold in the game. They had the one chance there where Shah went bombing on, a bit Tony Adams-esque as well, wasn't it? That goal he scored against Everton. Bombing on, just continued his run, making sure that someone had filled in for him. But this set piece now, Kravinovic needs to deliver it. It's in a dangerous area. They've got the big guns up, because if they score this, then it's going to be a grandstand finish. But Lejeune is on to try and see it out for Newcastle.
Well, Lejeune, testament that it is possible to concede a couple of goals in extra time. Here's Kravinovic, ball down the left-hand side of the penalty area. We're in 4 additional minutes. Harper didn't get a shot in from the work free kick. Kravinovic's ball back in, headed away by Joe Linton outside the penalty area for Harper, but he can't get a shot in, and Newcastle can bring it away, and they'll break quickly. It's 3 against 2. Dwight Gale, Shelvey to his left-hand side. Gale holding it up, trying to work it in towards Lejeune. West Brom cut out the pass, and then they can turn, and they temporarily had a numerical advantage. Rolled forward by Kravinovic. Phillips chasing, pulled back, but only after the ball had gone over the dead ball line, and it will be a goal kick. Well, they need 2 in 4 minutes of stoppage time, and as I mentioned, Florian Lejeune himself at Everton recently scored a couple of goals within stoppage time to get 2-0 back to 2-2. Albion trying to get 1-3 back to 3-3 here, but they've already had 90 seconds of those 4 extra minutes, and the Newcastle supporters again have found their voice. The nerves allayed. They know that they're going through, barring a monumental collapse here. 3-1 Newcastle lead with 2.5 minutes of stoppage time to go.
Yeah, because those Newcastle fans had got a bit quiet, hadn't they? They'd gone a little bit nervy. Dwight Gale will be disappointed with himself there. Drove. They had the runners off the ball. It just felt for me that Shelvey was the right one. Lejeune had distracted the runners, the defenders. He should have played Shelvey in, tried to play it into Lejeune. I'll tell you what, Steve Bruce was then, you trying to, stress me a little. Centre halves bombing on that he's brought up to see the game out.
Now Bentaleb's loose touch in the midfield, sees the possession cheaply surrendered. Harper's got it back. Harper for Kravinovic. Down to the Albion left-hand side for Gibbs. Clipped forward, down the left-hand touchline. Oh, good play. Harper to Edwards. Edwards inside the box. Still Edwards twisting, turning, putting it on a plate. And there is one back. West Bromwich Albion 2, Newcastle United 3, and still a minute and a half to go.
That's why I love Edwards. I think he's so skillful, really, really good player. Minute and a half is going to be nerve-wracking now for Steve Bruce to watch, but it's a really good play down the left-hand side. Fantastic skill. Fantastic skill there down that from Kyle Edwards, but then he has the composure just to pull the ball into the middle. Good bit of movement. Is that Zahor that just fires it in for close range? So game on for the last minute or two.
Well, there's a minute of stoppage time to go. The ball is out of play for an Albion throw. A few seconds will be added on because of that goal. And you just never know. Newcastle 3 up and coasting. Now it's 3-2. It's not quite 3-2 and panic. But can they create a chance? Albion player goes down inside the penalty area. Referee Taylor from distance straight away waves him up, says no foul.
And Zahor didn't appeal, did he? And all the West Brom players did was turn to the ref and say, "Oh, tell Darlow to carry on, to get the game going." None of the actual players for West Brom appealed for the penalty.
Ball headed out of play. Which way the throw? It's a West Brom throw. Kravinovic looking to take it quickly. Finds O'Shea. O'Shea hooking it forward. Shelby whacks it back. Bond will be able to pick it up on the edge of his own penalty area. Elected to volley that forward rather than let it roll back inside the box so he could pick it up and punt it upfield. Jolinton with a scissor kick has missed it. West Brom trying to bring it forward again. They trail 3-2. The 4 minutes are up. Longstaff plays it forward. Shelby in space for Newcastle will run it down to the corner. They're going to be okay, Newcastle. They're going to be able to see it through now, surely. They have possession down by the corner flag. He's overrun it, and it's out of play for a goal kick. 4.5 minutes of stoppage time play. Steve Bruce asking the question. Steve Agnew asking the question. Where's the extra time coming from? One last chance for West Brom to get it forward, but Newcastle United have done it. Holding on to win 3-2. 3 goals in a 15-minute spell either side of half-time. Miguel Moron with 2 of them, and having a major part to playing what turned out to be the winner for Lazaro, but Albion fighting back. The last 20 minutes of the game, easily their best 20. Matt Phillips scored 1, and then Kerim Zahor scored from close range in stoppage time to set up a frantic finale. But the bottom line is that Newcastle have done it, continuing their excellent record in the 5th round. That's 8 5th round ties in a row that they have won, and they're through to the quarterfinals for the first time in 14 years. West Bromwich Albion can concentrate on the matter in hand, making sure that Newcastle are back here in the Premier League next season against the Baggies. But Newcastle's cup run continues, and the 5,000 jubilant Newcastle United supporters away to our right hand side with their crosses of St George, black and white Union Jacks, many of them swirling their shirts around their head, delighted that the cup run continues, and just believing that there is a scintilla of hope that the first domestic trophy for 65 years could yet come their way this season. They're in the last 8. West Brom 2, Newcastle United 3.
Jim Proudfoot and Matt Murray, the TalkSport 2 commentary team, the guide that is through tonight's FA Cup tie between West Bromwich Albion and Newcastle. Newcastle find a way to make things difficult for themselves, but they're through to the quarter-finals. So Chelsea, they beat Liverpool 2-0 at Stamford Bridge. Willian and Barkley, the goal scorer, Liverpool's first Premier League defeat, been followed by an FA Cup exit. Reading 1, Sheffield United 1, extra time being played. A few other stories from League 1 and League 2. Fleetwood move into the playoff places after winning at Ipswich, whose form has dropped off a cliff. And League 2 leaders Swindon beat Scunthorpe, Swindon top by 3. Exeter drew with Crewe second, Exeter 4th. Plymouth have moved 3rd. And back to the Hawthorns, time to pick our man of the match in association with the feared professional range of vans, where we pick out the player who's gone the extra mile for his team today.
Man of the match on TalkSport 2 with the Fiat Professional range of vans. A true professional always goes the extra mile. Search Fiat Pro 555.
Matt Murray, who gets man of the match, please?
Well, I think it's been a brilliant game, but you have to give it to Almiron for the goal. Well, his 2 goals, the part in the 3rd goal as well. His all-round work rate, thought he was excellent. So really good game. Few players pushed in close, but Almiron will be my man of the match.
Matt, thank you. That's our man of the match with the Fiat Professional range of vans. The true professional always goes the extra mile. Search Fiat Pro 555. Terms and conditions apply.
Man of the match on TalkSport 2 with the Fiat Professional range of vans. A true professional always goes the extra mile. Search Fiat Pro 555.
Thanks to Jim Proudfoot and Matt Murray at the Hawthorns. Tomorrow night's FA Cup commentary will cover the Tottenham-Norwich tie. Base camp will be the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Over on TalkSport tomorrow night, it'll be commentary on the Sheffield Wednesday Manchester City tie. So, Newcastle. They did find a way to make things difficult for themselves, didn't they? They were 3 up with 15 minutes to go, and then they found a way for Albion to get it back by 3 goals to 2. Newcastle hung on, and their 5,000 fans will be making their way home back to the northeast, buoyant. We close tonight's TalkSport 2 Live with the story of just exactly how Newcastle did win through to the last 8 of the FA Cup for the first time in 14 years. Time to go. Bye for now.
He's whacked one in from 30 yards and it's hit the post. Bond beaten all ends up.
2 goalkeepers wouldn't have got near that. It was an unbelievable strike. It had dip, swerve, wobble on it, power. Wow, what a strike.
So Maximan will bring it away, and we've already seen how dangerous it can be. What a pass for Almiron. 1-0 Newcastle, and 5,000 travelling Geordies go wild.
Wow, do not tell me that this FA Cup, the magic has gone.
Might break for Joe Linton. Backheel flick from him. Almiron makes it 2. More travelling Tyneside ecstasy.
What an emphatic finish. He stood no chance at all.
So Maximan back for Lazaro. 3-0. A vintage night for Newcastle and Steve Bruce in the FA Cup.
Whatever Slaven Bilic said at half-time, that's gone out the window.
Here's West Brom at the other end, trying to get one back, and Danny Rose heads it off the line. Down the Albion left-hand side for Edwards, who's done really well, works it back round the corner for Kravinovic. Oh, it should be 3-1. And again, it's great defending from Rose. It's Kravinovic now for West Brom. Oh, inches away. It's Edwards at the other end. Oh, he's hit the bar. Goalkeeper completely deceived by the flight of it. Back in towards Sahor. He's nodded it down, and it's in. At about the 4th time of asking, West Bromwich Albion are back in the game. Kravinovic might go alone. Straight at Darlow, punches it out, and Sahor can't control it. And Newcastle, all of a sudden, are panicking. Now Longstaff, with a terrible error, has given possession to Phillips, who can't hit the target from a tight angle on the right-hand side of the area. It's all West Brom. Ball threaded through. Now a chance inside the area. Brilliant sliding challenge from Cher. Edwards inside the box. Still Edwards twisting, turning, putting it on a plate. And there is one back. And still a minute and a half to go.
Game on.
One last chance for West Brom to get it forward. But Newcastle United have done it. It's quite a chilly day here on the south coast. According to the weather app on our phones, it's 13 degrees, but I'm not buying that one bit. The floodlights are starting to come on around St Mary's on the top of the stands. It's all the same level all the way around. It's a bowl, this stadium. Holds 32,000. It was sunny and warm when we arrived, but chilly now and overcast. And Newcastle with Dubravka in goal, Manquillo, Lascelles, Fernandez and Rose at the back. Hayden and Shelvey play together in midfield. Ritchie, Almiron, Saint-Maximin and Gale up front. Gale making his 4th Premier League start and 13th appearance for Newcastle this season. Joelinton on the bench, only on the bench in the league for the 2nd time. He was named as a substitute at Sheffield United away. Andy Carroll started that night. Joelinton came back on, so he has featured in every league game, but this is only the 2nd time that he has dropped out of the Newcastle starting 11. The Southampton team, before we hear from Steve Bruce, is Alex McCarthy in goal. Now, he has been their first choice keeper since they were beaten 9-0 here by Leicester in October. Angus Gunn, who's on the bench today, had played the first 10 league games of the season but was dropped after that heavy defeat. So McCarthy in between the posts. Jan Valery, 21-year-old Frenchman, making his first appearance since the end of November, comes in at right back. Jack Stevens and Jan Bednarek are the centre halves. Ryan Bertrand, who has 19 caps for England, is at left back. Musa Djenepo, who missed their defeat by 3-1 by West Ham last weekend after being given compassionate leave by Southampton following the death of his mother. He returns to the team on the right-hand side. In central midfield, James Ward-Prowse, who has started every league game for Southampton this season but had recently been playing at full-back, and Pierre-Emile Højbjerg, the skipper, the Danish international, and on the left, Sofiane Boufal. And the two up front, Shane Long, who has 3 goals this season. They've all come since the middle of January. And Danny Ings, their leading goal scorer, 18 in all competitions, 15 in the Premier League. He's had quite a season, hasn't he, Ando? Danny Ings. I'll come back to him in a second once I've done the Southampton subs. Angus Gunn, as I've mentioned. Yannick Vestergaard, a 6'6" giant Danish defender. Che Adams, who joined from Birmingham for 15 million in the summer but hasn't scored in 26 appearances for the Saints. Oriol Romeu, Spanish midfielder formerly of Chelsea. Michael Obafemi, who is an Irish international, 19 years of age, scored at West Ham last weekend. Kyle Walker-Peters, young right back on loan from Spurs for the remainder of the season. And Kevin Danso, another defender on loan from the German club Augsburg. So that Southampton team there goes into the match ahead of Newcastle, 2 points better off, 13th in the table, but Danny Ings the danger.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, when you look at it, he's a player that we looked at and could have had, but he's come here and his goals have been huge for Southampton. And he's obviously a player that we're going to have to keep an eye on this afternoon. But people will be looking at him and think, why didn't we get him? You know, but that's the way it is. That's the way football is. But he's come here and he's done very, very well. Mind you, saying that before he even came here, we all knew what a quality player he was.
And recovered from quite serious injury at Liverpool, who, by the way, Liverpool are leading 2-1 against Bournemouth in the early kick-off. They are now leading 2-1, having gone 1-0 down, but 2 goals before half-time have put the Premier League leaders in front, and that's good for Newcastle because Bournemouth are one of the 6 sides below United in the table. There's a 5-point gap between them and Bournemouth, who they have to play away from home at the beginning of next month. So as it stands, Bournemouth losing. We'll look ahead to all the day's other action in the Premier League and elsewhere in about 10 minutes time when we hear from Colin White in the BBC Newcastle studio. But let's hear now from Steve Bruce, the Newcastle boss, on the new 3-year contracts the club have given to both Matt Ritchie this week and John Joe Shelvey.
I think if you look over the previous 3 years of what they've done, how they've been that core, I've said, which has been part of the club now for a few years, and I think it's vitally important they still have an influence. I'm delighted they've committed. So fair play to them. They've deserved, and of course, when it gets to run down the last 12 months of contracts and things like that these days, then I'm delighted they've tied themselves up and they see fit that going forward that's where they want to play.
And most of the players that you signed in the summer and in January are in their early to mid-20s, but Shelvey 28 and Richie 30. How significant is it to have their experience and their know-how?
Well, it's vitally important that you get the balance right. We're all looking for younger players. Whether you're Newcastle United or Man City or Liverpool, wherever, everybody's looking for a young one, of course, because you want them to be at your club for years. And when we've signed Shelvey and Matty 3-4 years ago, whenever it was, they were in the 20s, early 20s. So, it's important that you have the balance right, and it's important too that 'cause you can have good players playing here for years, and it's great that you see somebody like Matty and John Joe committing, and vitally important for everybody.
The obvious next question about contracts is, has there been any progress with the Longstaffs?
With Sean, there's not a huge concern because he's tied up for the next couple of years anyway. The big one everybody's talking about is young Matty, and I hope we can convince him that this is the place to be. There's not many 19-year-olds who played in the Premier League, so I think he's found a pathway through. We all want him to stay, but the player these days has got that prerogative that he can leave his contract and do what he wants to do. So we have to be mindful of that too. I hope that it's just a purely football decision, that the kid sees this is his hometown club. He's had a wonderful breakthrough. Now the next step, if I was him, and the advice I've given to him was, at 19 I'm playing in the Premier League. How many 19-year-olds? So it's all about football, and at the minute it should be about football. So I hope he feels fit that this is the right place to be, and we'll see.
And just finally on contracts and players, there's two others, Javier Manquillo and Federico Fernandez, who've been important for you this season, coming to the end of their deals. Could you look at their futures next?
Fede, I believe there's an option in there, so there's no big. And Manquillo is something what we're talking about now as well. So, yeah, we're aware that they're out of contract. As I said, Fede has got an option in there. So, over the next few weeks, we'll see how we go.
Newcastle and Sunderland commentary exclusively live.
BBC Newcastle, the only place for North East sport.
Steve Bruce there on Richie and Shelvey's new deals, the negotiations with the Longstaffs, particularly Matty, who isn't in the A-team today, and also Manquillo and Fernandez. John Anderson, firstly, Richie and Shelvey, do you endorse the club's move to get them on longer, new contracts?
Well, the contracts were coming to an end. I don't see any reason why not. If the club and the manager feels that they've done a decent enough job and he wants them to stay and feels that they can contribute, why not give them contracts? I think the same can be said with Manquillo, who I think has been excellent, and Fernandez. Both have been excellent. Both should be rewarded with contracts, in my view. But people have different views on different players, whether they should get contracts, whether they should be in the side, whether they should play or not, one thing and another. But 3-year contracts, it's an interesting one, because Matt Ritchie, 30 years of age, it's unusual for this football club to hand out contracts to people at that age, shall we say, especially 3-year contracts. 30 years of age, 3 years, see you to the end of your career. Look, I think they've both done well. I think they've done well for the football club. I like Richie's work rate. I like his desire. He's a leader on the pitch. He's one of those people who, and we haven't got many of them, who verbally has a go at people. If things aren't going right, he winds people up, he gets people going. So from that point of view, good to have. Shelvey, I still think Shelvey, good passer of the ball. I know people give him stick for giving the ball away, but he gives the ball away trying to get it forward into advanced positions to get us into attacking areas. And if he gives it away, the ball is always in the opposition's last third of the pitch. So they've got to play through you then to get to your goal. They've got to go 80, 90 yards to get to your goal. So from that point of view, I know he has his faults. I know his work rate at times isn't great, but if he had all those attributes, I know
what you're going to say.
He wouldn't be here.
Might still be at Liverpool.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, the teams then for this afternoon's match: Southampton against Newcastle United. The Saints, McCarthy in goal. Back four: Valerie, Stevens, Bednarek and Bertrand from right to left. In midfield, Gineppo, Ward-Prowse, Højbjerg the skipper, and Boufal and Ings and Long in attack. And the home bench is Gunn the keeper, Vestergaard, Adams, Romeu, Obafemi, Walker-Peters and Danso. And Newcastle United, 6 changes from West Brom in midweek, 1 from Burnley last weekend. Dubravka in goal, Manquillo, Lascelles, Fernandez and Rose at the back, Hayden and Shelvey in midfield, Ritchie, Almiron, Saint-Maximin and Gale. On the bench, Darlow, Shed, Joelinton, Yedlin, Lazaro, Sean Longstaff and Bentaleb. 2:20 now, back to the BBC Newcastle studio. Here's Colin White.
Thank you to Razor and Ando and to Barnesy and Benno, whoever you've been listening to for the opening 20 minutes this afternoon. We will be back at St Mary's and at the Stadium of Light respectively very shortly. There are a couple of early matches to tell you about. Liverpool taking on Bournemouth in the Premier League. After 9 minutes, it looked like Liverpool might be about to lose 2 league games in a row. Callum Wilson gave Bournemouth the lead, but they have since scored twice, Liverpool, through Salah and Mane. So with 5 minutes remaining, that one was a 12:45 kickoff. They are leading by 2-1. One game in the Championship as well. Between Bristol City and Fulham. Bristol City 1, Fulham 1 with about 5 minutes to go. Bristol City took the lead through Nahki Wells 20 minutes from the end, but Tom Kearney has just equalised for Fulham. So it is 1 apiece between those two playoff chasing teams in the Championship. And then, as well as our 2 commentary matches at 3 o'clock, we have also got a full programme of non-league football. 2 big games in National League North for us to keep an eye on this afternoon, but for very different reasons. Michael Nelson has his first game in charge of distinctly relegation-threatened Blythe Spartans after Lee Clark left the club earlier this week. They are away to 4th-placed Brackley. Gateshead, though, host 2nd-placed Kings Lynn at the International Stadium. Still unbeaten since Boxing Day are Gateshead. Down in the Northern Premier League, Morpeth Town welcome Whitton Albion to Craig Park. The league leaders, South Shields, are away to Bamber Bridge. Dunstan are away to Clitheroe in the North West Division, but BBC Newcastle's featured non-league match this afternoon is down in Warwickshire. Consett are playing in their first ever FA Vase quarter-final. Their match away to Athelston Town was postponed last Saturday, but it is very much game on this afternoon. Our non-league expert Paul Dixon has travelled down for us, and Paul, Hebburn are already through to the semi-finals. Consett would very much like to join them.
Oh, they certainly would, Colin. We've had a marvellous journey down this morning, and I'm sitting in the centre of the ground in this stand here already. 2 teams are warming up, and alongside me is the chairman of Consett, Frank Bell. Frank, we've had a lovely journey down, and it's all set up for the game this afternoon. Do you think you'll do it?
Yeah, indeed. We've got a good squad out today. We've got no injuries to speak of, so got a good squad, and we're up for the game. It's really important to us.
We set off early this morning, about 8:30, but I believe there's about 250, is it 4 or 5 buses that have come down, Frank, to support the team?
Yeah, we've got 4 coaches down here, plus obviously several supporters in cars as well, so 250 plus come down, which is absolutely fantastic, but just what you would expect from the Connie Army. Wonderful people.
And you've been down and you've watched Atherstone. They're a footballing team, but speaking to Terry Mitchell, your manager, he really fancies himself this afternoon.
He does indeed, yes. We've come down, we've watched Atherstone play, we watched them play Worcester City, and we've done our homework on them. We've watched videos of the games, and they're a footballing side that play out from the back, which I think sort of hopefully suits us. And it's down to our lads at the end of the day, if they've got the technical ability, which I believe they have, to win the game today.
And if you get through today, Frank, it's a two-leg semi-final in Wembley's just over the hill. How exciting is that?
Oh, it's unbelievable, absolutely incredible. No, we really, if we can get our 2 legs, then we really fancy ourselves on our own pitch, and we've got the second leg, which is on the 28th of March. If we can make it through today, but first and foremost, we've got to get through today. But that would be wonderful. And then, of course, it's my birthday today, and the best present I could get is a victory today, and that'll do wonderful for me.
Happy birthday, Frank, and we wish you all the best. I would say the whole of the North East football people are behind concert this afternoon, and we wish you all the best. Colin.
Absolutely, and we also wish Frank a very happy birthday as well, and hope that he gets the best present possible, which would be concert getting through to the semi-finals of the FA Vase. No postponements in the Northern League either today, for what feels like the first time in months, so we will get a roundup of all the non-league results and some reaction in our local football roundup that will be at 5:45 this evening. No game for the Newcastle Falcons this weekend, but still some pretty big rugby union action this afternoon. As it stands, this is England's final men's Six Nations match of the year today, because next weekend's game in Italy has been postponed. It has not been rescheduled yet, but they take on Wales at Twickenham today at 5:45. Wales beat England last year in Cardiff, and England head coach Eddie Jones is expecting a tough game.
It is probably the most intense. You go down to Principality Stadium as we did last year, and you can feel there's something different about this game, and because there's such a historical relevance to the game between England and Wales, you feel that tension, you feel that want to win.
And just before we go back to the rugby, full time in the Premier League, Liverpool have beaten Bournemouth by 2-1, so they are very much back on track. They are still playing, though, at Ashton Gate in the Championship. Bristol City won. Fulham won. Back to the Six Nations, though, Ireland against Italy, that should have taken place today, has been postponed because of the coronavirus outbreak. Scotland, though, do take on the Grand Slam chasing France at Murrayfield tomorrow. In the women's tournament, England scored 10 tries earlier to thump Wales by 66 points to 7. The other 2 matches in that tournament that were due to take place this weekend have also been postponed for the same reason. In basketball last night, Newcastle Eagles lost to Worcester Wolves for the 3rd time this season. It was a 95-79 defeat for the Eagles, for whom Mike Morsell top scored with 27 points. In ice hockey, the now North Division 1 champions Whitley Warriors return to action this weekend after they secured the title last Sunday. They are away to second-placed Solway Sharks, and face off across up in Dumfries is at 7 o'clock. Tomorrow, Newcastle Thunder have their opening home match of the Rugby League season. They've won all 3 of their away matches so far, 2 of those in the Challenge Cup, but they are at home to Workington Town at Kingston Park at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon in League One. And despite saying he felt he lost his swing, Tyrrell Hatton will go into the weekend of the Arnold Palmer Invitational Golf with a share of the lead. He is on 7 under par alongside Sung Kang of South Korea. Rory McIlroy made 4 birdies to lie 2 shots off the lead. Close house professional Lee Westwood, though, failed to make the cut. Right then, it is time to head back to our respective commentary teams and continue the build-up to the 2-3 o'clock kickoffs this afternoon. If it's Newcastle United you're interested in, Matthew Raisbeck and John Anderson are at St Mary's for Southampton against Newcastle in the Premier League. That one is on BBC Newcastle's FM frequencies. But if you are of a Sunderland persuasion, Nick Barnes and Gary Bennett are at the Stadium of Light for the game at home to Gillingham in League One. That is on DAB and Freeview Channel 719.
1, 2, 3, 4. All the girls on the block knocking at my door. Wanna know what it is, make the boys want more.
Simon Logan.
I took my little dog on tour, so that was nice. I know the audience are having a drink, but I am tickling a dog's tummy.
Yeah, I was arrested in my underpants in a hotel in London. Door is kicked in. Good grief. But it's on the latch, so it only opens like 6 inches. I think they got more angry because it properly took the shine off that sort of Hollywood entrance, do you know what I mean?
Simon Logan. Weekdays from 12.
The big North East afternoon starts when I play the hits from 2 mystery years on Time of Our Lives.
BBC Newcastle. Radio for the North East.
North East Sport.
BBC Newcastle, the only place for North East sport.
Cher then lets that one go, and it's come through for Ings here. Fernandez back with him. Danny Ings for Southampton scores from a long ball downfield that Newcastle didn't deal with. Ings got in, and he goes right-footed across the keeper and has his 11th goal of the season. 52 minutes gone. Newcastle United 0, Southampton 1. Shelvey floats it round the back. Carroll is the target, headed behind by Shane Long. If it'll go, it won't go. It's run along the line. Carroll's kept it in. Left-footed cross. Shelvey arriving. Yes! Oh, John Joe Shelvey just cannot stop scoring. Andy Carroll with a great ball back across, and having played it into the area from the initial free kick, Shelvey just kept going, arrived late, and has connected with a header that's beaten Alex McCarthy at the Gallagher end. And Newcastle skipper has brought them level. 68 minutes gone. Shelvey's 5th of the season. He has scored in 3 matches in a row. Newcastle United 1, Southampton 1. Down to Saint-Maximin, left corner of the box, 2 with him. Fancy footwork, Longstaff out of his feet. Longstaff hits it, keeper spills it, and it's a second goal! Newcastle United have got in front, and Federico Fernandez has got what could be a late winner. Alex McCarthy spilled the shot from Sean Longstaff. They had players following in, and it was Federico Fernandez slammed the ball into the top of the net, and they have come from behind to lead. 88 minutes. Fernandez with his 2nd of the season. It's yet another goal from a defender, and it's Newcastle United 2, Southampton 1.
North East Sport.
BBC Newcastle, the only place for North East sport.
And those are the goals from Newcastle's 2-1 victory over Southampton in December. Here they are against the Saints at St Mary's. Both teams out warming up on the pitch in front of us. We sit at the back of the main stand. We are to the left of the halfway line. In fact, we're almost in line with the penalty area. Normally at Premier League stadia, and at most grounds actually, you're quite central, but here we're a long way left. At Aston Villa you sit almost in line with the 18-yard box. At West Brom the other night we were probably equidistant between the halfway line and the penalty area, but here we'll have a great view when Newcastle are attacking this goal to our left at the chapel end of St Mary's, but a bit further away unfortunately from the away section, which is to our right, and it's the right hand side starting to bend around the corner of the northern stand into this main stand. 3,051 away tickets have been sold, and there's quite a few in black and white stripes in their seats already, but a lot of supporters have gathered at the front of the stand leaning against the fence to watch the players warm up. Newcastle's team, 6 changes from West Brom and 1 change from Burnley last weekend. Dubravka in goal, Manquillo starting his 3rd match in a row after 2 months out. Lascelles, Fernandez and Rose the rest of the back 4. Shelvey, whose goal we heard there against Southampton in December was his last for Newcastle, but he remains their leading Premier League scorer with 5, even if Almiron is now the top scorer overall with 6 in all competitions. Shelvey and Hayden in the middle, Ritchie, Almiron, Saint-Maximin on the left, and Gale up front, and on the bench Darlow, Cher, Joelinton, Yedlin, Lazaro, Sean Longstaff and Bentaleb. A couple of things I wanted to talk to you about, John Anderson, before we hear from Valentino Lazaro, who spoke to BBC Newcastle after the FA Cup win against West Brom the other night. Here at St Mary's and previously at the Dell, it's something we talk about every time we come to Southampton, and we'll probably be talking about it for a long time yet. Not a very good record for Newcastle. No. Won just 2 of 31 top flight league games away to Southampton. 1972 at the Dell, and in 2004 here at St Mary's. The others, 11 draws and 18 defeats.
Yeah, it's never been a happy hunting ground. Hoping it might change when they move from the Dell to this new stadium, but as you say, only the 1 win here. some grounds are bogey grounds. This seems to be one of them. But I just look at this Southampton side, and neat and tidy, good going forward, but I just think defensively they'll always give you an opportunity. I think the two centre-backs are weak. They want to play in bad areas, they take chances on the ball, and I think if we're brave enough, we could most definitely get something today.
The last two matches here, last season and the year before, were both draws, 2-2 in October 2017 and then in October 2018. Last season it finished 0-0, which was the final game in Newcastle's winless start to last season, because they won the next one at St James's Park, which was against Watford last season. The other point, and again it's something we talk about frequently, the goals or the lack of goals. Got 3 the other night, but in the Premier League they failed to score in 4 in a row. When we was looking at some of the statistics relating to this game and just general records this week, we found that only once before have Newcastle failed to score in 5 matches in a row in the top division. That was a run of 6 from October to December 1988, and you will obviously remember what happened that season, 88-89. They were relegated, and since the start of last season, no Premier League team has played more goalless draws than Newcastle, who have seen their matches finish 0-0 7 times, including here last season. I know you didn't see the Burnley game last weekend, Ando, but maybe it's hard to judge from the other night because there have been changes and it was a cup tie against a team from the division below. But how much do you feel that Richie, Almiron, Saint-Maximin and Gale as a front four will help Newcastle in the final third?
As I said, I think against this back four, and especially against these two centre-backs, I think there's opportunities there. I think if Saint-Maximin, Almiron, Gale are on their game, I think they could cause them problems. I thought the other night, Saint-Maximin and Almiron were excellent. I thought Almiron playing in the hole caused West Brom all sorts of problems. Now, I know West Brom excuse me, I know West Brom made a lot of changes from their first 11, but even so I thought his movement was good, took us 2 goals very well, and I think if he's in that type of form again today, he could cause Southampton problems.
And Joe Linton on the bench, Gale getting the opportunity to start. Gale is a player who, well, I suppose like all of them, actually could do with a goal. He's had some chances this season when he's played. He's had some good opportunities. There was one at Burnley that he put wide from a couple of yards. He put one over against Manchester United, and while he does provide some good things, and last weekend he gave them something different in the attack, it's been a long time since he scored for Newcastle. It was May of 2018, the final day of that season, because of course he was on loan last year at West Brom when he did get a lot of goals, but getting on for 2 years since his last in the Premier League.
Yeah, I mean, been a lot of talk about Gale and the fact that he's not up to Premier League level. He's got, 23 goals I think he got at West Brom last season. So his Premier League record isn't great, but in his defence, he's never really had a string of games. He's never had a run of games, consistent games in the Premier League. Be interesting to see if he could cope if he was given that run of games. Joe Linton, if he'd been given the run of games that Joe Linton had, would he have scored more goals? You'd like to think so. But he's in the side now. He's got the shirt. It's up to him to go and prove to the manager that he's worthy of that. And the only way he can do that, he's in the team to score goals, and that's what he's got to go and do.
About 20 minutes to go until kick-off here at St Mary's. Valentino Lazaro, who's on the bench for Newcastle today, marked his return from suspension with his first United goal on Tuesday. The 23-year-old winger has been talking to BBC Newcastle about scoring in the FA Cup victory over West Brom.
Yeah, sometimes you play a ball and have to make that run right after, and I'm very happy I made that run today. I think the ball could have came first from Miggy, then the ball went to Alan. and I just knew I had to go there. Sometimes the striker has to be there, but when you see that open space, you have to make that run. And I know it was lucky the ball came right on my stomach and into the goal, but I'm very happy, like I said, that I made that run today, and yeah, to score my first goal for Newcastle.
And how nice was it to score that goal in front of 5,000 noisy away supporters?
I'm very happy it was second half in front of the fans. Yeah, it's a very nice feeling, and especially after my red card, yeah, I'm very happy to be back in that kind of way.
The highs and lows of football, then, you must have been so disappointed after Crystal Palace, but tonight, a great moment for you.
Yes, of course. Even against Crystal Palace, I felt like, yeah, the game wasn't my best, but it wasn't that bad. I've had a couple good actions there as well, and was still trying to find my way just into the team, into the Premier League, and then to end it like that, just of course ruined my whole day, my whole night, and the whole week after. So I'm very happy to be back, and yeah, just want to help the team.
Given where you are in the league, how important is the FA Cup to you this season?
Of course, it's important in a lot of ways. First of all, it's a cup and anything's possible in each game, so trying to go as far as possible. It's yeah, not a lot of games for a title, so of course you always have to believe. And on the other hand, of course, like I said, we haven't scored a lot of goals in the past few weeks, so this cup game today was very important for us. Like I said, it's a win. We're on to the next round. We scored 3 goals. It's very good for the team confidence, and we hope we can transfer that now to the Premier League.
And how did you enjoy playing further forwards today? A different system from the team, and you perhaps in a more comfortable position on the right?
Yeah, I've always said my strengths, of course, are in the attack. But over the past 2-3 years, I've learned a lot defensively as well. But of course, I'm better with the ball on my feet or going forward. So I'm happy I got to play that position today. And if I can help the team, that makes me even more proud.
You go to Southampton at the weekend, and Ralph Hasenhüttl was the first Austrian to manage in the Premier League. Do you know him at all? Have you come across him before?
I know him. I've met him and seen him a couple times in Austria at some games, and of course he was in Leipzig before me. I was in Red Bull Salzburg, so there was a few connections. A lot of my friends played in Leipzig, so I've heard a lot about him. I know he's doing great work, and I know a bit of the way he thinks, but personally not too much. We haven't talked too much, so yeah, it's going to be exciting to meet another Austrian in the league.
Newcastle's Valentino Lazaro there talking to BBC Newcastle on Tuesday evening after the win over West Brom in the FA Cup. Not only is he facing his compatriot Ralph Hasenhüttl in the Southampton dugout, they have on the bench the Saints' Kevin Danso, the fullback, Austrian under-21 international on loan from Augsburg in Germany. But Lazaro, part of a front four at the Hawthorns that also included Miguel Almiron, Alan Saint-Maximin and Joelinton, and Lazaro has been speaking as well about Joelinton's role in the team and what he thinks the Brazilian brings to the side.
I know Joe for years now already, not only in Germany, even in Austria we played against each other. By the way, the next time you see him, you can remind him when we played in Austria, the cup final against each other. He scored the 1-1 against us, and a couple of minutes before the end I scored the 2-1, so remind him about that when you see him. You can see when you play long balls, he's just always there. He goes deep, he's very quick, and he can secure the ball. Very tall, and like I say, he's just working and pressing defensively as well, and the runs he makes, he creates a lot of space. And like I said, today he was running to another position, so I had the space to go there, and I scored my goal today, so he's definitely bringing a lot to the team.
Newcastle and Sunderland commentary exclusively live.
BBC Newcastle, the only place for North East sport.
Valentino Lazaro there on Joelinton, who he says brings a lot to the team, but both players find themselves as substitutes today.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, both of them did okay on Tuesday night, but Steve Bruce has looked at it, obviously feels that he needed to freshen it up, make changes today. I thought he might have stuck with Lazaro, but he's obviously gone with Matt Ritchie. He may feel that away from home, Ritchie's extra energy, and that's nothing against Lazaro, by the way, but just his extra work rate, his willingness to get back and defend and help defenders out, might be more beneficial today.
I was going to ask you, did you feel that Lazaro has been unlucky to be left out of this 11.
Look,
Richie coming back in.
I think the other night's a very difficult game to judge when you look at the side that West Brom put out. You look at what West Brom had in midfield. They had no legs whatsoever. We bossed it for 60 minutes. When they changed it, they got back into the game to a degree. So they made wholesale changes. We made changes. You just always felt that he was going to bring certain players back in. Richie was always going to come back. He always felt Hayden was going to come back. So he picks a side that he thinks is there to go and get a result. So unlucky. Maybe did he do enough? Okay, he scored a goal, but you wouldn't say, oh, he was absolutely brilliant. He's a shoe-in for the game at Southampton. He did okay, but he obviously didn't do enough to convince the manager that he should start today.
Teams just putting the finishing touches to their warm-up. Southampton actually now heading back in away to our right down the tunnel and into the changing rooms. Newcastle's players finish with a shooting drill against Carl Darler, the replacement goalkeeper. Isaac Hayden's just cracked one in. Now Shelby's turn, and he strokes one against the post. The team today is Dubravka, Manquillo, Lascelles, Fernandez and Rose, Hayden and Shelby, Richie, Almiron, Saint-Maximin and Gale, Darlow, Cher, Joelinton, Yedlin, Lazaro, Sean Longstaff and Bentaleb are the subs. Southampton with Alex McCarthy in goal. He's kept 4 clean sheets this season. Jan Valery at right back, Jack Stevens, Jan Bednarek and Ryan Bertrand are the other defenders from right to left. In midfield, Moussa Djenepo, James Ward-Prowse, Pierre-Emile Højbjerg, Sofiane Boufal, Danny Ings and Shane Long are the forward players. We expect a 4-4-2 from the hosts this afternoon. They have on the bench Angus Gunn, the keeper, Yannick Vestergaard, Che Adams, Oriol Romeu, Michael Obafemi, Kyle Walker-Peters and Kevin Danso. They've lost 3 of their last 4, Southampton, in the Premier League. Their last win was 2-0 against Aston Villa at home a fortnight ago. They actually have the worst home record in the Premier League. Southampton, only 14 of their 34 points have been won on the South Coast. 8 defeats at home this season. They also have the worst home defensive record, but that is largely down to their 9-0 defeat by Leicester earlier in the season. 30 goals have been conceded. Southampton have the worst home defensive record. Newcastle have the worst away defensive record. So
it's got 0-0 rolled over.
Yeah, another one. Who would be surprised if that was the case? Newcastle did beat the Saints by 2-1 at St James's in December, and Southampton manager Ralph Hasenhüttl felt his team were unfortunate that day.
Yeah, you also remember this game, but that's football, it's not always fair, it's not always the expected goals or the expected conceded goals are the same like the real result. So it's normal that especially defeats like against Newcastle away were hard to understand because we were playing quite well. But it's more important to focus on the game now on the weekend, and we know what you have to do to have more points after the final whistle. And this is the goal in the week.
Timing when you play sides is everything. Had they not been in the FA Cup, they'd go into this match having not scored for 4 games and would be saying, well, this is typical Newcastle, not many goals scored, difficult to score against. Now they've scored 3 at Reading, maybe they'll be a little bit more confident. Might not be a great time to play them.
Oh, I don't see any disadvantage about that. It's not always easy if you play against a team they haven't won for a long time. They're still a dangerous side and can cause you a lot of problems if you let them play. So in any way, it's not a thing you can wish this or this. You must take it as is, and we do it.
North East Sport.
BBC Newcastle, the only place for North East sport.
the view from the opposition there. Ralph Hasenhüttl of Southampton was speaking to BBC Radio Solent. Given their variable, well, probably disappointing form really, Southampton recently, with those 3 defeats in 4 in the Premier League, how big a game do you think this is for them? Because while Newcastle are 5 points clear of the relegation zone, Southampton, who have pulled themselves away from danger with decent form over the winter up until recently, are 7 points clear of danger.
I think it's a big game for both sides. You know, obviously if we win here today, we jump above Southampton, but they know that a win today for them opens a bigger gap between themselves and us as well. So I think it's a huge game for both sides. I think there's pressure on both sides to get a result. You know, our league form hasn't been great, results wise hasn't been great. You know, we're finding goals difficult to come by in the league, but their form hasn't been brilliant either, so you just feel something may well have to give today.
Referee this afternoon is Graham Scott from Oxfordshire. He did the Newcastle FA Cup replay against Rochdale in January, and back in August he was the man in the middle for the home draw with Watford. Fourth official is Andy Woolmer. Running the line, Neil Davies and Richard West, and the video assistant referee today is Peter Banks. Sprinklers are on. There's one on the halfway line and one at either end of the ground just outside the penalty areas. Teams are still in the changing rooms, but about 10 minutes to go until kick-off. And let's hear again from Steve Bruce, who earlier this week guided Newcastle United into the FA Cup quarter-finals, the last 8 of the competition, for the first time in more than a decade.
We made it all difficult and not as good as it should have been in the last 10-15 minutes. We switched off, became a little bit complacent, got easy-osy with it, and all of a sudden they score a goal and they're back in. But some of our play in the first half in particular, we were excellent. Never easy to go a team that is top of the championship and be 3-0 up and create the chances we did, and looked very comfortable what we're doing, which was pleasing. So how good was it the other night to be involved in the draw for the quarter-final? We couldn't have pulled out a more difficult opponent, but we're at home. We can't ask for anything more than that. We're at home playing against one of the best teams in Europe. So let's get the Premier League this weekend and next week, and look forward to the challenge of trying to get to Wembley in the semi-final.
It's been a week that started okay, getting a result of draw against Burnley and then getting through in the Cup. It's got better. It could be a really significant week for you if you get something at Southampton.
Yeah, I mean, we go above them in the league if we do, which is important, and yeah, it's going to be difficult. We understand that, but this is the Premier League. They're all difficult, week in and week out, a different opponent, different ways of playing. But if we can win and get a positive result, then it'll have been a decent week, and that's quite something here in the northeast. So let's hope we can top it off.
Because of the joy that you've had so far with the changes that you made with personnel and to the system that you've played in the last 2 games, how much are you thinking about continuing with that for an away game against a Southampton side that have got obviously some good attacking players?
Well, I know Danny Ings is at the top of his game. I mean, you know, I think it's vitally important that a Premier League club like ours can have a change of formation and everybody understands their role. Why we changed was the simple fact was that we didn't look like a threat anymore, you know, and the counter attack when we played the 5 at the back and defended that little bit deeper, if you like, we still had a threat, and but that seemed to have waned over the last few weeks. So as a manager, coach, you change personnel, you change system. That's only 2 things you can do. So we've changed a little bit of personnel, we've changed the system, and touch wood at the moment, it's all looking okay. So I think what Almiron, who is arguably our best player, is playing in his favourite position against Burnley, and certainly the other night he was excellent. So he's jumped to life, which which hopefully will see us good for the rest of the season.
And the final thing I wanted to ask you, we know you well and get to speak to you every week, but your staff, you've been with them for a couple of years now, and we see you in dialogue with them on the touchline throughout the games, and we know you've added Steve Harper to your coaching team as well. Could you just give us an insight into what the respective roles and responsibilities are from Steve Agnew and Stephen Clements?
And first of all, there's a lot of good people who work at the club who's been here for years. What you don't talk about either, you know, Tomo the kit man, and Derek the physio, the doctor, the medical department, the media department. They're all have made me life very, very comfortable here. They all try and work hard, and they're a delight. The people who I bring with you, the one thing that I have got is a quite unique staff where they're fiercely loyal towards me. And Aggers and Stephen, and Aggers leads it, that I give him carte blanche to do the training and what's required in training, and that's what he wants to be. He wants to be on the grass. And Stephen Clements has been now with me on and off for the past decade. I had him as a player, and always thought it's important when you're getting a little bit older to have a younger one, and he's filled that role in fantastically well. Now he's 40-odd-year-old, which is quite remarkable. And Harps has come in, and the link between the academy and myself, he was at a meeting yesterday, which he'll report back to me on today. He knows, if not, he knows Newcastle very, very well, and I had the pleasure of managing him for a couple of years as a goalkeeper at Hull, where he did fantastically well. And as I've said to him many times, if I'd have picked him for a cup final, we might have won the FA Cup. So I'm delighted he's joined us. They all have their roles, and it's vitally important for any manager that you've got good staff. And I think the most important thing for me is on the training ground. That's where that's where you're judged, I think, in your management team. And I think the players enjoy the training sessions the lads put on, and they're very, very good at what they do. And Simon, who's been here for a long time now, who I think Sir Bobby Robson brought him in years ago, very, very highly thought of in the goalkeeping department. In matter the crazy industry, that one is the goalkeepers, and but Simon is a very, very experienced, well thought of coach who, as I said, has been at the club a long time and wants to do as well.
Alfie and Anna at breakfast, waking up the northeast like this.
Singers in Wearside can get involved with an opera taster day.
Hi, I'm Alison Barton, and I'm artistic director at Opera Sunderland.
Stephanie Finn has never looked more nervous.
You're on a chair, Steph, just because it's radio I have to explain to people. So tip your bum as far back as you can possibly get it. Pull the shoulders down and away from the ears. 1, 2, 3. Let it go, let it go. Turn away and slam the door. This woman.
Yay! Brilliant.
Alfie and Anna at breakfast, waking up the northeast. BBC Newcastle, made in the northeast.
Northeast Sport.
Matthew Raisbeck and black and white legend John Anderson.
BBC Newcastle, the only place for Northeast Sport.
Here come the teams, led out by the officials. Graham Scott, the referee. Southampton in red training jackets on top of their red and white striped shirts. Newcastle come out in their third kit, the dark green kit. Dubravka, the goalkeeper, in a lighter green. The officials are wearing luminous yellow tops, black shorts and black socks, and Southampton will be red and white stripes, black shorts and red and white hooped socks. Now there is no pre-match fair play handshake, as the Premier League calls it today, so the players walked down the line. Southampton walked past the Newcastle players. There was a nod of acknowledgement, but no physical contact between them. It was a couple of days ago that the Premier League and the Football League said the pre-match handshakes between players and officials wouldn't take place until further notice because of fears over the spread of coronavirus. And despite the no handshake, the players, Newcastle in one half and Southampton in the other, are high-fiving each other and hugging each other as we await the coin toss to decide who kicks off and which way both teams will kick. Alex McCarthy in goal for Southampton. Back four from right to left: Jan Valery, Jack Stevens, Jan Bednarek and Ryan Bertrand. In midfield, Moussa Djenepo, James Ward-Prowse, Pierre-Emile Højbjerg and Sofiane Boufal, Danny Ings and Shane Long up front. And Newcastle, Martin Dubravka in between the posts, Javier Manquillo, Jamal Lascelles, Federico Fernandez, Danny Rose the back four, John Joe Shelby and Isaac Hayden in midfield. Hayden scored his first Premier League goal here in the 2-2 draw in October 2017, one of 5 Newcastle United goals from the midfielder. Matt Ritchie, who has played for Southampton's rivals Bournemouth and Portsmouth in the past, and who signed, like John Joe Shelby, a new 3-year deal earlier this week, will play on the right. Miguel Almiron in the number 10 role, Alan Saint-Maximin on the left side, and Dwight Gale up front, and a bench of Darlow, Cher, Joelinton, Yedlin, Lazaro, Sean Longstaff and Ben Taleb. Teams go into a huddle, or huddles separately. Are you feeling optimistic, John Anderson, about Newcastle's chances?
Yeah, look, as I said to you earlier, Ray, I just feel that this, especially the two centre-backs, will give you opportunities. You've got to be brave enough to get in there, put them under pressure and take those opportunities when they come along. Very optimistic that we'll get a result here.
To kick us off will be Newcastle United, and they're going from right to left as we look. So Dubravka defending the goal, behind which the away section begins, and they're attacking the end that we sit closest to as the ball goes back to Shelby, and he looks for Gale out on the left, sails over his head, bounces out of play. Southampton throw for the fullback, making his first appearance since November, Valery to take. And it's down the line, beats Rose, Fernandez with a clearance straight against Saint-Maximin and out for another Southampton throw, a bit further down the right side. Referee's telling Valery to get back to halfway, and he just, after getting back, steals some more yards, throws it forwards. Fernandez away for Newcastle. Forwards by Southampton, header from Saint-Maximin on the United left. Djenepo goes down near the edge of the box, and a delayed decision by the referee. He's given Southampton a free kick.
He was writhing around in agony till the whistle went, and now he's all right.
Well, James Ward-Prowse has got good quality from set pieces.
It's in a wide area just on this right side, 5 yards outside the penalty area, between penalty box and the sideline.
Two-man Newcastle wall of Ritchie and Almiron inside the area at an angle. Dubravka fairly central, and players in a line along the penalty spot. Here's the delivery. Shelby heads it up and over the crossbar, and it's corner for Southampton on the right-hand side.
Yeah, didn't get beyond the near post, did it? It wasn't the greatest delivery. Shelby got himself into an area. Was never beaten, and flicked off his head, gone behind corner kick on this near side again.
Now they've tried to stretch it, Newcastle, by pushing Alan Saint-Maximin up to halfway. So Southampton have taken a player back, Valery, and there's a couple of others looking over their shoulders as the left-footed delivery comes in. It's headed against a Newcastle player by Danny Ings. I think it's Shelby again.
Yeah, he got it right in the kisser, didn't he?
And it's going to be a corner again on the right side for Southampton.
Yeah, flicked header by Ings. Shelby tracked him, got it smack in the face.
Bertrand, the left back, is taking the corner again. Another in-swinger. Now they've brought another player back to keep an eye on San Maximo, who's actually in the Southampton half. Ward-Prowse has dropped right back. Here is the left-footed corner. Flicked away. Shelby again, I think. Ward-Prowse in midfield meets the ball, passes it to the right side for Southampton. Boufal delivers, and the player goes down in the box. Referee says play on. Rose then is dispossessed on the left, and a cross comes in, and Newcastle scramble it clear and behind again. Ritchie, who knocked it out for a corner that time, as Southampton cut Newcastle open.
Yeah, we're all over the place. Thankfully, Southampton's final ball hasn't been great.
So, yet another corner, left-footed in-swinger from the right. It's round the back this time. Dubravka claws it away. May have been caught. Referee's actually given Newcastle the decision and a free kick for the challenge on Dubravka.
I don't think that's a free kick. I think the big boy's got every right to go for that. Dubravka's come and punched. Goalkeepers now get far too much protection.
4 minutes gone, 0-0. Early pressure from Southampton, who've actually got Boufal on the right and Gineppo on the left, rather than the other way around. Noisy away section as Dubravka plays it forwards. Good leap, good win by Gale, who then gets it back for Almiron, who has been crowded out, but a free kick's been given to Newcastle, possibly for a foul on Gale before Almiron was surrounded. The Southampton players swarmed around Almiron, and Shelby to take it. It's on the left, about 10 yards up from halfway. He's played it quickly short to the left wing to San Maximo, who's knocked it down the line for Almiron, but behind it goes for a goal kick.
Just too much pace on it. Seen the run, just overhit the pass at Maximum. Almiron trying to get in behind that back four.
BBC Newcastle, radio for the North East. Just another reminder, if you're listening to us, describing Newcastle against Southampton, but you're looking for Sunderland against Gillingham, the commentary from the Stadium of Light is on DAB and on Freeview Channel 719. Almiron receives it from Hayden, plays it to the right for Newcastle to Gale. Ritchie dispossessed, hacking away, trying to win it back. Ritchie, and he's done so, dragged back by Gale to release a colleague, then a ball sent low into the box. Valerie covering, who's Hayden down the right side, who got away, made a decent run. Ball just didn't have enough pace on it to get all the way across the box, and Southampton stick it out for a Newcastle throw 30 yards out on the right. Taken by Manquillo, headed on by Almiron, and Gineppo miscues his clearance and gives Newcastle another throw about 20 yards from goal. 0-0. Manquillo with the ball in his hands finds Almiron in a bit of space in between defenders, but he plays it against a red and white shirt, and then it's hammered clear as far as Rose in the centre circle to the feet of Alan San Maximo. First chance to take on some defenders. He beats them, San Maximo, with a step over and a trick, but then the cross is blocked, and the ball just kept in by Boufal, just on the line. And Valerie clears straight to Lascelles, who brings it under control just back from the halfway line. Manquillo to Fernandez, and back to the feet of Dubravka. Ritchie's got his arms in the air, far side, wants it. Now he goes to a deeper position to get it to feet. Takes a touch, and Shelby's making a run from midfield, and he's the recipient of Ritchie's ball. Shelby keeps it in on the line. Great run, great ball from Ritchie. Shelby turns back inside. Can he pick someone out? Almiron. Dwight Gale saved. Almiron saved. Almiron a second time into the side netting. It's a corner. A save, a crucial save from Alex McCarthy right at the end there to deny Almiron, but they had 3 goes, Newcastle, and couldn't put the ball in the net.
Well, I said about these two centre-backs, they just give you every opportunity. They don't get close enough. Should really score. I mean, Almiron's missed. Dear oh dear, he's coming on to it.
Well, have the corner and then dissect that. Richie delivers round the back. Gale puts it into the hands of the keeper.
Almiron should score.
But the second one's come back to him, and he wants it on his left every time.
But it's on his left foot.
He goes with his right for the second one.
But he plays it straight into the keeper's arms. Just put his foot through it. A bit like the other night. Just put your foot through it.
Should Gale have done better as well?
Right. He's forced the keeper into making a save. It's coming him quick. Doesn't expect the defender to miss it.
It was good play by Richie to get on the ball, to see what was happening, and then play it to Shelvey, who made a really good run and kept it in.
Yeah.
And then put the ball into the box. So promising from Newcastle in the build-up, just not the finishing. 0-0. Ings onto it in the box. Lascelles behind. Corner. 8.5 minutes played. Steve Bruce turns to have a word with Steve Agnew in the technical area. They're leaving Alan Saint-Maximin up again. Newcastle. Bertrand is with him. Valerie there as well. Ward-Prowse to take the corner, still on this right side like the others, but now an outswinger to come in. Left arm in the air. Then he delivers, flicked across goal. Manquillo doesn't get much on the clearance. Højbjerg up into the air. Fernandez is watching it and heads it out of the box. Boufal back in. Fernandez and Rose go either side of Shane Long, and Fernandez has to stick it out for a throw. Well, 3 saves in a row by McCarthy to deny Newcastle.
Oh,
now down the other end, Southampton.
Boufal hasn't started this game well at all.
Make a mess of the throw. It's only his 8th Premier League start of the season, Sofiane Boufal. He's a Morocco international. Now here's a replay of the chance, Anna, that we were just looking at. I mean, all of them, but all the shots are from the 6-yard line, and then for the first 2, and then Almiron a couple of yards from goal. Here's Saint-Maximin, back to Shelvey. Almiron's going to chase this. Højbjerg's able to get to it. Didn't go back to the keeper. He was aware that Gale was about to close that route off. Now he's played it against Richie, who then plays it against Højbjerg, the Southampton midfielder. Passes it infield to Ward-Prowse, to Boufal in space in the middle of Newcastle's half. Gets away from a couple. Manquillo slips. Manquillo slipped at the edge of the area, stayed down, and somehow was able to make a challenge while he was on the floor to win the ball back. Then he runs to halfway and loses it, and Southampton going down towards the goal line. Gineppo with a cross that may have gone out. Play continues. Lascelles has got it, gives it to Richie, gets away from one, gets fouled. Richie. Free kick for United on the right in their own defence. And Jamal Lascelles, the skipper, is just motioning with his hands to his teammates, calm down.
Well, I'm not too sure what Boufal's doing. He just runs straight at Manquillo. Manquillo's lying on the ground. All he's going to do is go round him. He tries to run over him, knocks the ball straight against him. But it's not convincing at either end, is it?
No, it's been a bit messy in some respects. 12th minute, 0-0. It's not "Oh when the Saints go marching in," it's "Oh when the Mags go marching in" that we can hear at the moment. As Dubravka plays the ball over halfway. Gale being held. Balls come down to Shelvey. No space for Shelvey. Back to Hayden. Manquillo on the right. Down the line for Richie. Tackled and it was played against him. Southampton's ball. Our featured non-league match today is the FA Vars quarter-final, featuring Concert from the Northern League. They're away to Atherstone Town, and Concert are a goal down in the early stages there. Any more goals, we'll let you know about them here on BBC Newcastle this afternoon. And any more Premier League goals, we'll of course tell you about as well. Forwards by Newcastle. 2 Southampton players miss it. A third clears. Shelvey towards Gale with a header, brought down under control at the back by Jack Stevens. Lobbed forwards. Manquillo is there first ahead of Moussa Gineppo. Back to Dubravka. Drives it through the middle. No one there in green for Newcastle. And that's gone from goalkeeper to goalkeeper. McCarthy to the feet of Stevens. Bednarek and Bertrand coming up to halfway. Jack Stevens, the Southampton centre-half, clips it up to Shane Long, who controlled and then went down. Danny Rose tackled by Valerie outside the Newcastle box, but the touch from the Southampton defender takes the ball through to Dubravka, who walks it from the back of his box towards the D. And players come across to this near left side as we look. Gale goes beyond Almiron and rises to flick the ball on. Almiron can't quite get there. Gale trying to win it a second time. Cleared by Bednarek. Rose header forward. Stevens header away. Long comes. Hit the deck after a challenge from Lascelles. Southampton still with possession in the middle third of the pitch now. And Stevens passes it to his left to Bertrand. Ritchie in front of him. Bertrand down the line to Gineppo. Bertrand, heavy touch, almost allows Ritchie to steal it. Foul by Ritchie. Free kick taken quickly. Bertrand to Gineppo, who turns away from Ritchie, who is chasing him, goes back to Bertrand, and now Bednarek in front of the penalty area with the ball. No goals here on BBC Newcastle Radio for the North East. Sent down the Southampton left. Lascelles is watching it. It goes out, bends out before it reaches the corner, so it'll be a throw-in rather than a goal kick. Lascelles going to leave it for Manquillo. What have you made of the opening exchanges?
Scary at both ends.
Headed up into the air by Southampton from that Manquillo throw. Lascelles, big header away. Ritchie on his chest, man at his back. Smacks it down the right on the turn. Nobody there in green, but Newcastle can push up. Southampton go back to the keeper. Defensive line's quite high. It's about 5 yards back from halfway. McCarthy wearing light blue today, the Southampton keeper, looking for Long. That's straight to Lascelles and Shelby. What a ball that could be. Valerie got there with his head, but he's only produced it for Saint-Maximin in the corner here. Newcastle on the attack. Saint-Maximin beats him into the area. Alan Saint-Maximin wins a corner. Does he? What have they given? They've played on. The ball had gone out, surely.
Yeah.
It's a goal kick. Well, that looked like the last touch was off the defender in red and white, but it's a goal kick for Southampton. Saint-Maximin with the trick, feigned to go one way, went the other, beat Valerie. They had a defender coming in though to block his route to goal, and the ball eventually went out. And again, belatedly, the decision was given, but it's goal kick, not corner.
Yeah, I think it was the right decision. I think it just came off Saint-Maximin last.
McCarthy onto the head of Shelby. Højbjerg heads on. Hayden against Ward-Prowse. Manquillo then intercepts from Gineppo. Ritchie plays against Gineppo. The Malian cost £14 million from Standard Liège in Belgium last year. United throw. Manquillo looking for Gale, who's won another header. Now goes for a second one. He's actually sent it forwards with an overhead kick here. Almiron putting some speed into his run, but just didn't have quite enough to get there to close down Jan Bednarek, and the Poland international heads it back to his keeper, McCarthy.
Yeah, it's settled down a little bit, hasn't it? It was helter-skelter early on.
McCarthy 0-0. Fernandez wins it in the air. Saint-Maximin looking for Hayden. Southampton's ball. Højbjerg. Long takes it into the area with a good first touch. Shane Long across the face of goal. Gineppo couldn't get there, coming in at the back post. He's gone after it, Gineppo, and kept it in on the far touchline. A couple of step overs, beats Manquillo, then the cross stuck out of play by Lascelles.
Well, Shane Long used his pace, but final ball, just far too much pace on it, thankfully.
Now Southampton from the throw. Gineppo into the area. Lascelles away. It's been caught after he cleared it. We play on. Ward-Prowse going down the left, turns, gets it back onto his right, and Højbjerg. Possession with Stevens in the centre circle to the right to Valery. High ball in round the back, dangerous one, great header Manquillo, and that'll go for a throw about 15 yards from goal. Southampton looking for the opener now. We reached the 18-minute mark here on BBC Newcastle. Throw straight to Manquillo, and then Newcastle failed to clear it, and Southampton get another throw close to the corner flag, still on that far left side as we look. And it's thrown to Boufal. Shelvey with a block challenge. A throw 20 yards out for the hosts. Given to Boufal. Now the cross comes in from Bertrand. It bounces. Fernandez deals with it with a header. Met here by Bertrand again. Lascelles to Shelvey. And Shelvey's played a pass to release Alan Saint-Maximin. That's exactly what he's done. Saint-Maximin gets up to halfway. Two players with him. Tries to go between them. Tried to slalom his way through. Couldn't do so. He's on the floor. Southampton go at the other end. Steve Agnew just tells Alan Saint-Maximin to get up.
Yeah.
Boufal, edge of the box. It's come here dangerously for Ings. Blocked by Lascelles, who's made several important blocks and interceptions so far. Shelvey now with his left, trying to bend it for Gale. It's taken a nick off a Southampton defender and gone through to the keeper.
Yeah, he got lucky, Stevens. His position was awful. Not the worst idea by Shelvey.
And comfortable possession at the back now for Southampton. Newcastle with Gale pressing, Almiron and Ritchie just behind him. Comes out to the right on halfway, Valery. Short, has given Fernandez a chance to win it, and he does, and he clears. McCarthy leaves his area to pass it to Bednarek. It's a short ball there, and Ings couldn't get it. Fernandez did for United. Bertrand up to halfway, then passes it backwards. Bednarek to Stevens, into Ings, high ball. It's asking a lot of Valery, and Danny Rose knows that. He wants to let it run for a goal kick, and he's managed to.
Yeah, not the greatest ball by Ings. Just trying to lift one round the corner, but didn't give his fullback much chance of getting on the end of it.
Dubravka takes a bit of time over this, puts the ball down. On the 6-yard line. Gale currently in an offside position. Now he goes for the ball. It's headed away in front of him. And Lascelles in front of Dubravka at the edge of the box, plays it. Rose gets a bit lucky, gets a rebound. Then an attempted clearance nearly lets Southampton in. They've got a throw in. 30 yards out.
Not the greatest defending by the England left back.
Valery with this throw. Ralph Hasenhutl's gone back to the bench. Steve Bruce is still out there. Always leaves his technical area, Steve Bruce. Never stays within the line. It's virtually on the pitch.
Does any manager.
Back to Boufal from the throw. Left-footed cross, curling in. Manquillo's let it go.
Good defending.
Got a call.
Well played.
Goal kick.
Yeah, great awareness of where Gineppo was. Could see him in his eye line. Just let the ball go over his head. Out for a goal kick.
It's Southampton 0, Newcastle United 0. 22 minutes on the clock. Looking to do the double over the Saints. Newcastle for the first time since 2004-05. Dubravka's goal kick, header by Southampton, goes to Shelvey. Heavy first touch by Shelvey. Newcastle win it back though, and Fernandez to Dubravka, and he's gone forwards towards Ritchie on halfway. Ritchie back to Lascelles. Manquillo here, two around him. Plays it against Gineppo, and it's gone for a throw. In a defensive position. level with the edge of the area. Manquillo towards Ritchie, he flicks it. Forwards it goes, Manquillo with a header into central midfield. That's headed against Saint-Maximin by Ward-Prowse, but they had a covering player, Southampton, and they have the ball at the back. Stevens to Bednarek, and they're enjoying a bit of possession here, the home team. Bertrand to Gineppo, steps inside, one Newcastle player, Ritchie then brings him down, and free kick is given, but they played on Southampton, that's why there's a groan.
No, I took the free kick from the wrong place.
From the wrong position, I beg your pardon. Graham Scott told them to move it back anyway, and they have done, so they'll do it again. No goals in any of the Premier League's 3 o'clock kickoffs. Earlier, Liverpool came from behind to beat Bournemouth 2-1. Southampton with it on halfway. Here's Ings. Left side, up to the final third. Ward-Prowse to Højbjerg. First time ball to the right to Valery. Takes a touch, Saint-Maximin with him. Cuts across him. Jan Valery, left-footed shot straight at Dubravka from 18 yards.
Yeah, comfortable save. Good inside, hit it with a swinger. Didn't really get a great deal on it, straight into the midriff of Dubravka.
Southampton's first shot on target. They've had 2/3 of the ball. The home team, it remains 0-0. Gale heads on, headed back there by Stevens. Bednarek flicks it into the hands of McCarthy. Well, after the opening period, it was a bit all over the place at either end. It has really calmed down now, and perhaps not a great deal happening. Almer on their handball on halfway. Ward-Prowse. There's a couple of England caps, won them a couple of years ago. Plays it short back to his defenders. Bednarek over the head of Saint-Maximin to Valery on his chest. Inside he comes. Ward-Prowse now away from Shelby into the centre to Højbjerg. Got it on the left now. Bertrand down the line to Gineppo looking for Højbjerg. Lascelles with a clearance. Gale can't get the better of his man. Ward-Prowse now gets it from a Bednarek header.
Oh, it takes forever, Stevens. Dear oh dear.
Stevens square to Valery. Long. Boufal. That's behind Ward-Prowse. Newcastle might be able to capitalise. Almiron tried to go through the legs of his man.
Just wanted too long.
And was eventually dispossessed. There's a chance of a counter-attack after the Southampton move broke down. Now they've got another one, Newcastle. Hayden wins it. It's caught late. Bad challenge. And a card coming here, a yellow card for Moussa Gineppo. They stopped it when Newcastle could have broken, but they were outnumbered, United. The yellow card has been given to Gineppo. Hayden's still down. The referee waves on the physio. Hayden made the challenge and was caught stood
on him, didn't he?
Onto the inside of the calf. On Hayden's left leg, it will be painful. And Hayden is being treated.
It's a naughty one, that.
VAR are checking this for a possible red card. A message on the giant screen at either end of St Mary's. The top of the stand says potential serious foul play. And Southampton, having had a player yellow carded,
could be in trouble here.
Yeah, this could be worse for Moussa Gineppo. The referee, Graham Scott, is he going to look at the pitch side monitor? He is. Well, this is a rare sight, isn't it? A referee coming over to the side of the pitch. He yellow carded Gineppo.
I think he could be sent off here.
Newcastle haven't had a player sent off against them since last February. Tommy Smith of Huddersfield for a foul on Almiron, which remember ended that.
He'll be sent off here.
Long run without having a man advantage in the Premier League. The referee Scott has had a look at the monitor.
He'll be sent off.
There's still dialogue. He makes the VAR signal, goes to his pocket and sends off Southampton's Moussa Gineppo. He has overturned his original decision, Graham Scott, the referee, from a yellow card to a red card, and Gineppo is dismissed, and Newcastle United, for the first time in more than a year, have a man advantage in a Premier League match. Southampton reduced to 10 men, and the groan is because the home fans have seen a replay of it on the screen. I'm not sure they're supposed to do that, but it is a red card for Southampton, who are down to 10 after 28 minutes, and the score 0-0.
I don't think there was any real intent in it. I don't think it was malicious, but it is what it is.
On a serious note, and perhaps a somber note, Gineppo gets a hug from a member of the coaching staff after being consoled by teammates. He's just come back this week from compassionate leave following the death of his mother. He didn't play last weekend. He's obviously not had a very good time personally, which we can all understand. Maybe they shouldn't have played him. Now Newcastle have started the game from the free kick. Almiron is in down the left. Gale can't get there. Rose in the box miscontrols. Southampton bring it away. But in terms of the football, as Rose wins it back on halfway, they're playing against 10 Newcastle now, and they've got more than an hour of the game to go.
Yeah, a long time. And see how Southampton reshuffle this.
McCarthy's got it. The keeper in his hands, kicks from the edge of the box. Header on by Long, Lascelles to Rose on the left. High ball by Rose. Huge noise from the away end, a massive roar when the Southampton yellow became a red. Here's Hayden, good turn, gets away from two in midfield. Shelby, Manquillo's available, he receives it. Ritchie goes down the line, Gale in the centre. Manquillo steps inside, back to Hayden, and now Shelby wide right. Gale gets on the move, on the turn. Shelby looks for Gale with a header, saved by the keeper inside the 6-yard box. Another great chance for Dwight Gale, and another save from Alex McCarthy.
It's a free header, he's in there all on his own. Yet again, the centre-backs just leave him. Should do better.
Shelby starting to dictate. Ball to Saint-Maximin on the left. Saint-Maximin tries to pull it back for someone in the middle. Wins a corner. Two great chances, Dwight Gale. Almiron had two saved earlier as well. And that header, the bouncing ball in by Shelby. Gale, just either side would have done, Ando. Either side, but straight
well,
at the
it's a free header. Yet again, he's in there all on his own, and he heads it straight at the goalkeeper. Should really do better.
Newcastle take the corner from this near left side. Shelby to Saint-Maximin. Saint-Maximin tackled. Shelby's got the ball. Back it goes to Rose. Southampton push up. Manquillo down the right for Fernandez. 4 in the box. Fernandez wins a throw from his cross. Crystal Palace 1, Watford 0. Jordan Ayew with the goal. 0-0 here. Newcastle playing against 10. They've got another throw on the far side. Manquillo with the throw, about 5 yards outside the area to Almiron. Goes back to halfway, and Fernandez. Southampton pushed up a bit. Square from Fernandez to Danny Rose. Saint-Maximin miscontrols. That's a throw-in. Hasn't quite got going yet. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Saint-Maximin, I mean.
Yeah, the other night he did things nice and simple. I think he's just trying a little bit too much today.
Hayden, strong, firm challenge in midfield to win it back for Newcastle for Shelby. Manquillo to Lascelles. Of course, having had a player sent off against them, Newcastle, the other thing they haven't had this season in any of their games is a penalty awarded for or against. Shelby inside the centre circle, outside of the right boot to Fernandez, who lets it run for Rose on halfway. Shelby on it again. Lascelles and Hayden down the right now, Newcastle. Manquillo back to Hayden, just up from halfway. It's back into his own half to Lascelles. Looks like has Ings maybe gone out to the left for Southampton with Long left up top. That might be the way that they've reshuffled. Shelby, a ball over the top for Manquillo. Brought down, is that handball? Play continues. Manquillo's cross is hammered clear. Oh. Well, it must have been the very edge of the chest or the shoulder if that wasn't handball by Manquillo.
Okay.
I'm just trying to get inside the head of the referee. I thought it was handball. Saint-Maximin on a run, gets into the area. Oh, that's good. And Gale wide! Gale wide from 7 yards at the near post. Great work by Alan Saint-Maximin, and Dwight Gale has missed a third golden opportunity to give Newcastle the lead. The cut back onto Gale's right, opens his body up, but pulls it wide at the near post. Still 0-0.
What a chance. But would they have went back for that handball? Because it was how many phases? I mean, everybody around us is shouting handball. It looked a blatant handball. He's not endearing himself, is he, the referee?
No, which can be worrying, can't it? Forwards by Southampton. Long on his chest, Hayden dispossesses him. Shelby to Almiron, Ritchie making a run. Gale to the left, Almiron gives it to Gale and goes on, gets it back from the centre forward. Only Ritchie in the area. Gale felt he was fouled. Referees brought it back for a foul on Dwight Gale. And there's some of the Southampton fans just to your left, where the home section starts and the media enclosure ends, are on their feet, enraged by some of the referee's decisions.
I didn't see it. I was following
Gale
the ball.
Gale was pulled back. There was look at it, two of them there pulling him back. Like,
yeah,
it's like,
good decision.
Don't know if that's a rugby move or a wrestling move. Holding on to him, so the referee's got it right. James Ward-Prowse now complains. Danny Ings having a go. The vanishing spray is put down in the box. Here's the free kick, which Matt Ritchie will take, is 5 yards from the edge of the area, left of centre, not quite in line with the edge of the box, but near enough. Ritchie a chance to deliver. He does deliver, and it's a goal! It's Lascelles, but it's offside. Lascelles met it on the volley, but it's been ruled out. The flag is up from the assistant, Richard West, on the far side, and it remains 0-0. It will be checked. Imagine if this got overturned.
He is offside.
Yeah, he is. Shelby's offside in front of him, and that's Lascelles at the back.
Good decision.
Good finish, mind. So it is 0-0. Yes. Now, if you listen to Total Sport on BBC Newcastle last night, every Friday, with our bookmaker who appears on the show, we put a virtual £10 bet on an anytime goal scorer. And who did you have?
Jamal Lascelles.
Disallowed goals don't count, do they?
Afraid not.
There's still plenty of time. Now a Newcastle throw that Southampton thought was theirs. 37 minutes on the clock, 0-0. Lascelles' goal ruled out earlier. Gineppo sent off after the referee, who gave him a yellow, checked the monitor at the side of the pitch and overturned his decision. Almiron to Hayden in midfield. They just keep their heads, Newcastle.
Oh, what a ball.
Hayden on the diagonal, looking for Saint-Maximin. Headed down, cut out by Jan Valery. Stevens against Almiron, and then against Valery, kept in, and Rose wins United a throw. Fernandez for the feet of Hayden, and now Lascelles in the centre circle. Manquillo, Ritchie came short, demanded the ball, didn't get it. Sheffield United 1, Norwich 0. Elsewhere, Billy Sharp with the goal for Sheffield United. Almiron tackled by Ward-Prowse, one back by Rose on the left. Shelby had two players, Manquillo and Ritchie, making runs. Manquillo's free again. Look, that ball's on. Lascelles coming up from the back, out wide right to Manquillo, takes a touch. Now he delivers. Header away by Bednarek. Hayden couldn't control. Long.
Spent more time on the ground, Shane Long, than he has standing up.
Isaac Hayden for Newcastle. Manquillo to Ritchie, coming in from the right flank to get themselves in front before half-time. Rose gives it to Shelby, makes a forward run. Southampton, every player behind the ball, which is about midway up their half. Now Manquillo looking for Ritchie, cut out by Højbjerg, and Ings gets away, but he fouls Manquillo, Danny Ings, who got the other side of him and won the ball back, and Newcastle have a free kick. And some of these Southampton supporters feel like the world is against them. Yeah. Rose back to Lascelles. Hayden. So it's slow from Newcastle, but they've got possession. Now back to halfway, Fernandez. Shelby, left of centre. Gale on the shoulder of the last defenders. Rose here, Shelby gives it, gets it back in a bit of space. The ball from Rose finds Shelby, who turns. Almiron just outside the area. Goes infield. Hayden, wide right to Manquillo, takes a touch. Ings in front of him, back to Lascelles. Foot on the ball to Ritchie, to the right to Manquillo. Controls, then a low ball in. Bednarek, well, clears, gone out for a Newcastle throw, not far from the corner flag. I think that's quite what the defender intended for Southampton. Now the throw looking for Almiron. Højbjerg, corner, chested it down, but taking it out and behind.
Well out as well. He's having a word with the linesman, but it's well out.
The TV camera focuses on Joe Linton, who's warming up with Yedlin and Sean Longstaff. Galen up front today. Joe Linton played there the other night. Gale with 3 really good chances to score. They have had the ball in the net, Lascelles, but ruled out for offside. Ritchie in swinging left-footed corner from the right for Newcastle, 0-0. It's high, round the back, Fernandez the target. It's coming down for Saint-Maximin, couldn't quite control, and Southampton can get away here. Fernandez, that's a foul. And some sarcastic applause, and players, fans on their feet following that decision, which was the correct decision. It was a foul by Fernandez, pulled his man, didn't he?
He had a little tug at him, but I'm not too sure there's a yellow card's worth, do you? If he's going to book Fernandez for that, why didn't he book Saint-Maximin for doing exactly the same thing just there beforehand? He had a little tug at him as well.
Oh, checking possible penalty, handball. Goodness me. On the giant screens, they've gone to VAR again, checking penalty, handball.
Oh, it is handball and all.
And Newcastle might have a penalty here. It's come off Boufal's arm.
Yeah,
penalty. It's come off Boufal's arm. His arm was outstretched. He's made his body unnaturally bigger. The Newcastle fans were chanting VAR a couple of seconds ago. They might have to start doing that again.
It's a penalty.
Graham Scott, the referee, isn't going to look at the monitor this time.
It's a penalty.
He's waiting for guidance from Peter Banks, the video assistant referee.
Penalty.
We've got a replay on our screen here. Saint-Maximin played it. It's when he tried to control it, and Boufal's gone with it. It's hit the top of his arm.
Yeah, but he's pulled back as well. So,
do you
look?
Yeah.
So what do you do?
Will they give this? Will Graham Scott act on the advice of the video assistant referee and further enrage the Southampton fans? It's a penalty! It's a penalty for Newcastle United. A decision given by The video assistant referee, another decision overturned, given by VAR, a red card from a yellow card earlier in the match.
And Fernandez's yellow card's overturned.
Down to 10. Fernandez booking removed, overturned, rescinded, and now a first penalty kick of the season for Newcastle United, awarded for handball by Sofiane Boufal, missed by the referee but given by VAR belatedly. And now Matt Ritchie has the chance to give them the lead and get his first goal of the season. 44 minutes on the clock. Bertrand tries to get in Ritchie's ear. The referee sends him away. It's been an incredible half of football, but not for the football, for the decisions and for the intervention of VAR technology. And it's given Newcastle United a penalty kick away to our left. Matt Ritchie, hands on hips, against Alex McCarthy. Ritchie from the back of the box comes forwards, and it's saved. McCarthy diving to his left, pushes it away, low by Ritchie, but saved by the keeper.
Poor penalty.
And the former Portsmouth and Bournemouth man, who had a penalty saved last season by Jordan Pickford of Everton, is denied here. It remains 0-0. Throw in for Newcastle, a second one on the far side. Hayden and Ings compete for the ball. Long's got it. Played against a green shirt. Hayden goes for it in the air. Free kick given by the assistant, who flagged for Hayden's aerial challenge.
This could get out of hand now.
And, you know, penalty given. VAR, I mean, is it close to the keeper's?
There's no pace on it, is there? There's no pace on it. It's in the corner. But he hasn't really hit it with any pace.
6'4" goalkeeper, big goalkeeper, got down well. McCarthy, who's made, well, what, 5-6 saves today already? Big saves, important saves. Lascelles, that's a push, and a free kick for Southampton. And it is about 10 yards, 15 yards outside the box on the left. But despite the VAR overturn for the yellow to the red, and then the penalty given, I mean, look, we didn't see it in real time with the naked eye. I can't remember where the referee was when it happened, but he took the advice from the video assistant referee, and all the chances they've had, they still haven't scored.
No, keeper's been outstanding, McCarthy, but in saying that, we've had chances that we really should have put away.
Now they've got to defend this free kick. Ward-Prowse low, short to the edge of the box. Ings flicks it down the left for Bertrand. Cross comes in, Fernandez, big header. Danger not clear, Ritchie away. Ward-Prowse out to the left, straight to Rose, who heads it on. Valerie's got there. Boufal now down the right for Southampton. Rose with him. Boufal, oh, what skill to get away inside of Rose. Flashed across goal. Almiron for Newcastle gets there, and Almiron's touch gives it back to Southampton near halfway. 0-0 in first half, added on time. 3 minutes were added, a minimum of 3 minutes. Hayden with a header straight to Saint-Maximin, cutting out a Southampton ball. Saint-Maximin looking for Shelvey. It's away from him. Manquillo and Bertrand slide. Manquillo has caught Bertrand. 4 Southampton players get around the referee to try to put pressure on Graham Scott. Manquillo caught him, no doubt about it. He was late, Javier Manquillo. Graham Scott puts his hands on his hips, gives himself a few moments. Bertrand's on his feet, yellow card for Manquillo, but they may check it like they did with the Gineppo one.
No, I think they both slid in. They're both sliding.
Now the Southampton fans chant VAR. I mean, he's caught him with his studs. I think it's probably in the stomach, abdomen, but not with any force. He's on the floor. Whereas Gineppo has gone in after the ball's been played by Hayden and caught him on the calf with a bit of force, and that was much nastier. Manquillo yellow carded. No VAR check. Free kick into the box. Fernandez heads it away. Rare Southampton attack now. Ritchie shoulder to shoulder with Ings. Southampton throw. High up on the left. Still 0-0 here on BBC Newcastle. Radio for the North East. Almost at half time. Look at all the scores from the other matches. And Concert still 1-0 down in their FA Vase quarter-final. Our featured non-league match, a report coming on that one. Throw-in taken by the home team, and the half-time whistle goes. How do you begin? 0-0. How on earth do you begin to sum that up?
Well, it's been lively, that's for sure. The referee's getting some right abuse as he walks off from this home crowd. Got the decision right. Rules the way they are. It was a red card. Got the penalty decision right. Poor penalty. Gales had chances. Almiron's had chances. Should be putting them away. Should be in front.
Yes, and again, at the point that we made a couple of minutes ago, despite the red card and the penalty, they've had chances from normal play, and really, really good chances.
Oh, yeah, it's not as if they have chances. Gales had the one that he's rolled past the post side foot, the Maximans pulls back, should score. Header, free header, 6 yards out, head straight to the keeper, should score. Almiron left foot coming onto it, hits it straight at the keeper, should score. Penalty, Ritchie should score. You know, you can't keep getting these chances and not putting them away. You know, so we've had the chances, we just haven't been good enough to put them away.
Second half, playing against 10 men. Didn't see much in attack from Southampton in the final half of the first half, or since Gineppo was red carded.
It's just going to be more the same.
Do they need to go about it differently? No. Because they have created chances.
No, they don't need to go about it differently. They just need to put the chances away that come along. They just need to keep creating the chances that they're creating, and make sure that when they do come along that they put the ball in the back of the net. That's the one thing they haven't done in this first half.
Well, it's been an interesting opening 45 minutes. Players have gone down the tunnel into the changing rooms. The referee, as you will have heard, was booed off Graham Scott. A red card after overturning a decision, a penalty given to Newcastle but saved. And at half-time against Southampton, 0-0.
I recently went to meet Maria at Niwi, an eating distress support service in Newcastle.
Mid-mornings with Lisa Shaw.
It's not unusual when we're out delivering a talk that a young person will just start to cry because they suddenly realise that that's me. We still are hearing that you need to eat more or eat less. Their fear is real. They don't want anything bad to happen to that person. But in the same respect, it's absolutely not helpful. And it's across all eating disorders. They all have extreme low self-esteem. So anything that is said that is going to impact that is just going to make the situation worse.
Mid-mornings with Lisa Shaw. Back Monday morning from 10. BBC Newcastle. Made in the North East.
North East Sport.
BBC Newcastle. The only place for North East sport.
So no goals, but plenty of action already in our 2-3 o'clock games this afternoon. Southampton 0, Newcastle United 0 at St Mary's, Sunderland 0, Gillingham 0 in League One at the Stadium of Light. We'll be back with both Matthew and John and Nick and Gary for full second half commentary in about 10 minutes time. Let's run through some of the other scores at half time though around the country. In the Premier League, the early kickoff saw Liverpool come from behind to beat Bournemouth by 2-1. Salah and Mane in the Liverpool goal scorers in that one. In the 3 o'clock kickoffs in the Premier League, just 2 goals. So 0-0 between Arsenal and West Ham. Crystal Palace though are 1-0 up on Watford. Jordan Ayew after half an hour. So 1-0 up are Sheffield United on Norwich. Billy Sharp 10 minutes before half time. Southampton Newcastle, as we know, is goalless. Southampton though down to 10 men. Moussa Gineppo sent off about 15 minutes before half-time. It's also goalless between Wolves and Brighton, and the 5:30 kick-off in the Premier League is Burnley against Spurs.
Get the latest team news, score updates and post-match reaction on Twitter at BBC Newcastle.
The only place for North East sport.
There was an early kick-off in the Championship as well. It finished 1-1 between Bristol City and Fulham. Tom Kearney with a late equaliser for Fulham. As part of the 3 o'clock kickoffs, Barnsley 0, Cardiff 0, but Birmingham City are 1-0 up on Reading. Scott Hogan early on after just 6 minutes. Brentford cruising at half-time, 3-0 up at home to Sheffield Wednesday. Da Silva, Marcondes and then Brian Mbuemo just before half-time. A big match down the bottom of the table, and Middlesbrough are 1-0 up at Charlton. Paddy McNair, former Sunderland player of course, scoring for Middlesbrough after 15 minutes. Up the other end of the table, Leeds United are 1-0 up on Huddersfield. Luke Ayling very early on for them after just 3 minutes. Preston are 1-0 up on Queen's Park Rangers, a Johnson penalty after 19 minutes. Stoke City, another big game down the bottom of the table actually, 3-0 up on Hull. 3 goals inside the first 20 minutes from Nick Powell, Tyrese Campbell and Sam Clucas. Goalless in the other 2 games though in the Championship at half-time. Swansea against West Bromwich Albion and Wigan against Luton.
The Newcastle and Sunderland AFC podcast on BBC Sounds.
And it was another former Sunderland player who scored in the opening game of League One as well. Accrington Stanley 0, Tranmere Rovers 1, and James Vaughan it is who scored Tranmere's goal. Goalless between AFC Wimbledon and Bolton, and in the Lancashire derby between Fleetwood and Blackpool. Coventry City though are 1-0 up at Ipswich. Matty Godden, who scored against Sunderland very recently, has also scored against Ipswich this afternoon. Lincoln City 2, Burton Albion 2. Burton had the lead through Powell after 6 minutes. Hopper scored 2 for Lincoln City, but Powell scored another one for Burton as well. So only 2 goal scorers, but 4 goals. Lincoln 2, Burton Albion 2. No goals or goal scorers between MK Dons and Doncaster Rovers. Peterborough are 1-0 up on Portsmouth. Butler on the half-hour mark. Ian Henderson has scored the only goal of the game. Rochdale are 1-0 up on high-flying Rotherham. That would do Sunderland a favour if it stayed like that. Shrewsbury 2-1 up on Oxford United. They were 2-0 up. Then they had Josh Vela sent off Shrewsbury, and Marcus Brown has got 1 back in the 3rd minute of first half injury time for Oxford, but they're still 2-1 down at half-time. Southend United 1-0 up on Bristol Rovers, and in the final game of League One, as at least half of you will know, it is Sunderland 0, Gillingham 0.
Newcastle and Sunderland commentary exclusively live.
BBC Newcastle, the only place for North East sport.
A full programme of non-league fixtures this afternoon as well. Mixed results so far. The surprise of the afternoon, Blythe Spartans are 1-0 up away at Brackley. Leighton McIntosh after half an hour. Michael Nelson's first game in charge of Blythe Spartans. They are away at promotion chasing Brackley and they are winning at half-time. Gateshead on the other hand are 1-0 down at home to Kings Lynn. So 1-0 down are South Shields away at Bamber Bridge. In the 44th minute it was that Bamber Bridge took the lead. The leaders of the Northern Premier Division losing at half-time. In the same division, Morpeth 1, Witton Albion 1. Sean Taylor with the early goal for Morpeth, who then conceded an equaliser and missed a penalty, did Morpeth. So 1 each at half-time. 0-0 between Clitheroe and Dunstan in the North West Division. But BBC Newcastle's featured non-league match this afternoon is down in Warwickshire. Consett in their first ever FA Vase quarter-final. They are away to Atherstone Town. Our non-league reporter Paul Dixon is there, but Paul, there's a bit of work for them to do in the second half.
That's exactly right, Colin. The half-time score, Atherstone Town 1, Consett 0. And Consett really started well, and Jake Orrell and Dale Pearson forced the goalkeeper to make 2 good saves in the first 5 minutes. But the home team's first attack put them in front. Ryan Quinn drilled the ball low into the corner of the net. A real good finish, but poor defending from Consett. They had 2 opportunities to clear, but they didn't clear the danger. And then Luke Carr in 20 minutes, it looked as though he had scored a superb shot, hit the inside of the post, and we all thought it was in, but not to be. It came out. And then Nick Allen a minute later for the home team fired in a superb 35-yard shot, which cannoned up the post. A real let-off for Consett. But then right on half-time, Dale Pearson should have levelled the score. Ball in from the right, and somehow he chested the ball over the bar from 8 yards out. Consett have got a real game on here this afternoon. They're kicking down in the second half, but Terry Mitchell, the manager, need to have a word with them at half-time. They need to take their chances. They're creating chances, but if you don't take them, you don't score. 1-0 down Consett at half-time, Colin.
Paul, thank you very much indeed. We wish them all the best in the second 45, and then we will, of course, run through all the non-league results and reaction in our local football roundup at 5:45.
Alfie and Anna at breakfast, waking up the northeast like this.
Singers in Wearside can get involved with an opera taster day.
Hi, I'm Alison Barton and I'm Artistic Director at Opera Sunderland.
Stephanie Finn has never looked more nervous.
You're on a chair, Steph, just because it's radio I have to explain to people. So tip your bum as far back as you can possibly get it. Pull the shoulders down and away from the ears. 1, 2, 3. Let it go, let it go. Turn away and slam the door. This woman.
Yay! Brilliant!
Alfie and Anna at breakfast, waking up the northeast. BBC Newcastle, made in the northeast.
Southampton 0, Newcastle United 0 at half-time. It's also goalless between Sunderland and Gillingham in League One. We'll be back with our respective commentary teams very shortly. But elsewhere today, it is the penultimate weekend of the Six Nations. Ireland against Italy, though, was postponed because of coronavirus. So the only action is at Twickenham. It's at 4:45. England take on Wales. England have won both of their matches since their defeat to France on the opening weekend, while Wales have lost their last two matches since winning their opening match. England's World Cup winning scrum half Matt Dawson says it's been a bit of a bumpy ride so far.
It has not quite the start that England maybe thought that they were going to get into away to France. Weather against Scotland made it pretty messy, but last week or a couple of weeks ago against Ireland, they really showed their class that we expected maybe to see from the World Cup. You know, let's not forget these two sides had fantastic World Cups. It was looking like there was an opportunity of being an England-Wales World Cup final only in November. So, you know, it is going to be a cracking game this afternoon. There's no question. People think that England are going to win by 10, 15 points. I am not so sure.
Former Wales international James Hook, though, says England will be hard to stop.
England obviously have picked a quality backline in particular. Obviously, everyone knows about England's pack, but I think they've got world-class kickers, you know, right throughout their backline with Ben Youngs, Ford, Farrell, Daly. So Wales have picked a strong, experienced back three. That's obviously to try and combat England's quick balls, try and slow them down, because ultimately I think that's going to determine or go a long way to whether Wales win or lose if they can slow England's ball down.
Scotland take on France at Murrayfield tomorrow. France still on course for a Grand Slam. England's women scored 10 tries in a thumping win over their Welsh counterparts earlier this afternoon, eventually winning by 66 points to 7. The other two matches in the women's tournament this weekend were postponed. In basketball last night, Newcastle Eagles lost to Worcester Wolves for the third time this season. It was a 95-79 defeat this time in the BBL Championship for the Eagles, for whom Mike Morsell top scored with 27 points. In ice hockey, the now North Division 1 champions Whitley Warriors are back in action this weekend after they secured the league title last Sunday. Tonight they are away to second placed Solway Sharks at 7 o'clock. Tomorrow in Rugby League, Newcastle Thunder have their opening home match of the season. They've won all three of their away matches so far, two of them coming in the Challenge Cup, but they are at home to Workington Town. That's at Kingston Park at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. In golf, England's Tyrrell Hatton will go into the weekend of the Arnold Palmer Invitational with a share of the lead. He is on 7 under par alongside Sung Kang of South Korea. Rory McIlroy made 4 birdies to lie 2 shots off the lead, but close house professional Lee Westwood missed the cut. England fast bowler Jofra Archer is unlikely to play for Rajasthan Royals in this year's Indian Premier League. He continues his recovery from an elbow injury. He is said to be progressing as expected following a scan on a stress fracture that he suffered in South Africa. He'll have another scan in mid-April before returning for Sussex in the County Championship in May. And in tennis, Joanna Konta is through to the semi-finals of the Monterrey Open. That was after a 3-set victory over Russia's Anastasia Potapova. Right then, time to head back to our respective commentary teams for full second half coverage. If it's Newcastle United you're interested in, Matthew Raisbeck and John Anderson are at St Mary's. It's goalless between Southampton and Newcastle, but Southampton down to 10 men. That one is on BBC Newcastle's FM frequencies. But if you are of a Sunderland persuasion, Nick Barnes and Gary Bennett are at the Stadium of Light. That's still goalless as well between Sunderland and Gillingham, but that one is on DAB and Freeview Channel 719.
North East Sport.
Matthew Raisbeck and black and white legend John Anderson.
BBC Newcastle, the only place for North East Sport.
Thank you very much, Colin. Southampton 0, Newcastle United 0. The Saints down to 10. Gineppo sent off. And Newcastle have had a penalty from Matt Ritchie, saved by Alex McCarthy. Both decisions awarded. In the case of the red card, overturned, changed from a yellow, upgraded to a red, following help from VAR technology. So they're going into the second half. John Anderson, as the team comes out from the dressing room with a man advantage, and even though they had 5 or 6 glorious opportunities in that first half to score Newcastle, you'd still be happier being in their position than in Southampton.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, on reflection, the game should be over. You know, I know we've only played 45 minutes, but the game should be over. The chances that we've had, chances that we've missed. You know, Gale's had chances, Almiron's had chances, had a penalty that was saved. Just got to keep going, keep doing what we're doing. And when the chances come, make sure this half that we put them away.
Graham Scott is the referee. Southampton going to kick off the second half. Newcastle in their dark green third kit. Southampton red and white stripes, black shorts and red and white hooped socks. McCarthy in light blue, Dubravka in a lighter green than the outfield players. No changes at half-time. Southampton play it back, send it forwards. Long with a header. Ritchie's got it. Long wins it back, trying to go on the outside of Manquillo, and Ritchie, and does Shane Long into the corner. Plays it along the goal line. Lascelles with the clearance. Hayden flicks it away. Do the teams in full next time the ball goes dead. Lascelles out. Bertrand forwards. Lascelles a bit physical there in the challenge with Ings. Into the box by Southampton. Shelvey away for Newcastle. Almiron getting there on halfway. Stevens has recovered well, being pulled down by Almiron, and a free kick. Newcastle. Dubravka in goal. Manquillo, Lascelles, Fernandez, Rose, Hayden and Shelvey in midfield. Ritchie, Almiron, Saint-Maximin and Gale. And a bench of Darlow, Cher, Joelinton, Yedlin, Lazaro, Sean Longstaff and Bentaleb. Southampton, McCarthy in goal. Valerie, Stevens, Bednarek and Bertrand. Ward-Prowse, Højbjerg, Boufal, Ings and Long, the 10 of Southampton. Free kick from halfway up to Long on the edge of the Newcastle box. Back to Ward-Prowse. A little move down the right side and a goal kick. Oh, goal kick given by the assistant. Sofiane Boufal thought it was going to be theirs, but it's Newcastle's ball, and they've taken the goal kick quickly.
Rolling ball.
Ball was moving. So they do it again, short from the back. Lascelles to Manquillo on the right. Hayden in midfield. Back it comes to Lascelles in front of the area. Now Fernandez, left of centre. Shelvey. A situation like this with the man advantage should be to John Joe Shelby's liking. I'm sure they'll try to get him on the ball as much as possible. To the left now to Saint-Maximin. Newcastle taking on 1 or 2, goes down. Unhappy that he didn't get the decision. Throws his arm out in disgust. Gets to his feet. Back United go from the Southampton clearance. Now here's Shelvey. Oh, Saint-Maximin is completely free if he can find him. He's gone for that raking crossfield ball and found the chest of the Frenchman. Hayden in the box, beats his man. Isaac Hayden with a chance, charged down by Ward-Prowse, who just took it off his toes. Great little turn and control to set it up. Now they look for Gale in the box. Gale's shot is blocked, left side in the area, and it is a corner kick for Newcastle.
Yeah, good run. Stevens just let him run off him. Shelvey starting to pull strings, tread little balls.
Shelvey's going to take the corner, right-footed, in-swinger from the left, away to our right. The away fans at that end of the ground. Shelvey's delivery, headed out. Ritchie controls. Ritchie then hits it over the bar via a deflection.
Yeah, wanted too long to hit it, just wouldn't fall for him. Had to wait for it to drop.
Richie greeted enthusiastically by the travelling fans as he prepares to take this corner. So an in-swinger from the right side. So Maxima is available short. Shelby on the edge of the area, everyone back in the box in red and white defending. Richie's ball in, keeper gathers it in front of Lascelles.
Good take, goalkeeper.
Who has been their best player, their most important player today, without question.
Without a doubt.
His clearance is flicked on by Boufal, gets it back again, lovely skill, juggling with it. Hayden slides to cut out a through ball intended for Højbjerg. Valerie, the full-back. Now Højbjerg, back to goal, edge of the area, forced away by Shelby. Having a bit more of it, Southampton, in the Newcastle half than they did in probably the final 15 of the first half. Back to halfway now, though. 50th minute, through for Shane Long, free right side, in the box, Shane Long blazes wide, a glorious chance for Southampton.
That's what he does. Great little run, and then he just gets a rush of blood. I mean, he's never going to score from that angle. He had two players coming in. He's lashed it well wide. He hasn't even gone across the keeper, he's gone near post.
And I say a glorious chance for Southampton, not necessarily for him, but if he'd squared it for Danny Ings, a tap-in.
Yeah.
Ings, their top scorer, with 15 in the Premier League, 18 in all competitions. Newcastle just need to be careful. Keep the back door closed. Shelby confronted by Højbjerg. A bit more aggressive with their pressing, Southampton, at the moment. 0-0. BBC Newcastle radio for the Northeast. Hayden over halfway to Rose, looking for Alan Saint-Maximin. He's found him by the side of the area. Stevens, heavy touch, manages to clear from the goal line. Given away to Rose by Southampton. Saint-Maximin's got it again, tripped just outside the box.
Well, Boufal's had an absolute mare. Every time he gets it, he gives it away. He's given the penalty away. I'm amazed they haven't swapped them.
This is down the left side of the area, probably level with the penalty spot. The referee walks the Southampton one-man wall back into the
dangerous position, good position.
Danny Ings goes and joins, I think it's Valerie, to make it a two-man wall. James Ward-Prowse has added a third player to it. Shelby's over this. Shelby could shoot from here. Here he comes, John Joe Shelby. Just teased it in there, and it's a diving header away. Rose onto the ball. Clips it back into the box, looking for Shelby. Can't keep it in.
It's a poor ball.
Pace on Rose's ball forward.
It's a poor ball. Didn't give him any real chance. But the free kick, it's a poor delivery from Shelby. It's too flat. Easy to defend against. Needed to be hit in with pace and a bit of depth on it. Neither had none of them.
McCarthy. The goal kick. Shelby and Long go for it. Long's touch presents the ball to Hayden, who's passed it to his right to Manquillo. Lascelles away from a slipping Shane Long. Manquillo's then given it away to Ings on the Southampton left. It's opened up here a little bit. Boufal releases Bertrand.
Boufal again.
It's gone out of play before Bertrand could get there and cross it in. Bit Boufal releases Bertrand.
Boufal again.
It's gone out of play before Bertrand could get there and cross it into the box. Goal kick. Martin Dubravka says the ball's flat and has given it to the referee. So a new ball has been provided by Andy Woolmer, who is the fourth official. .53 minutes have been played, 0-0. Dubravka to Lascelles, and Hayden gets turned, passes it square inside to Fernandez, coming up towards halfway Newcastle. Shelvey drags the ball across his body with his right. Joelinton out to warm up. Shelvey now in the Southampton half to Saint-Maximin, who's in a deep position here. Rose down the line, good play. Almiron left wing, Gale in the box. Almiron, high ball. That's a corner.
What's Danny Ings thinking?
Danny Ings has just booted and spooned that behind. Almiron obviously hit his cross, Ando, looped up into the air, but it stayed in, and Ings has just volleyed it behind when he could have let it go, brought it down and turned. Bizarre fashion, Newcastle have a corner. Ritchie to take from the right. Fernandez making a run, Lascelles as well. There's the header and it's wide. Hayden
didn't really attack it, did he? Sort of a little bit of a tortoise head into the shoulders. Just
The defender right behind him, Isaac Hayden, off target with that header. Yet to break the deadlock against the 10 men of Southampton. Hayden's header forwards. Ward-Prowse. Southampton competing for the ball. Newcastle win it back. Manquillo to Lascelles and now Fernandez. Rose. Saint-Maximin offers himself short, now gets away. Shelvey's got it, crosses the halfway line. Through a little gap to Almiron. Saint-Maximin plays it back to Shelvey at the second time of asking. Looking for Ritchie. Ritchie, that's a foul. Pulling his man to the floor, and a yellow card coming from Matt Ritchie. The ball to him was, I think, was a little bit short.
I think you can say that was a rugby tackle.
Yeah. Goodness me. Wasn't letting Højbjerg get away. And Dwight Gale's making a nuisance of himself, preventing Southampton from taking their free kick in the centre circle. 0-0. BBC Newcastle, radio for the North East. High ball towards the Southampton right, and Shane Long away by Newcastle. Almiron turning under pressure, gets away. Well played. Unlucky with the pass, trying to find Saint-Maximin down the line, but the referee spotted a foul on Almiron and has given Newcastle a free kick, taken quickly by Rose to Shelvey. And square to Hayden on halfway. Manquillo to his right in the Southampton half now. Manquillo back into Hayden. Fernandez in the centre circle, forwards with his right to Shelvey. Almiron outside to Rose, still in the midfield third of the pitch. Shelvey, that's short, couldn't find Hayden. Southampton knock it clear. Fernandez is across, tackled Fernandez, then Shelvey has to push it out of play to throw in.
Don't want to get too lackadaisical. Don't want to slow the pace down, need to quicken the pace up. Get these 10 men moving around the pitch.
Højbjerg on halfway. Stevens, being pointed back towards the keeper, manages to turn away from Almiron on the outside to the feet of Long. That's short and away from Boufal. Kept in, only just. Rose then gets back up to win it for United. And Saint-Maximin to Shelvey in the centre circle. Ritchie peeling away to the left. Shelvey tried to pass it through the middle. Last few passes from Shelvey just been off target.
Just trying to force it now.
Yeah. And he's committed a foul in midfield. 58 minutes played. When will Steve Bruce think about changes?
I thought he might have thought about bringing Lazaro on.
Do they want Joelinton? Into the box from Southampton. Dubravka comes and got caught by Danny Ings. Referee has given a foul the way of Newcastle.
That's incredible. That's unbelievable.
Centre forward is just laughing. Dubravka is down, mind, holding his left knee. And Joelinton's about to come on for Newcastle. Lazaro and Longstaff continue to warm up. Southampton have got players coming over to speak to their manager for some instructions. Dubravka's being treated.
I find that a real strange decision. Dubravka's come a long way, and Ings hasn't done a lot wrong. He's just come straight through Ings. Look, there you go.
Would the extent of the treatment
if that was two outfield players coming together, it wouldn't be a free kick.
Would the extent of the treatment suggest more than just a dead leg?
No.
Because if his knee's gone into the side of just the lower thigh. BBC Newcastle, radio for the North East. A reminder, Sunderland, currently 0-0 with Gillingham in League One, is available on Freeview Channel 719 and DAB. We split our frequencies to bring both matches to you. 0-0 here. Dubravka's still down, no sign of Carl Darlow. A lengthy stoppage. We'll have a phone in after the match. If you'd like to book your place on it now, give us a ring on 0800 234 6565. In the FA Bars quarter-final, Concert have equalised against Atherstone Town away from home. The Northern League team are level. Joelinton ready to come on.
Be Gale, won't it? Is it Maxima?
Or would they take someone like Ritchie off and play with two centre forwards?
No, it's not Ritchie. Looks like it's Maximum by the looks of it.
No, it is Ritchie.
It is Ritchie.
It's 11 who's going off. Matt Ritchie, penalty saved in the first half. Replaced by Joelinton, who goes to the left. So Maximan's come over to the right.
Maximan's going left.
Joelinton's going left, so Maxima on the right. Almiron just off Gale. Well, Dubravka has been treated and doesn't look comfortable. He's dragging his leg, but the play has restarted. It's one to keep an eye on. He doesn't look it. Look at him. Shelby down the right. So Maxima is there and keeps it in with a good first touch, and a sliding challenge from a Southampton defender means Newcastle have a throw. About 10 yards out. Manquillo back to Shelby. Hayden, first time return ball to Shelby. Fernandez, and a pass towards Joelinton, but one back by Southampton before it could reach Joelinton, who gets back there to win it for Newcastle and play it to Lascelles. And Lascelles over the top, looking for Almiron.
Oh,
Stevens has missed
always
it.
give you.
Gale getting into the box. Almiron wide left. Cross deflects behind for a corner.
Stevens, he ball watches so much. You can get in behind him all the time. Just play them balls over the top.
Carl Darlow, the replacement goalkeeper, has gone out to warm up with Valentino Lazaro. And John Joe Shelby will take this corner. It's still 0-0. But they've been playing against 10, Newcastle, for quite a while now. Here's the corner kick. And a free kick given to Southampton as a player hits the floor in the box. "35 minutes of match action." Actually 38 if you include the additional period.
I tell you what, there's nothing in that. Absolutely nothing. Where's VAR when you need it?
Home fans making quite a bit of noise, fairness to them. Hayden towards Shelvey. Ings has come into midfield to take that on his chest. Down the line, Rose away. Gale can't keep it in. Sunderland lead, Gillingham 1-0. Kyle Lafferty with the goal. DAB and Freeview Channel 719 to listen to Nick Barnes and Gary Bennett commentate on Sunderland here on BBC Newcastle. Well, Dubravka's still bent over. Southampton throw. Touchdown inside. Lascelles, good strength, did well against Boufal. Dubravka's cleared it with his left and is hobbling. Now Shelvey forwards. Gale collects and releases Alan Saint-Maximin. He's away. Saint-Maximin into the box, tackled by a recovering Ryan Bertrand. Right side in the box. Could have rolled it across. Could have taken the shot on. Did neither. Was dispossessed.
Got caught in two minds. Didn't know what to do, did he? Well played, Gale. Good turn, rolled him in. Needed to get across Bertrand. Needed to get his body across Bertrand, but ran straight.
Long with a header on. Lascelles waited a while for that one to come down. He's being caught after he played it by Shane Long. Now he's limping.
Long's done his hamstring by the looks of it.
And Long is hurt as well, you're right. Newcastle have got the game going again. Shelvey to Joelinton to Almiron. First time to Rose. Wide on the left in the Southampton half. Hayden at the front of the centre circle for Manquillo. Saint-Maximin cuts in now from the right wing. Plays it around his man. Free kick given. He was pulled down. Even though Newcastle still had the ball, they've got the set piece. 25 minutes to go. 0-0. Shelvey. Joelinton.
Got to be stronger, son.
It's lost the ball. Through the legs of Lascelles, who has blocked his man and may get a yellow card here.
He should do.
Free kick has been given.
He's not.
It's in the centre circle. Darlow's gone back to the bench and has taken his seat. I don't mean to labour the point, but I know you can shake and knock off, but Martin Dubravka does not look like a goalkeeper who is comfortable.
Well, we'll find out if he has anything to do.
Just back from halfway, this Southampton free kick. And it's come off Bertrand and gone for a goal kick. They went for him with a diagonal ball. He's played it again and groans Dubravka. Not moving freely. Shelvey with it. Just slightly away from Hayden, but he's got there. And Manquillo back to Hayden on halfway. Fernandez to Shelvey, picking up a position left side of central midfield. To the feet of Rose on the touchline, down the line for Joelinton. Stevens with him. Joelinton can't get away from Stevens. Southampton have played it down the line straight to Shelvey. Hayden back to Lascelles, first time. Manquillo wide right. And it's come for the Spaniard. Decent position this. Back to Saint-Maximin. And he's played it with the outside of his right to Lascelles. And over to Shelvey. And now wide left. Danny Rose. Joelinton makes the run down the line. The flag stays down. The Brazilian gets it and has won a throw-in. Taken by Rose to Shelvey. Hayden offers himself at the edge of the area, doesn't get it. Back it comes to the skipper, and Lascelles ball to Manquillo. Inside to Almiron. Hayden's made another forwards run, this time down the right side of the box. Again, doesn't get it. Rose, back to Shelvey, bit of space here. Can he pick someone out? Joelinton controls, shot on the turn blocked, just inside the area. The Southampton clearance, straight back to Newcastle. Hayden for Manquillo. Gale. Saint-Maximin wide right. Manquillo's gone on into the box. Back to Hayden. Fernandez just drops it at the feet of Almiron. Now Rose, 20 yards out. It's a couple of touches to get it under control. Almiron, the back where they were. Shelby popping up now, right side of central midfield. Saint-Maximin on the outside to Manquillo, 2 with him. Throw in. It's gone Southampton's way.
Too slow. It's too slow. Needs to be quicker. Ball needs to be moved an awful lot quicker, side to side. But we need to be doing it a lot quicker.
Valentino Lazaro is being brought back to the bench and is coming on. The Austrian winger should get about 20 minutes here. Lascelles header forwards. Ward-Prowse with a header. Shelby hooks it back to Fernandez. Helps Newcastle regain possession. It's nicely done. Fernandez to Shelby now, over halfway on the left, to the feet of Rose. Down the line for Almiron, but deflected and straight back to Southampton. Fernandez there on his chest, long at his back. Fernandez to Dubravka, takes a touch. Forwards it goes to Lascelles. Almiron on the shoulder of the defenders was threatening to make a run, but the ball didn't come. Hayden to Shelby, square on halfway. 0-0, BBC Newcastle. Newcastle playing against 10 men. Rose tries to go for that one diagonally inside to Joelinton from the left. Southampton have put it out. Just need themselves a goal, Newcastle. Haven't really had the chances in the second half though that they did in the first, John Anderson.
No, game should have been over at half time, the chances that they had.
Fernandez pushes it to Rose on the left. First touch takes him back, and then he picks out Shelby. Good searching ball to switch it from Shelby. Saint-Maximin on the chest. Manquillo on the overlap. The chance to cross from Manquillo. Diving header away by Southampton defender.
It's a poor cross. Doesn't miss the first defender.
Saint-Maximin's throw. Lascelles to Fernandez. Rose inside to Almiron, centre of the Southampton half. Rose is he's available again, just couldn't squeeze it through for him. Went short to Joelinton. Hayden to Lascelles now at the final third, the skipper. And he's gone for the shot and missed. Well, Lazaro on for Manquillo.
Yeah, it's not the worst substitution in the world. I mean, Southampton not throwing bodies forward. Manquillo again's been steady away, but Lazaro will probably get forward more.
It's a very, very attacking right back. Southampton goal kick inside the final 20 minutes. How concerned are you that they're not in front, given the way
they had the chances first half
gone yesterday?
They've had loads of chances first half. They hadn't had. I don't think they've had a chance second half.
Lascelles looking for Gale. Gale's committed a foul in the opinion of the referee. He disagrees, unsurprisingly, on the Southampton defender. I think it was Stevens. And the free kick is probably just at the edge of the Southampton defensive third. They're into their 5th Premier League match without scoring. Long for Southampton, controlled and hit it on the turn from the keeper's ball forwards, and Dubravka standing still punched it away.
Good hit. Fortunately, it was straight at the goalkeeper.
They've won it back. Oh no, they haven't won it back, Newcastle. Sorry, Ando. It was Gale who seemed like he'd intercepted it, but then the ball ran loose and to another Southampton player.
Well, he was strong, Shane Long, and he turned Lascelles. He's just pushed Lascelles out of the way. Just out-muscled them, turned and hit. Fortunately, straight at the keeper.
Lazaro to Joelinton. Good control. Nice ball inside with a man at his back. Passes it to Hayden. Shelby to Rose. Joelinton's now on the right. Saint-Maximin is on the left. And the Frenchman's been given it by Danny Rose and been tripped. Free kick. although being allowed to play on Newcastle because they had the ball in pretty much the same area. Every Southampton player in their half and behind the ball. 0-0, 16 to go. Lazaro inside, dispossessed, cleared by Ings, straight to Lascelles on halfway. You listen to BBC Newcastle, radio for the North East. Shelby to Saint-Maximin. Rose has made the run beyond. It's come back to Lascelles. Nice patient stuff. Lazaro, Hayden into the area, put out by Southampton. Sunderland have been pegged back 1-1. Gillingham have equalised. DAB and Freeview Channel 719 for that one. Goalless here. Referee gets out of the way of Shelby's pass. Rose to Saint-Maximin, taking on 2, slips, loses the ball. And now 3-on-3 as Southampton approach halfway. Long in the middle. Ings has swung one in, and the ball has bent behind eventually. Long's just booted that into the middle section of the stand. I beg your pardon, it was Højbjerg with the...
Højbjerg, yeah. Long had pulled off as well.
Yeah.
The ball had been better.
15 to go. 0800 234 6565 is our number. Text 81333. Start the message with BBC or tweet at BBC Newcastle. Post-match reaction between 5 and 6. Can they get a late winner? Shelby, long ball forwards. Joe Linton gets there, keeps it in. Oh, unlucky. It was a difficult ball, and he did well to get there and keep it in, but his touch on a spinning ball wasn't enough to make it roll the correct way, and it, fortunately for Newcastle, spun over the line and behind for a goal kick. And as much as they've been criticised for other performances, if they can't win this, they will get, and look, quite understandably, a right hammering from supporters and others, because this has been there for them to go and win.
Yeah, oh, without a doubt. I mean, and it, as I say, first half.
Lascelles and Dubravka. Dubravka's being caught by Long, and he's not happy, the keeper. He nearly reacted.
But it's a poor touch.
Yeah.
It's a poor touch. Shane Long's got every right to go for it.
Long is being spoken to by the referee, but no more than that. Dubravka got caught. Lascelles played it to him. Long's actually going to go off now. I mean, he's just cleaned out the keeper, but Dubravka's
been substituted as well.
Yeah, Dubravka seems to be okay. Shea Adams, who is yet to score for Southampton, is coming on. Former Burn.
Tell you what, I'm not
player.
Too sad to see him go off, because he's been an outlet and he's chased things down. Okay, he doesn't score enough goals, Shane Long, and he could have put more goals in his locker, but he's been a handful for them.
Newcastle still have on the bench Yedlin, Longstaff, Sean Longstaff, Bentelev and Cher as outfield players. Darlow the keeper. Sean Longstaff's coming on. She's getting ready.
Be Hayden, won't it?
You'd think so. They've got the ball. It's Lascelles. They're passing it around at the back, which hasn't really got them anywhere. Now they cross halfway. Back it goes to Hayden, and back to Lascelles, who steps over halfway to meet the ball. Lazaro inside to Shelby. Too far ahead of Lazaro with a return pass.
It's poor.
Sean Longstaff coming on for Isaac Hayden.
And final substitution for Newcastle, coming off number 14, Isaac Hayden, being replaced by number 36, Sean Longstaff.
Has a word with John Joe Shelby as he runs past him. Sean Longstaff into midfield. 78.5 minutes have been played. Southampton 0. They've had 10 men since the 28th minute. Newcastle United 0. And Matt Ritchie had a penalty saved in the first half. Sean Longstaff there with a ball. Saint-Maximin not giving it up. Valerie has presented it to him. Alan Saint-Maximin has scored! They've got the goal eventually. Alan Saint-Maximin with it, capitalising on an error in the Southampton defence, and he celebrates with a somersault in front of the away fans. Finally the deadlock is broken. 11 minutes to go. Southampton 0, Newcastle United 1.
Oh, well, they're all going to the full-back and giving them high fives. They should be giving them a kick up the backside. It's absolutely woeful defending. All he's got to do is put his foot behind it, clear his lines, and he doesn't do it. Just lets it bounce. He has his pocket nicked. It's woeful defending. Woeful, and the whole high five. Oh, don't worry about it. Dear, oh dear. Good finish, mate.
Yeah, he's nipped in the other side, Ando. Brought the ball down with his right, and then with the outside of his boot has played it across and underneath McCarthy's leg, and it's gone in off the bottom right post as we look and into the net, but it took a little while to get there,
and they were checking it as well with VAR. What for?
As a matter of course.
Hey.
And it is finally 1-0 to Newcastle, and I was starting to worry that the goal wasn't going to come. Here are Southampton though on the attack themselves. Ings wins a throw. Lazaro blocked the cross and it hit the pole, corner flag, and went for a throw. Alan Saint-Maximin's third goal as a Newcastle United player, and all of them have been away from home. Sheffield United, Oxford, and now Southampton, and it's 1-0 here on BBC Newcastle Radio for the North East. Boufal gets away from Lazaro, who dispossesses him. Almiron makes Ward-Prowse play it backwards. I mean, thinking about the build-up to the goal, and though that Longstaff just knocked it forwards and knocked it into an area.
Really, there wasn't a build-up.
No, exactly. But it was just a ball knocked forwards that the defender had to deal with and didn't deal with.
They didn't deal with it.
But credit to Saint-Maximin for following it in, not giving it up, for charging it down.
Well,
Southampton corner.
The defender made it so easy for him because he wanted so much time. Saint-Maximin looked like he'd just given it up, and then he thought, oh, he's not playing this, and he's nipped in. Defender has his pocket pinked.
Got to defend here. Ward-Prowse in swinging corner towards the near post. Danny Rose with a vital clearance. Brought down here. Saint-Maximin with the defender again. Valerie, the same pair, and a foul by the Newcastle player. He almost robbed him of possession a second time, and had he done so, he'd have had the entire Southampton half to run through onto the goal. But a foul given.
Hasn't learned, has he, the fullback?
There's just been a goal elsewhere.
Arsenal won.
Have scored. Lacazette against West Ham, 1-0 to the Arsenal. Lascelles, who's played that against Bertrand, and it's come for Ings. Lazaro, good position defensively, gets there and away from a sliding Boufal. Lascelles back to Lazaro, away with the outside of the right boot, straight to Højbjerg, left side of central midfield. 1-0 Newcastle against the 10 men of Southampton. Back to Bednarek and Stevens inside the centre circle. 7.5 minutes plus added on time to go. Gale's chased it all the way back, concedes a throw. Sunderland have gone back in front. Kyle Lafferty again. They lead Gillingham 2-1. DAB and Freeview Channel 719 for BBC Newcastle's commentary there. Newcastle 1-0 up. Clipped forwards by the left boot on the angle by Bertrand. Half a clearance and a shot coming in from Boufal. Didn't really catch it. Straight into the hands of Dubravka, slightly down to the left, the goalkeeper to make the save.
Would have been some goal, that. It's coming out of the sky as shins it. Comes off his shin, just rolls straight through to the goalkeeper.
Lazaro clipped up to Almiron. It's not a bad ball. He's brought it down nicely and found Shelby. Shelby back to Almiron. just inside Newcastle's half. Oh, what a turn. He's taken 2 players out. Saint-Maximin completely free, far side, had his arms outstretched wanting the ball, didn't get it. They went short and still have it through Sean Longstaff in midfield, Newcastle. 6.5 minutes to go, 1-0 up. Saint-Maximin's goal.
Just keep it. Just keep the ball.
And the run without a goal in the Premier League has ended eventually here. Lascelles now with one down the right. Almiron chasing. Gale is the other side of Bednarek, who couldn't go back to the keeper because of the presence of Gale, so has to stick it into the stand. And a throw about 15 yards out. Southampton are going to make another change, and I think they might be taking the fullback off. Valerie, are they? Because coming on. Oh no, they're going to bring a striker on.
Obafemi, isn't
Michael Obafemi is coming on for Sofiane Boufal. The only reason I thought the fullback was coming off was because Kyle Walker-Peters, who's a right back, had just returned to the bench from his warm-up. But Michael Obafemi, who scored at West Ham last weekend, is on. Joelinton here runs into traffic, but then wins the ball back. Longstaff to Shelby. And Rose, middle of Southampton's half. Saint-Maximin comes in from the touchline to Shelby. Longstaff and Fernandez and Lascelles just on halfway, right side for Newcastle, the skipper, who had one ruled out in the first half. Met a free kick on the volley, lovely finish, but he was offside. It's 1-0 through that man's goal. Saint-Maximin back to Shelby, halfway line on the left. Every red and white shirted Southampton player behind the ball. Lazaro's got it. Joelinton down the line. Lazaro back into Lascelles. Saint-Maximin is free on the left. Lascelles has gone for him with the switch. And Valerie's headed it against Saint-Maximin, who gets into the area and beats him and plays it back to Longstaff, who controls, and the shot is blocked. He's got another chance, Longstaff. Joelinton on the right in the area. Down the line to Almiron. Almiron trying to beat his man on the goal line. Back to Joelinton. Lazaro is there. Lazaro concedes a throw.
Oh, the fullback again is all over the shop. Dear, oh dear. What a lucky boy. Go and head it. Oh.
Your laugh nearly made me laugh there.
Hey dear.
They couldn't finish the chance to make it 2. It's 1-0 Newcastle. Fernandez heads it away, but back out. Another Southampton throw, same spot, pretty much on the left, middle of their half. 87th minute here on BBC Newcastle, radio for the North East. Bednarek to Stevens, lets it run across his body in the box, and then away it goes. That's gone out of play on halfway. Newcastle throw. Danny Rose goes down to tie his bootlace. The referee's gone straight to him, maybe just to check that his lace was actually undone. Rose is on his feet and has taken the throw. Back to Fernandez, across to Lascelles. Longstaff with it. Lazaro steps inside. Back to Lascelles. 1-0 Newcastle. Obafemi with pressure on Lascelles, who's played it clear. Bednarek's let it go. Oh, and he's miscued a clearance, and Gale's letting this one run into the corner and wins Newcastle a corner kick. Oh, the centre forward play.
2 centre backs are all over the place.
Well,
big win. Big win.
At this stage, do they play it short? Do they stick it into the box? They've actually might do both. They've gone short to Joelinton, back to Shelby. Shelby's got a man coming in, nearly took it off him, released it just in time, and they've gone back to halfway to Lascelles and now Fernandez. 1-0 Newcastle, 88th minute. Saint-Maximin with a goal 10 minutes ago. Longstaff to Rose. Saint-Maximin's available. Receives it from Rose, who's made a forward run. Saint-Maximin is turning, gets away from 2. That's the good side of his game. He's done it really well and found Danny Rose. Rose goes back to Longstaff. Southampton not really able to get the ball back. Remember, they have 10, the home team. I know we've reminded you of it a lot, but also where you may have just joined us. Gineppo sent off after 28 minutes. Ritchie penalty saved late in the first half. Saint-Maximin with the only goal. 90 seconds of the 90 minutes to play. They've had 62% possession, Newcastle, today. Lascelles, high ball. Joe Wellington, flag's going to go up here. It's he's thrown it away. Card. He's going to get a yellow card. Joe Wellington.
Stupid.
He's appeared in every Premier League match this season, twice now as a sub, after coming on today. Southampton free kick in the final minute of the 90. McCarthy, the keeper, out of his box on the left to take it. Down the line it goes. Lascelles gives Lazaro a call. They've both gone for the same ball, mind. Header away by the skipper. Bednarek forwards. Fernandez across with a good header. Joe Wellington can't keep it in. He's cleared the danger from the edge of the box, Fernandez. Now Bertrand with the throw to Højbjerg and back again. Højbjerg to the right. Valerie's header. Fernandez miskicked entirely. Got a second attempt to clear. That could be handball against Saint-Maximin. Valerie takes it back off him. Stevens. Then they've let it run through, but it won't reach Ings. Lascelles with a clearance. Gale then wins a header on halfway. Sean Longstaff, handball. 90 minutes are up. 4 minutes minimum added time displayed on the numbers board by Andy Woolmer, the fourth official. Southampton 0, Newcastle 1. Free kick in the centre circle. Gale's pushed on. Saint-Maximin and Almiron are advanced as well. Everyone else in a line just outside the area. On the angle from Ward-Prowse, Joe Wellington has let that one run over his head. Bednarek's just kept it in, played it straight against Joe Wellington, who's taken a touch and hammered it up into the air. It's gone so high we couldn't see it. Gale then rises and hits the floor on his way down. Lands on his side, nothing given. To the feet now of Obafemi. Lascelles with a clearance, looking for Almiron. Header won by Ward-Prowse. 1-0 Newcastle. Southampton trying to break through. Sean Longstaff to Joe Wellington. Joe Wellington puts his foot on it and plays a sensible ball back to Lazaro, up to Gale.
Get hold of it!
Off round the corner for Almiron first time, and they've lost possession here, Newcastle. Leading 1-0. In added on time, or given away to Shelby. Shelby to Joe Wellington. Joe Wellington has turned away from 3. Oh, well played, Joe Wellington now crossing the halfway line. They could finish it here with a second maybe. Saint-Maximin wants it. He's given it to Almiron down the right. And the momentum of the move gone. Almiron back to Lazaro. Lazaro turning. Back to Lascelles. Players to his left. He's got plenty of options. He's gone back to the keeper. 1-0 Newcastle United. Dubravka away. Concert 1-1 with Atherstone Town in the FA Bars quarter-finals. It's gone to extra time. 2 of the additional 4 minimum have been played. I thought they could have gone on and got a second there with that little break. Ando. Southampton throw. Fernandez heads it out for another one. It's still a slender, fragile lead, especially at this stage. Now Newcastle have won a free kick. Southampton gave the ball away, and then Almiron was fouled by Valerie.
He's been poor, hasn't he, Valerie? Been all over the place.
They're waiting for someone to take the free kick, and it's going to be Federico Fernandez. It's on the left, middle of Newcastle's half. Fernandez now comes forwards and drives it into the heart of the Southampton defence, where Bednarek gets it away. Sean Longstaff's brought it down, only for Shea Adams, Out to the Southampton left to Ings, tried to dummy it. Lazaro with him. Ings has still got it. Back to the keeper. 50 seconds to go. Here on BBC Newcastle, radio for the North East. Clip forwards by McCarthy. Longstaff wins it. Lascelles up into the air. Saint-Maximin with Valery. It's the full-back for Southampton who's got to the ball. Saint-Maximin slides and puts it out. He could win the game for Newcastle today, but he's gone down with cramp. I think it's cramp.
No, it's not cramp. It's holding his shin.
I just saw him put his arm in the air and hold his lower right leg. He slid in to make the challenge.
He's playing for time, and
well, Graham Scott probably added on. It's a minimum of 4.
Never do they? Bit of professionalism coming in.
He's up, the Frenchman. His goal looks like it might be the difference. And could give Newcastle a 4th away win of the season. But it's a Southampton throw. The 4 minutes have been played. It's 1-0. They're going to put a long throw into the box. Rose heads it away, square to Saint-Maximin, who can't quite get there, and a goal kick is given.
He's been
off the follow-up cross from Valery. After Newcastle cleared it, and that is the cue for Southampton fans en masse to leave.
Huge win.
Loads of empty red seats now. Noise from the away supporters as Dubravka takes the goal kick, and the full-time whistle is blown. Graham Scott signals the end of the match, and Newcastle United have won in the Premier League for the first time since the 18th of January. And it's a goal from Alan Saint-Maximin in the latter part of the second half, capitalising on a mistake from Jan Valery, breaking into the box and pushing it past the keeper off the post and into the back of the net. That gives them the victory, that takes them above the Saints and into 13th position in the Premier League, but most importantly of all, 8 points clear of the relegation zone with 9 matches to play. But Southampton played for more than an hour with 10 men. Newcastle wasted several glorious opportunities to score in the first half, including one from the penalty spot, the first penalty that's been awarded in a Newcastle match this season. But John Anderson, they got there just and eventually.
Yeah, look, it's a concern, the lack of goals. You know, we had chances first half, created absolutely nothing second half, to be fair. It's all down to a defensive mistake that got us the win in the end. Valery, who had a rough afternoon, he was poor all afternoon. Matt Ritchie would be a relieved man as well, missing the penalty, but game should have been over at half time. Dwight Gale has had 3 great chances. Almiron's had 2 good chances. One of them he really should have buried. You know, can't keep missing chances like that at this level. And in the end, it was nervy at the end, but it's a big win. It's an important win for us.
The boos are for Graham Scott, the referee, who he needed VAR twice to guide him and help him in the first half for the red card and for the penalty. Lascelles is the last Newcastle player off. Saint-Maximin is there as well, and Dubravka still looking a bit uncomfortable. Fernandez high-fives Steve Bruce and Stephen Clements. 2-2. Gillingham have equalised late on at Sunderland, and the final whistle has gone. A draw at the Stadium of Light. 96 minutes, the time of the goal. Phone in coming up soon on BBC Newcastle on both matches. 0800 234 6565. Text 81333. Put BBC at the start of the message, and we'll try to read yours out before 6. Some dressing room reaction to come as well. It's been, I suppose, in the end, Ando, a pretty good week, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been a very good week. You know, obviously winning the cup at West Brom, coming here, a side that was above us, turning them over. Although we made hard work of it when it really should have been an awful lot easier. Played 3/4 of the game nearly with 10 men, and we never looked like breaking them down second half, if I'm perfectly honest. We looked better in the first half, caused them more problems. Problem was, second half we never moved the ball quickly enough. It was all too slow. It was in front of them, sideways, never got in behind them, never looked to get in behind them. And as I say, down to an individual error, defensive error, and we got the goal. But it's, as I said, it's a big win. It's an important win, and it 8 points clear of the relegation spot and moves us above Southampton, of course.
And with Bournemouth losing earlier at Liverpool and West Ham losing against Arsenal, that one is a result now. So they've been beaten. Norwich at the bottom of the table have lost. Brighton drew 0-0 with Wolves, so they have gained a point, but they're still 6 behind, or they're now 6 behind Newcastle. So it's been, in terms of the picture in the Premier League, a good day for United here at Southampton at St Mary's, where they've won for only the second time in the league. They did win a cup tie here in 2003-04, didn't they? Kieran Dyer got a really good goal memorably, but only one league win here in the first double over Southampton for 15 years. And 1-0 the score. Alan San-Maximo with a winning goal against the 10-man of Southampton, and Newcastle United win it by 1-0.
North East Sport.
BBC Newcastle, the only place for North East sport.
Get in touch with us this evening. 0800 234 6565 is the number to call. Newcastle United winning 1-0 on the South Coast away at Southampton. Alan San-Maxima 10 minutes from the end, giving Newcastle all 3 points. Sunderland, though, were on the cusp of having all 3 points and then conceded an equaliser from a man who used to play for them, Michael Mandron, scoring twice, including in the 93rd minute. Kyle Lafferty had scored both of Sunderland's goals, his first 2 goals for the club. It finished Sunderland 2, Gillingham 2. We'll be talking to John Anderson and Gary Bennett very shortly. Lots of other football, though, elsewhere this afternoon. We'll start in the Premier League. We'll start with the early kick-off, where Liverpool came from a goal behind to beat Bournemouth 2-1. Mo Salah and Sadio Mane with their goals. Arsenal beat West Ham United 1-0. Alexandre Lacazette 10 minutes from the end. Crystal Palace with a 1-0 win over Watford. Jordan Ayew after half an hour. That was the half-time score as well as the full-time score. Same deal with Sheffield United. They beat Norwich by 1-0. Billy Sharp, even, it was, who scored their goal 10 minutes before half-time. It finished goalless between Wolves and Brighton, and the 5:30 kick-off in the Premier League is Burnley against Spurs.
Newcastle and Sunderland commentary exclusively live.
BBC Newcastle, the only place for North East sport.
There was an early kick-off in the Championship as well. It finished 1 apiece between Bristol City and Fulham. Tom Kearney with a late equaliser for Fulham. In the 3 o'clock games, Cardiff City won 2-0 at Barnsley. Will Vokes and Callum Patterson, 2 in 60 seconds in the middle of the second half, and Cardiff win 2-0. Birmingham City 1, Reading 3. Scott Hogan had given Birmingham the lead after 6 minutes, but then 3 goals in the second half from Miazga, Meiti and Tunkara Gomez mean that Reading win that one this afternoon. Brentford comfortable 5-0 winners over Sheffield Wednesday. They were 3-0 up at half-time. Charlton 0, Middlesbrough 1. An enormous victory for Middlesbrough down the bottom of the table. Paddy McNair, the former Sunderland defender, scoring their goal this afternoon early on. At the top of the table, Leeds United 2-0 winners over Huddersfield. There was another result that went their way that I'll come to in just a second. But Luke Ayling early in the first half, Patrick Bamford early in the second half, as Leeds beat Huddersfield 2-0. Preston North End 1, Queen's Park Rangers 3. It was 1 apiece midway through the second half. Queen's Park Rangers had a man sent off and then scored another 2 through Manning and Eberechi Eze. So they win 3-1 at Preston. Stoke City were 3-0 up on Hull inside 20 minutes. It then got to 5-0. It got to 4-0, sorry. Hull got 1 back, and then Nick Powell made absolutely sure with 4 minutes to go. So Stoke City 5, Hull City 1 in the end. Another big game down the bottom. Goalless, though, at the top. West Bromwich Albion drawing 0-0 away to Swansea. That does them no favours, but it does Leeds United a big favour. And Wigan Athletic against Luton Town was also goalless.
The Newcastle and Sunderland AFC podcast on BBC Sounds.
Into League One, Accrington Stanley 1, Tranmere Rovers 2. Former Sunderland striker James Vaughan got the first of Tranmere's goals. Accrington Stanley then finished the game with 10 men. Goalless between AFC Wimbledon and Bolton, and between Fleetwood and Blackpool. Coventry, though, winning 1-0 at Ipswich. They've now got a 5-point lead at the top of the table with a game in hand. Matt Godden with their goal early in the first half. Lincoln City 3, Burton Albion 2. Burton Albion were 1-0 up and then 2-1 up before Morrell scored Lincoln City's what turned out to be the winner at 15 minutes into the second half. Doncaster Rovers won 1-0 at MK Dons. Ramsey in the 67th minute. Peterborough United beat Portsmouth 2-0. Butler in the first half, and a familiar name now, Ivan Toney, scoring for Peterborough 4 minutes from the end to make sure of all 3 points. Rochdale did Coventry and some others a favour by beating Rotherham 3-1. Ian Henderson with a couple of those, and it was very much a consolation for Rotherham as well. They were already 3-0 down. Shrewsbury 2, Oxford United 3. Shrewsbury were 2-0 up, then 10 minutes before half-time had Josh Vela sent off. Oxford got 1 back before the break and then scored another 2 in the second half. Ruffles in the 88th minute with the winner, so Oxford win 3-2 at Shrewsbury. Southend United, big win for them down the bottom, 3-1 over Bristol Rovers. And as we know, at the Stadium of Light, it finished Sunderland 2, Gillingham 2.
Get the latest team news, score updates and post-match reaction on Twitter at BBC Newcastle.
The only place for North East sport.
Into non-league, lots and lots of goals and drama. A full programme of fixtures this afternoon. Blythe Spartans were 1-0 up at Brackley, their first match under new manager Michael Nelson. They eventually lost 5-2, though. Leighton McIntosh it was who scored that opening goal for Blythe Spartans. Adam Wrightson with the other one. They'd actually made that 2 each at that point, but then Brackley pulling away and winning by 5-2. Gateshead losing at home to the leaders Kings Lynn. To second place Kings Lynn. JG O'Donnell it was who got Gateshead's goal. South Shields were 1-0 down at Bamber Bridge at half-time, but scored 2 in the second half. Josh Gillis and Jason Gilchrist. So they maintain their place at the top of the Northern Premier Division. Morpeth Town have beaten Whitton Albion by 3-2 as well. They were 1-0 up and then 2-1 up and then 3-2 up. They also missed a penalty. They also had Wayne Phillips sent off with about half an hour to go, but Morpeth hold on to beat Whitton Albion 3-2. No drama, no goals. Dunstan drawing 0-0 away at Clitheroe in the North West Division. But BBC Newcastle's featured non-league match this afternoon was, and indeed still is, down in Warwickshire. Consett in their first ever FA Vase quarter-final away to Atherstone Town. Our non-league reporter Paul Dixon is there, and Paul, you can explain why it has not finished yet.
Well, just as you've joined me here, Colin, Consett have just gone 2-1 up. A brilliant header by Calvin Smith, who's put the visitors 2-1 up, but they went behind in the 10th minute. Ryan Quinn drilling a low ball into the corner of the net. Really bad defending by Consett. Had twice to clear it, but they didn't, and they had chances in the first half with Luke Carr and Dale Pearson. Second half though, at 62 minutes, Consett levelled. Jimmy Metz, who's had a great game at right back, cut in from the left and drilled the ball low into the corner of the net to make it 1-1. Dale Pearson then hit the crossbar, and then the whistle blew and it was full time. But we're halfway through the first half of extra time, and Calvin Smith with that header has put Consett 2-1 up. The crowd are going wild. It's a full house here. They're winning 2-1. Can they hang on?
We sincerely hope they can. We will go back down to Paul when extra time finishes, and then we will of course run through all the non-league results and get some reaction to it in our local football roundup at 5:45.
Newcastle and Sunderland commentary exclusively live.
BBC Newcastle, the only place for North East sport.
But between now and then we will talk about both Newcastle United and Sunderland. In the end, contrasting fortunes this afternoon. Newcastle United winning 1-0 away at Southampton in the Premier League. Alain Saint-Maximin with 10 minutes to go, giving Newcastle all 3 points. They had played for more than an hour though against 10 men after Moussa Djenepo was sent off for Southampton. Sunderland conceding a very, very late equaliser to draw 2-2 at home to Gillingham. Kyle Lafferty having scored both of Sunderland's goals. You can give us a call, have a chat to either John Anderson or Gary Bennett. I'm about to speak to both of them, but if you want to speak to them as well, give us a call on 0800 234 6565, or you can text us on 81333. Start your message with the letters BBC, or indeed you can tweet us as well. We are at BBC Newcastle on Twitter. Afternoon Ando, afternoon Benno.
Hello Colin.
I don't think it's going to be a difficult question if I ask you who is the happier. John, that was deserved. It was deserved. There was dominance at times in that game, wasn't there?
Yeah. Look, it's a huge win. You know, we came here. Southampton were above us, but it was a huge win. Game should have been all over at half time. You know, we had so many chances in the first half. Missed a penalty. Dwight Gale could have had a hat trick. Almiron could have had a couple. Second half, if I'm perfectly honest, I couldn't see a score in second half. We had loads of the ball, but never moved it quickly enough. Played sideways, went backwards, never got it forward in behind them, and then it took a defensive error. The boy Jan Valery, the right back, who had a torrid afternoon, got caught on it, let the ball bounce. Cardinals in, and he paid a penalty. But it was a huge win. But okay, I suppose if you want to be picky, you would say we had loads of chances, didn't take them. And that's a concern, you know, that we're not scoring goals when we get the opportunities to put the ball in the back of the net.
Benno, I'm going to come to you in just a second, but Luke Carr has scored for Consett, so they are now 3-1 up in the 14th minute of extra time in their FA Vase quarter-final down at Atherstone Town. So fingers crossed that we get both Hebburn Town and Consett in the semi-finals. They have avoided each other in the semi-final draw, incidentally, as well. So if Consett win, it is still on for a Consett-Hebburn final at Wembley, but we'll not get too far ahead of ourselves. We'll go back down to Paul Dixon when that one finishes. But Benno, there might have been some positives to take out of this afternoon's match, and we might come to... Well, but everything is overshadowed by that very late equaliser. It feels like a defeat, doesn't it?
Yes, indeed. You know, if we go back 2 weeks ago, Fleetwood, and we scored late on in the game, you know, and, you know, Fleetwood, it was like a defeat for them. Well, today was like a defeat. But also, I tell you what, we don't learn, do we? You know, we conceded, the first goal which we conceded against them was similar. Long throw into the box, didn't deal with the first ball, fall into Mondrian, he scores. And then the equaliser into injury time, we don't learn. The same thing happens again, the ball's thrown into the box, we didn't deal with the first ball, falls to Mondrian again, the second ball, no one near him, spins, turns, goal, equaliser.
We will come back to both of you in just a second. I think it's worth running through the tables, though, because Newcastle United are up to 13th. They are on 35 points. So they are 2 behind Everton, 3 behind Burnley, 4 behind Crystal Palace. But then if you look down the way, they are 1 ahead of Southampton, but they're now 6 clear of Brighton and 8 clear of West Ham, Watford and Bournemouth. Bournemouth now back into the relegation zone after they were beaten at Liverpool in the early kickoff. So it's an 8-point gap to the relegation zone. Sunderland, on the other hand, it is such an intriguing top half of the League One table. I mentioned earlier, Coventry City, after all of this afternoon's results, now have a 5-point lead at the top with a game in hand. Below them, Rotherham are on 62, Oxford are on 60, and there are then 5 teams on 59 points. Peterborough, Sunderland, Portsmouth, Fleetwood and Wickham in that order, that obviously being in order of best to worst goal difference. So Sunderland, from their point of view, 3 points off Rotherham. So they've gained a point effectively on the top 2, but it probably doesn't really feel like that this afternoon. Give us a call if you want to have a chat about either Sunderland or Newcastle United. 0800 234 6565 is the number to call, and that is the number that Andrew called, who is a Newcastle United supporter, and he is first up this evening. Evening, Andrew.
Hiya, Colin. Hiya, Benno. Hiya, Ando. You alright?
Hello, Andrew.
Hiya. Huge win the day, Ando. Absolutely massive.
Yeah, without a shadow of a doubt. You know, we came here, they were just above us in the table. Other results have helped as well, but we made hard work of it. You know, it should have been 3 or 4 at half time. You know, we've had the penalty, right decision, boy sent off, right decision, but we just didn't take the chances that we had. You know, Gale's come in, could have had a hat trick in that first half. You know, a header 6 yards out, puts it straight at the keeper. Another one near post, puts it wide. Then he's had one that he swivels, keeper saves, comes back, Almiron, left foot, similar to the other night. Instead of putting his foot through it like he did the other night, he tries the side foots it straight at the keeper. And then we've had the penalty as well, you know, so it should have been, it was nervy. We if I'm perfectly honest, we never looked like scoring second half. And it took a defensive error to get us a goal in the second half.
Well, I think, first of all, I would say that we're not obviously mathematically safe, but I think that's a huge step towards it.
Yeah, I go along with that. Yeah.
Yeah, I never thought we'd get relegated anyway, but I think with the games coming up, there are points that to get. One more win and a couple of draws will do it for me. Like,
without a doubt. Yeah.
Yeah. I think what you're talking about today with the missed chances. I've been quite encouraged by the way they've played the last 3 games against Burnley. Who did we play the other night?
West Brom.
West Brom. And today, he's changed the formation, and all of a sudden we've started creating a lot more chances. I think we've probably had more chances in the last 3 games than we've had in the last 3 months. Yeah. Now, yes, we have missed chances today, but at the end of the day, we've put one away, thank God, and we've won the game. I suppose I would rather create chances and miss them than, for weeks and weeks we just weren't creating anything at all, Ando, let's be honest.
Yeah.
So we kind of have it both ways. Yes, we would like to be a bit more comfortable, but I think getting chances and missing them is better than not getting chances at all, I think, because that's what was happening. And I think this change of personnel has worked. This formation has worked. And I think Dwight Gill, yes, he's missing chances, but overall he does bring more to the team than Joe Linton, I think.
Yeah, I just feel that in tight games, these chances are going to be huge. I think you've got to, at this level of football, you've got to be more clinical. When you get chances like that, you can't be creating 6-7 chances and not taking any of them. Because it could end up costing you in the end. But yeah, look, it was. I thought some of the stuff we played first half today was great. Okay, they went down to 10 men after 29 minutes, whatever it was. But we created plenty of chances. Didn't create a great deal second half, but. He's changed around. He's gone to a back 4. The 3 up top are a handful. They're causing problems. I thought Shelvey first half today was excellent. Second half he became a little bit wasteful. Started to try and force things a little bit. But all in all, you can't knock it. It was a decent performance. It was a big 3 points for us. And hopefully we can kick on from here. It was a good win the other night in the Cup. All in all, it's been a good week for us, because I said before the game, if we'd have beaten Burnley at home last week, you probably would have taken a point here today. I don't think anybody would have argued with that. But the fact that we only drew with Burnley at home, to come here and win, I think that makes up for it. And of course the Cup win on Tuesday night is an added bonus. And as long as you keep winning games, all of a sudden the confidence and the belief starts, you start believing in things. So, and it takes a little bit of pressure off as well, because all of a sudden you're not looking over your shoulder all the time.
Andrew, thank you very much indeed for being the first up this evening. The number that Andrew called was 0800 234 6565, and we'll have a chat to Ian, who's done the same thing. He's a Sunderland supporter, in just a second, but I'll read a couple of text messages out because they're along very similar lines. The first thing that Andrew said was that he felt that was the biggest win of the season, and Jack sent us a text message that just starts with very important win. He also says he thought we would never score, but a very, very important win. And another text that's signed off by a very relieved Gareth says that win could well be our biggest of the season. Granted, we should have been out of sight by half-time, and we were poor in the second half, but with the results, with the teams below us going our way, it really feels like only a total disaster from us and miracles elsewhere would see us get relegated now. Famous last words, Gareth, but almost everybody in the northeast of a black and white persuasion hopes that you are indeed right. Let's have a chat then to Ian, who was at the Stadium of Light this afternoon. Evening, Ian.
Good evening, lads. All right, Benno.
Hello, mate. How are you?
Benno, that was shocking. In every sense of the way. I've never seen a team kick a ball just aimlessly in my life. I was on last night saying the same. We just don't look comfortable. It's just kick, run. And to be honest, I think Gillingham will come away feeling that they should have the 3 points because they had the best chances in the game to score. John McLaughlin, 2 outstanding saves.
Yeah, he made great saves.
80 minutes again for a substitution. We were never in control of that game. Never, ever in control of the game. All we did was kick that ball and run. I'm sick of not seeing any football. There's no football whatsoever. We cannot pass a ball, Gary. Cannot pass a ball. I can't, honestly, it's, like I said last night, predictable.
Right. So what do you think he should do, Dan? What changes should he think he should make?
Well, first of all, I don't know what they're doing in training. Can you not pass the ball? Can you not play a ball across the floor? I don't know. I cannot see what his tactics are.
Gary and Ian, I'm going to read you a text message from, a tweet from Gorman, who is a regular correspondent with this programme, and I don't think Gorman will mind me saying that he's more often negative than positive, particularly this season. And he says, lucky to get a draw. I'm interested in what you two disagree with, if anything, in this, because he's quite scathing, as Gorman. He says, lucky to get a draw, can't hold the ball up, can't pass, it's hoofball every week. Captain clueless, which is what Gorman says, lumping the ball instead of keeping hold of it. The mentality is awful. He takes Maguire off and leaves Good John, who was inept again. We got more than we deserved, and poor doesn't even come close to describing it.
I totally agree with everything that he said, because there was no football of us whatsoever. They played the football. They played it along the floor. We don't. There was one point, Power kicked the ball into space, and he starts shouting at O'Neill, hold on, he was never going to get there. But we're doing it all the time, just kicking the ball. We were just panicking. That's where their first goal come from. Trying to just, they missed the ball. Two defenders totally missed the ball, trying to just lump it away. It's shocking. We cannot play any football.
Benno, would we be talking about any of this if Michael Mandron hadn't scored that equaliser?
I don't think we would have. We would have gone in, especially with the results as they were going our way. It would have been a massive win for Sunderland, but it's the manner how we've dropped 2 points today. And again, we didn't learn from our first mistake. That's the worst thing about it. We conceded the first goal. Was similar, set piece, long throw. Didn't deal with the first ball. Didn't deal with the second ball. Ball ends up in the net. Okay, we go back to a flat back four. We get back into the game, get our noses in front. Makes a change, goes back to a back three. So you bring on Joel Lynch, who I think that's what they brought him on for, to deal with anything what comes into the box or deal with the height situation. They get a throw in injury time, the last 30 seconds. Ball goes into the box. We didn't deal with the first ball. Didn't deal with the second ball. They get the equaliser. Somebody's got to take responsibility.
We'll have a chat with Alex, who's a Newcastle fan, in just a sec, but I want to read you a couple of text messages as well, Benno, that are along the same lines. In fact, I'll stick with one because it's quite long. Paul in Seaham says, I hate to say it, but since Bailey Wright's injury, we've gone back to conceding soft goals. Willis is not the same without him in the side either. We have lost a calming influence. We've blown great chances recently, but 3 points from none, not good enough. Playoffs again, we will lose to Fleetwood. There we are. You can just see it. We are cursed, in the words of Paul. He says, well done, Lafferty, but very sad what's happening again. The irony of all of this is that Sunderland are a point closer to the automatic promotion spots than they were at 2:30 this afternoon.
They're a point, but there could have been an extra 2 points. That's the worst thing about it. We're talking about a team 2-3 weeks ago talking about keeping clean sheets, and we're talking about if you keep clean sheets you're not going to get beat. All of a sudden, we play against Fleetwood, we concede in the first 5 minutes. Played against Coventry, we concede in the first 2 minutes, and then we go against Gillingham and concede in the last 30 seconds of injury time. So what do you put that down to? Concentration?
If you think you've got the answer to that question, give us a call. 0800 234 6565 is the number to call. We will talk to Alex, I promise, who's a Newcastle fan, in just a second, but the time is 23 minutes past 5.
Alfie and Anna at breakfast, waking up the northeast like this.
Singers in Wearside can get involved with an opera taster day.
Hi, I'm Alison Barton and I'm Artistic Director at Opera Sunderland.
Stephanie Finn has never looked more nervous.
You're on a chair, Steph, just because it's radio, I have to explain to people. So tip your bum as far back as you can possibly get it. Pull the shoulders down and away from the ears. 1, 2, 3. Let it go, let it go. Turn away and slam the door. This woman.
Yay! Brilliant!
Alfie and Anna at breakfast, waking up the northeast. BBC Newcastle, made in the northeast.
0800 234 6565 is the number to call if you want to have a chat with John Anderson about Newcastle's 1-0 win away at Southampton, or if you want to talk to Gary Bennett about Sunderland's 2-2 draw at home to Gillingham. Is it pouring with rain somewhere? What's that noise in the background? Oh, it's the lawnmowers.
Lawnmowers are out, I'm afraid.
That's what it is. Well, I suppose they do a rather important job. Anyway, Alex is a Newcastle United fan who's been hanging on the line and who gave us a call. Evening, Alex.
Hello, lads. You all right?
Alex.
Hello. Good. I just wanted to come on and I think it's time to give a little bit of praise to Bruce. I understand Newcastle fans' frustrations in the last week. I mean, I'm only 21-year-old myself, and I've had a season ticket at Newcastle 15 years. So all I've seen for 15 years is kind of disappointment. But I think what Bruce took over from at the beginning of the season, and I think it's time to give him a little bit of praise. I mean, the back seems to be clearly working. I don't know what you're thinking, but I mean, obviously we haven't put the ball in the back of the net for the amount of chances we have this afternoon, but it seems like we actually are creating a few more chances than we usually do.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think he'll get it, but I agree with you. I think at times you've got to hold your hand up and give credit where it's due. He's changed it around. He's gone to a back four. He's put Almiron in the hole. We look an awful lot more threatening. We look a threat going forward. We may well be a little bit more open, but so be it. But we should have had this game wrapped up at half time, Alex, to be quite honest. We had chance after chance in the first half, didn't take them, but as long as you keep making them, as long as you keep getting in there, and yet again this afternoon the front three looked a threat. They had the Southampton back four on walking on eggshells all afternoon. They were afraid of their life. So yeah, look, I think you've got to give the manager a little bit of credit. I don't think people will, but that's the nature of the game. He's changed it around, and fair play to him, and it's worked. Up to now it's worked. Changed it at Burnley last week, got a point. Played with it at West Brom, 1-3-2 in the cup, and got a big 3 points here today.
I think my biggest question would probably be, obviously we brought Gale in as he's more of the bagsman than Jolinton is, but just imagine if we got somebody in January that could just stick the ball in the net every time it comes to them and be in the right position. I just can't imagine the place we would be in the table. Obviously, I know we signed Jolinton for 40 million, thinking that he would be the one to do that. But obviously, as seen in the German league, he's more of a natural winger. And Gale is a goal scorer, but I think maybe if there was a league in between the Championship and Premier League, I think it'd be the greatest scorer of all time. But I think if we had somebody, I think if it was Danny Ings on the end of all those chances, I think they'd go in every time, and I think that's probably the difference for Newcastle.
Yeah, look, it's the most important position on the pitch. That's why these boys get paid top money. The boys who put the ball in the back of the net, they don't come cheap. He could have had a hat-trick today, Dwight Gale. He's had a header 6 yards out that he's headed straight at McCarthy. He's had one, St Maximin's pulled it back to him 6 yards out, he puts it wide. It was similar to the opportunity that he got at Burnley earlier in the season, where he's put it wide of the near post. And he's had another one that McCarthy's blocked, but at least he's getting in there. He's getting into areas. There's somebody in the penalty area when those balls come in. So, look, we had chance after chance, didn't take them, but it's nice to see us creating chances.
Alex, thank you very much indeed for giving us a call. If you want to do the same thing, 0800 234 6565 is the number to call. John, I want to ask you one thing though, because I know you're not the biggest fan of stats in the world, but Newcastle United had 62% possession this afternoon. This is a team that's comfortable on the ball, and it's maybe a team that's always been comfortable on the ball. They just didn't really set up in a way that gave them much of the ball.
Well, we had 62% of the ball today, but Southampton just got 10 players behind the ball. Southampton made life very, very difficult for us, especially when they went down to 10 men. It was all about hanging on and trying to hang on to what they had. They didn't show a great deal of adventure. They didn't get too many people forward. It was two banks of four. Really made it difficult for us. But stats, possession doesn't win you football matches. It's all about putting the ball in the back of the net, Colin. But yeah, it's unusual for us as well to have as much of the ball. But I think with them changing it and going to a 4, again, the Burnley game last week, we had more possession. It gives us a little bit more freedom. We get more men forward. So from that point of view, we are going to have more of the ball.
0800 234 6565 is the number to call if you want to talk about either Newcastle United or Sunderland. But talking of Sunderland, we'll have a chat with Darryl, who's given us a call in just a sec. But first of all, we can all listen to a couple of minutes of the Sunderland manager Phil Parkinson talking to Nick Barnes.
Phil, angry, frustrated, what goes through your mind?
Exactly what we said before the game, that to beat Gillingham you've got to deal with long throws, you've got to deal with the set plays and the physicality, and then you've got to play. I think in the majority of the time we played. We got 2 good goals, but it's unacceptable that we haven't defended those 2 long throws better than we did. The first one, got to head it out the middle of the goal. The second one, the desire to stop the shot is not good enough, and that's what we've built this recent run on, as well as some great football. It's make sure we show a desire to defend our goal, and I should be stood here talking about 3 comfortable points, because apart from those situations I never felt threatened at all. But you've got to deal with it. It's no good saying, they've scored off long throws. It's we knew they'd take a lot of long throws, but that's how they play, and we'd worked on it yesterday. But you can put people in positions, but when they're in there, they've got to head the ball out the middle of the goal and show a desire to block things, and it's cost us today.
And more galling because you've been punished once like that and managed to get yourselves back in front again, but to concede in that manner. 7 minutes into added time.
Yeah, first of all, I'm not sure where they got the 6 minutes from, but that's irrelevant. It was 6 minutes, and we just felt comfortable within that 6 minutes. It hurts a lot, because those 2 points would have been so important for us in terms of looking at the league table now. But listen, we've been punished for some very basic requirements on a football pitch.
Some positives to take. Lafferty, his 2 goals, he could have had a hat-trick. He was a little bit unlucky, one fell just behind him. Fate sometimes deals that sort of blow for you, because presumably he's come in because White was injured.
Yeah, I mean, Charlie has had a bit of problem with his back, and we decided to pull him out and get an injection in that. He probably could have soldiered on, but we felt it was all right to get him right for the week coming up.
That's the Sunderland manager Phil Parkinson there talking to BBC Newcastle's Sunderland commentator Nick Barnes. Poor Darryl, who's still going to have to hang on a little bit longer because we're interrupting it, to go down to Warwickshire, to go to Atherstone Town, to go to Paul Dixon, who can tell us how it has finished after 120 minutes of football.
Well, what an afternoon, Colin. But it's Concert who go through to a 2-leg semi-final, a bit like heaven. Brilliant performance this afternoon, and a terrific way to win it as well. I mean, they were getting beat 1-0 after 10 minutes, and it took until the 62nd minute when my man of the match, Jermaine Metz, drove them level with a brilliant shot from the edge of the box, and then went into extra time. The first half of extra time, Calvin Smith, 2 headers in the box, 2 goals, and the scenes are unbelievable. In Wembley, just as it was last week with Hebben, it's now Concert's turn tonight. I think we're going to have a good journey on the bus back with these Concert fans and players tonight. Brilliant performance. I'm delighted for Frank Bell and for Terry Mitchell, the Concert manager. 3-1 the final score, Colin.
Fantastic, Paul. Thank you very much. We'll talk much more about this in the non-league roundup in about 15 minutes' time. But we'll go back to Sunderland because Darryl's been waiting very patiently. He gave us a call. You were at the Stadium of Light as well, Darryl. It feels like a defeat, doesn't it?
It really does, yeah, it really does. I've got plenty of patience, I must say. But watching that today, I just think it does feel like a defeat rather than a point. Just pretty devastated. But to be fair, when the goalkeeper's man the match, it just speaks volumes to me. Gillingham played so well. They should have won the game. We come away with a point. But again, it does feel like a defeat when he scored 2 goals at home against the Gillingham team. 2 goals at home should win you the match. But when you can't beat Doncaster, you can't beat Fleetwood, you can't beat Gillingham at home, don't expect promotion automatically. Just forget it. If you can't do those simple games to get promotion like that, because it isn't going to happen automatically.
Yeah, I agree with you, Darryl. Especially when you've got your noses back in front. When you've been 1-1 and then Kyle Lafferty scores the second, you've got to see the game out. How many times have we said you've got to manage the game, okay? And we didn't learn from the first goal, did we?
No, we didn't. It sounds as though we've done a homework. It sounds as though they've done a homework on the team as well. But we know what Gillingham's like, Gary. We kind of beat them. It's one of those teams we just can't seem to beat. But they certainly have done the homework, but it doesn't seem to have worked time after time after time. I think the substitutions were a little bit late.
I worry about Flanagan at times. I worry about Dobson, Gooch. I don't know. I scratch my head and wonder what we can do next. They lost a bit of confidence. Look a bit nervous to me.
Is that defensively, or is it because, I've got to say, since Bailey Wright's not been involved, do you think we've lost our way a little bit defensively?
I think he calms things down. I think they've got more time on the ball. They seem to have more confidence about them since he's gone. They seem more nervous. Ozturk's battling players to the ground. He's not playing. He's a bit of a handful, but he's not the best of footballers. He's a bit of a wrestler rather than a footballer, if you ask me. But I don't know where we'll go from here, because the games are coming thick and fast. But we've got to put a point today, but a point at home isn't good enough. Like I said earlier, forget all about promotion. We're not good enough for that, unfortunately.
Yeah,
to be scraping the playoffs if we're lucky. The hard game Tuesday, another hard game next Saturday as well. So there's no easy games, but they're coming thick and fast, and we've got to change things and come up with a plan, Gary. But I don't know what the plan is.
Well, again, you look at the game last week against Coventry City. They scored in the first 2 minutes, but I've got to say, defensively, when they've been asked questions or put under pressure, they defended very well. Now, when we put under pressure, we seem to crumble.
Sorry, Daryl has gone, and that was my fault. Yes, he has, but that's my fault.
Sorry.
Daryl, thank you very much for talking to the team. We've got lots and lots to get through, and we've got just over 10 minutes to do it. But I'm going to read your Sunderland text before we switch back to Newcastle and hear a little bit from Steve Bruce, because Danny said, we looked a lot better with Lafferty up top. Semenyo needs to start next game in place of Gooch or Maguire, but a draw is a fair result today. No need to be negative. We are a League One team. And then you've sort of answered this, but not quite. Benno, would you make any changes for Tuesday night?
Well, I think he'll be looking at it. He'll be looking at changes. And again, he'll be asking the question defensively. We've gone wrong. We were keeping clean sheets. Then all of a sudden, it seems as though, again, from set plays, it looks as though we're going to concede all the time now. Is he going to freshen things up in the middle of the park? Again, we talked about the creativity. Did we create enough chances? Have we got players in there? You look at the Max Power, George Dobson in there. Yes. Do we do something different? I think that's what we're looking for. We need to do something different. We need to know how to win games differently.
0800 234 6565 is the number to call. 81333 is the number to send a text message to. Just make sure you start your text message with the letters BBC, or you can tweet us at BBC Newcastle as well. But I said we would hear from Steve Bruce. So here is the Newcastle United head coach talking to our Newcastle United commentator, Matthew Racebeck.
Steve, that's a big result for you, isn't it? Big result. Been a good week, and I was delighted with us. We were better when they had 11. Because there was more of a contest. We've had some great opportunities. I don't think we could wish for some better opportunities. Ultimately, the penalty as well, and then you think, is it your day? And then when a team, we haven't come up against that before, where a team so deep coming that we have to then beat them. And to be fair, we didn't create much, even though we huffed and puffed all afternoon. So the one break that we did get, Alan stuck it in, which was good to see.
So you found a different way to win, a different type of match, but how worried were you going into the final period that maybe that goal wouldn't come?
Well, we all know what our Achilles heel is. We can't deny, I think it's only our 25th goal of the season, so we're not exactly free scoring in the Premier League, but it's the hardest part of the game. We've had all our attacking players on. I've even got a wide player at fullback to try and get forward, and I thought that made a difference. It's very difficult to break down, and we've played like that, to be organised and disciplined behind the ball and give nothing away, and that's what it proved to be. So we needed a break. Thankfully, we've got it. I think we deserved it for our first half an hour. And you come away now, and the goalkeeper has made a 25-yard shot from long, and that's all he's had to do.
Alan Saint-Maximin on Tuesday created 2 goals, and today he's got the winner for you. How important has he been in the last couple of days?
Then it looks like a good decision to leave him on the bench last week when he was not quite right. So, it's we all know. I said from day one that he's going to please everybody in the crowd. He's got frightening ability and natural ability, which you don't see many times. Of course, he's got a lot to learn, when to cross it and when to pass it and when to release it a little bit earlier. But you can't deny he's one of them who gets you off your seat. And he causes you problems. As a manager, as a bit of a maverick, that's what he is. And but overall, we're delighted to have him.
That's the Newcastle United head coach Steve Bruce there talking to Matthew Ray. Beck Gordon is a Newcastle United supporter who gave us a call. Evening, Gordon.
Good evening, gentlemen. A bit happier at the end in the result. And the performance in the first half was excellent, even when we still had they still had 11 men. It's just disappointing that Richie's missed another penalty like that. And I've been a big fan of Richie, and I'm glad he's got a new contract in some ways. But again, penalty taken. He scored one against Man United and all that. And was it Man City? Sorry, when we won 2-1. But there's just something about we never have any confidence with the penalties. But you've got to be happy after that. And I think that the fact they plugged away, and I think the second half was disappointing. But we keep saying it's never easy to play against 10 men, and that was a massive win. I was disappointed when we played at home to Burnley. At least we didn't get beaten, but that has probably made us safe. A couple more results and that's it. But it was such a massive result, and why can't we do things? I mean, the FA Cup and today, I've got no fingernails left. It's getting terrible.
Well, look, it should have been all over at half-time, Gordon, if I'm perfectly honest. I've said this earlier. I thought we played really well first half. I thought some of the football we played was good. Movement was good. Moved the ball quickly. Looked to get it forward. People running off each other, getting in behind Southampton. And then when it went down to 10 men, they defended deep second half. They got loads of people behind the ball, and we didn't move the ball quickly enough. And I couldn't see a score in second half. The longer the half went on, I thought, we're not going to score. We're not doing enough. We're not moving the ball quick enough. We're going sideways. We're going backwards. We're not getting the ball forward. We stopped doing what we'd been doing in the first half. And then we got a little bit of a break, defensive error, and Maximum puts it away. But it's been a good week. I mean, if you had to turn it on its head and you beat Burnley and got a point here and won at West Brom, everybody would say, "Oh yeah, good week. You'd have taken that."
I agree, and I think that was the criticism you're right in the second half. we were trying to be a bit, take a bit steady and a bit cautious. We weren't moving it quick enough to get them running around. But I tell you what, there's so many criticisms of Steve Bruce, and as I said, I've been one of them because I'll always say I didn't want him here, but you've got to give the guy some credit. He's now changed it, and yes, it's been a bit dodgy at times, but the football's better. It's been a bit more exciting. As I said, I've got no fingernails left, but he was on a hiding to nothing in some ways, and so give him some credit now. Whether we like him or not, or whether he's turning the thing around. He's doing some decent stuff.
Yeah, I think I'm with you. I think sometimes you've got to hold your hand up and give credit where it's due. I think there's a lot of people won't do that. I think Steve Bruce is always going to come in for criticism. I don't think it matters what he does, but he's changed it. We've gone to a 4, and we look better going forward. We're a bit more open. There's no doubt about that, but at least we've got a little bit more creativity going forward. He's playing Maximin in the hole, who's causing, or Almiron in the hole, I should say, who's causing problems. Maximin, we know what he's about. He'll frustrate the life out of you at times, but he can do things. He can make things happen for you within a game. So, look, it was a big win. It was a deserved win. People are looking and say, "Oh, 1-0," but it was deserved. We should have won it. It should have been won in the first half. So people can have no complaints about it and say that it was lucky. There was nothing lucky about it. We deserved to win it. Southampton may feel a little bit hard done by with the way that they defended in the second half, but that's the way it goes. You've got to defend for 90 minutes. They didn't do that, and they got punished for it. But I thought we deserved to win. On the balance of play over the 90 minutes, we thoroughly deserved to win today.
Gordon, thank you very much. Sorry to squeeze you a little bit, but we are running out of time this afternoon. Thank you for giving us a call this evening, Gordon. One more thing I want to ask you, though, John, as well, because Rich from Wooler mentions it in a text. He says, "Thank God for VAR, as that referee didn't want to seem to make a big call." Now, not necessarily answering that point, but just on the use of VAR generally in today's game, because both decisions, so the decision to send off Djenepo for Southampton and then to give Newcastle United the penalty, albeit it was missed anyway, they were both still subjective decisions.
Yeah.
Did you agree with them both?
I did when I seen it. Well, originally, the sending off, it was on the far side to us. It was completely on the far side to us, and I thought it was a yellow card because we were so far away. But once you seen it on the screen, you went, this boy's in big trouble. I don't think there was real intent in it. I don't think that, because he's not that type of player. I don't think he's got a tackle in him. But I don't think there was any real intent. But in the modern game, you do that. You're walking on eggshells and you're going to pay the penalty. In real time, the penalty never seen. Never seen. It was below us, and I didn't see the handball. So on both occasions, VAR got it right. As soon as you seen it on the screen again, you went, oh, handball. He's lowered his hand. I thought, on seeing it again, I thought the referee may well have given a free out, because I thought Maximum pulled the boy back.
We were debating in the office which of those two things had happened first.
Yeah, well, that's what I was going to say. Yeah. I thought, you see it again and you think, well, has he pulled them back after the handball or before? Yeah. And as you say, you can debate that till you're blue in the face, but he could have went either way, and he went for the penalty, and you couldn't argue with it, you couldn't disagree with it. So on both occasions, referee got it right.
Oh, the refereeing group, if you include the video assistant referee, and all of it.
All 14 of them, yeah. And I tell you what was pleasing as well. The referee, Graham Scott, for the sending off, he actually went and looked at it himself.
Yep.
Instead of somebody whispering in his ear, he came across, he looked at the screen. He'd already shown the yellow card, and he came across, seen the incident on the screen, and changed his mind and shown the boy a red card.
Ando, thank you very much indeed. We'll hear back from John Anderson again on Total Sport on Monday. Benno, I would love to be able to discuss VAR with you, but for obvious reasons, we're not able to, because Sunderland, I don't think Sunderland have played in a game at all, have they? Or they will have. Have they played in the League Cup, the games with Burnley and Sheffield United? They must have had VAR in action, wouldn't they, if they were at Premier League stadia? But anyway,
we didn't need to use it.
No, victorious without them in both of those games. I want to finish with a couple of texts with you. Paula, who says, why have we gone back to losing concentration after we score? But the only positive is Lafferty scoring twice and John McLaughlin's saves, although I guess the counterpoint to that is it would be even nicer if John McLaughlin hadn't had to make those saves in the first place. Yeah. And finally, Val from Stanley says, on my way home from the Sunderland game, we did okay, but we do lack many things. No killer instinct, and it's now going to be touch and go whether we get automatic promotion, which I still find, I fully understand, but it is funny reading things like that when Sunderland are on paper closer to automatic promotion than they were when the game started today. But she actually goes on to make a valid point. She says, in fact, if Fleetwood and Pompey win their games in hand, we won't be in the playoffs at all. 97 minutes.
We're just making it harder for ourselves, aren't we? Simple as that.
Last thing Val says, 97 minutes, can't believe it, but then again, we stole a point off Fleetwood like that. So swings and roundabouts, isn't it?
This does indeed. That's football for you.
Gary, thank you very much indeed for your company this afternoon and this evening as well. Gary Bennett, who will be back on Tuesday when Sunderland are next in action. We're going to talk non-league football next.
Heidi, hi.
Bloody hell. Simon Logan.
We're learning about the Queen in school, and the Jackson brothers actually get to perform for her and meet her. So we have pictures like that.
Hi there, this is Jason Donovan on BBC Newcastle.
I've always been a live performer. I did a gig once, only 25 people turn out, and the manager was here, said, don't worry, there'll be a coach coming in the interval. And when the coach came, they all got on it.
Simon Logan, weekdays from 12.
The big North East afternoon starts when I play the hits from 2 mystery years on Time of Our Lives.
BBC Newcastle, radio for the North East. Local football in the North East.
BBC Newcastle, the only place for North East sport.
This is BBC Newcastle's local football roundup, the only place to get instant reaction to your club's non-league results on a Saturday afternoon in the North East. You can send us a text message, let us know how your team got on this afternoon. 81333 is the number. Make sure you start the text with the letters BBC, but remember, there is no point texting us if you are listening on demand. We will be speaking to some of those involved in an eventful afternoon in just a moment, but before that, here with a full roundup of today's scores is Dom James.
Thank you very much, Colin. We're starting Vanarama National League North. Brackley Town 5, Blythe Spartans 2. Gateshead 1, Kings Lynn 2. The Bet Victor Northern Premier League Premier Division. Bamber Bridge 1, South Shields 2. Morpeth Town 3, Witton Albion 2. The Bet Victor Northern Premier League North West Division. Clitheroe 0, Dunstan 0. The Builder-Base FA Vars quarter-finals. Atherstone Town 1, Concert 3 after extra time. Moving to the EBAC Northern League Division 1. Billingham Town 2, Wickham 4. Hebburn Town 0, Shildon 1. North Shields 0, Ashington 0. Northallerton Town 1, Newcastle Benfield 2. Penrith 1, New Naycliffe 4. Ryde Colliery Welfare 2, Gisborough Town 2. Thornaby 1, Bishop Auckland 1. West Auckland Town 0, Stockton Town 0. Waitley Bay 1, Sunning RCA 2. Moving on to EBAC Northern League Division 2 now. Easington Colliery 1, Brandon United 1. That was played last night. West Allotment Celtic 2, Jarrow 0. Bedland Terriers 1, Newcastle University 0. Carlisle City 0, Heaton Stannington 3. Crooktown 0, Chesley Street 1. Durham City 1, Berkeley Town 2. Eschwinning 0, Billingham Synthonia 1. Redcar Athletic 1, Towler Town 0. Wrighton and Crocock Albion 0, Washington 0. And Sunderland West End 0, Wellington 0, Colin.
Dom, thank you very much indeed. There are more important things to talk about, but I just want to point out something that I love. Gateshead lost 2-1 at home today and have moved up a place in the table. Because Spennymoor lost by 4-1 at Altrincham, so they've lost their advantage on goal difference, and Gateshead are up to 7th and into the playoffs. But it's impressive, yeah, it's a good defeat, I don't think so. That's not the story of the day, though. The story of the day from a non-league point of view is Consett down at Atherstone Town in their first ever FA Vase quarter-final, and Paul, they are going to be playing in their first ever FA Vase semi-final.
Well, they certainly are, Colin. I mean, it's a terrific day. I'm in the stand here, surrounded by concert people, and I've got the chairman, Frank Bell, who's it's his birthday today, as we mentioned, Colin, early on, and Terry Mitchell, the concert manager. Frank, I'll come to you first. What a birthday present this has been.
Absolutely fantastic, unbelievable. Lads worked really, really hard. They had to put 2 hours in today, and they worked all the way through. It was a tough start, you know, they got an early goal. Pitch was difficult, and the lads had to work really, really hard. But I was confident, you know, with the skills that we've got and the players that we've got, we'll get, you know, a result by the end of the day. And that was either take them back to our place or get a result. But no, couldn't have asked for any more from the lads. Fantastic.
And Terry, I spoke to you on the bus coming down, and you said they were a good footballing team, and it took you an hour, 60 minutes to get back into the game, to get back to ones each after going one behind.
Yeah. Was, like I said to you on the bus, a very good football team. They stood toe-to-toe with us, but you know the lads were brilliant. We didn't lose our belief in what we would do. We kept passing the ball well and got to justice in the end. You know, the chances we created today, you've seen it. Your pen must have run out the amount of chances we created, and then to get 3, thoroughly deserved.
Kyle Hayes made a wonderful save just before Jermaine Metz equalised. What do you make of that save, Terry?
Crucial. I said to the lads, actually, for the extra time, he's just kept you in the game. I said that to the lads. I said, Kyle, that save has kept you in the game now. We've got to go on and win it. And by God, we did.
And Frank, 250 fans have come down from Consett, and I know everybody in the North East was willing you to win this afternoon to get into the semi-final along with Hebburn. Great support, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's been absolutely fantastic. You know, we've been excited now for 2 weeks, but what I would like to say is a huge thank you to the football community in the North. We've had so many well wishes from many, many other clubs, managers, chairmen, coaches, supporters. Been absolutely unbelievable, and it just shows, you know, how much we care about each other in football in the North East. Been absolutely wonderful.
And Terry, semi-final now. Is it all the way? You've got to go all the way to Wembley now?
Yeah, well, I've said to the lads, we've got to dream and believe. Every round I've said the same thing, and I've just said there's only one more dream now, and we've got to get there. You know, we'll be doing it our best shot, without a doubt, and it'll be fantastic if we do get there.
And can we dream of I was at Hebburn last week, and they got through. Can we dream of a Hebburn concert final?
Yeah, without a doubt, the whole of the North East. You know, myself included, we want that. That would be the perfect ending to this season's FA Vase, I'm sure.
Well, Frank, happy birthday once again. Terrific result here, Colin, down at Atherstone here. Just to remind everyone, Atherton 1, Concert 3. What an afternoon we've had down here. Absolutely brilliant. Colin.
And you've conveyed the excitement very, very well too. Thank you very much, Paul. Indeed, just to confirm those two FA Vase semi-finals, then Hebburn will take on Corinthian, who I am reliably informed play in Kent, and Concert will be away in the first leg. It's 2 legs to Bitton, which is a suburb in South Gloucestershire. I've been educated this afternoon. But anyway, Hebburn against Corinthian, Concert away to Bitton. Both of those first legs away from home for our teams. That's the 21st of March, so 2 weeks today, and then 3 weeks today. They are both at home for those second legs, and we are still dreaming of a Hebburn Concert FA Vase final come May. Let's have a chat though to a relatively new manager who would have been hoping, I think, for a better start to his managerial career than he got this afternoon. Michael Nelson is the Blythe Spartans manager. He joins us on the line. Evening, Michael.
Hiya, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. And how are you? Because it started well.
It did, yeah. No, we started very well. It's been a bit of a crazy week for myself and for the lads. We've had one training session on Thursday, which we, sort of tried to keep it bright and tried to get most of the information into them on the coach on the way down. And for 45 minutes, they took everything on board and they were brilliant.
How much do you feel you have to change between now and the end of the season? Because the position, clearly, it goes without saying, the position that Blythe Spartans are in isn't good enough, so something has to change, but what is it in your eyes?
Well, basically, we need to go and win games. We need to score goals, which we've done today. We've scored 2 away from home at a very good Brackley side. But we just, second half, we got a little bit loose and a little bit disorganised, and, that cost us. But if you go and scoring 2 goals away from home, then hopefully if we can tighten up defensively as a team, not just the lads at the back, but as a team, then hopefully we'll start picking points up.
And this is an opportunity for you as an individual as well. Everyone who aspires to be a manager has to start somewhere, and even though I don't know whether you'll admit this or not, but it would look good for you as well as for the club if you saved Blythe Spartans from relegation.
Yeah, of course it would. It looks good for everyone. It looks good for the players. If all of a sudden they pull something out of the bag and they manage to get the results that keep the club in the division, then everybody's going to benefit. So it's in everyone's best interest to put the work in and do that hard work that will ultimately get the club safety.
Well, we wish you all the best, Michael, and hopefully the next week is slightly less dramatic than the coming up week. So Michael Nelson there, the Blythe Spartans manager, is losing his first game in charge. They were 1-0 up away at Brackley, who are 4th in the table, it must be said, but eventually going down this afternoon by 5 goals to 2. Gateshead, as I mentioned earlier, losing 2-1 at home to Kings Lynn in the same division, but somehow moving up a place in the table. Dom, we'll jump back, I think, to Morpeth and South Shields in just a second, but I want to squeeze in the results of the day from Northern League Division 1 and 2. We'll start in Division 1. Division 1,
there was only really one standout one for me, and that was Wickham. A solid away win, 4-2 over Billingham. A good result for them at the bottom of the league.
Rather important for them.
Very important, yes.
Very important indeed. And into Division 2, there's a few options actually in Division 2.
Division 2, there were a few. You had Heaton Stand, good result for them. Bedlington also winning today, but I'm going to give it to Chesley Street. A very good result for them. 1-0 win away to second in the league, Crooktown. Very good result. Away from home as well.
Indeed, so congratulations to them and indeed all of our winners in the Northern League this afternoon. We had a couple of winners in the Northern Premier League Premier Division as well, with South Shields winning 2-1 away at Bamber Bridge, Morpeth winning a truly bizarre match at home to Whitton. They had a man sent off, they missed a penalty. Sean Taylor scored twice, Whitton Albion equalised twice. Mental at Craig Park. But Paul, if you're still with us, which I hope you are.
Yes, I am, yeah.
South Shields, that feels to me like a really, really big win. 2-1 away at Bamber Bridge, 1-0 down at half-time, and given some recent stumbles, those 2 goals in the second half and the 3 points that resulted from it feel like 3 very big points.
Well, I would agree with that. I think they'll be absolutely thrilled travelling back South Shields. 1-0 down. It was a case of here we go again. But they've showed grit, character to come back in the second half and get all the 3 points. They need to keep winning. They are top of the league. I think they're about 6 points clear now. But they just keep. There's lots and lots of games still to play, and there's lots of people chasing them. That's a big win today, Colin. Very good.
And just quickly, your thoughts on Blythe Spartans, because we haven't spoken to you since Lee Clark left the club. Michael Nelson takes over. It's been a busy and a dramatic and a tumultuous week. They could do with a bit of stability, but they haven't really got time to bed in Michael Nelson and any ideas. He has to implement them now, and the players have to adapt to them very quickly.
Well, that's right. I mean, that question you asked him, and he said, well, what we've got to do is we've got to win games. And, to survive and to stay in that league, they've got to put a run of games together. Can Michael Nelson do that and galvanise him to do that? He'll have to work hard. But it's been a tough season for Blythe. But, if Michael can do something the last bit of the season, you'll have to save them.
Paul, thank you very much indeed this afternoon. Safe journey home to Paul. Dom, thank you very much as well. We will be back, as always, at 5:45 with another non-league football roundup next Saturday. We've been concentrating, though, for the most part this afternoon on Newcastle United and Sunderland. Newcastle United winning 1-0 away at Southampton. Alan Saint-Maximin 10 minutes from the end, giving Newcastle United all 3 points, moving them on to 35 points in the Premier League. Sunderland, though, conceding a very, very late equaliser. They drew 2-2 at home to Gillingham. Kyle Lafferty scored both of Sunderland's goals, his first 2 goals for the club. Total Sport will be back at 5 o'clock on Monday with Simon Pride to discuss all of those talking points.
Newcastle and Sunderland commentary exclusively live.
BBC Newcastle, the only place for North East sport.